I once heard a tale about the ancient cultivators, which said that the crown prince of an empire on a certain planet rebelled and tried to kill his royal father. His reason was exactly, how can anyone be a crown prince for 60 years? Li Linghai said unemotionally. In the imperium of true human beings today, the resources are abnormally concentrated, and all kinds of techniques that can extend one's longevity are prevailing. Not just a 60-year-old prince, even a 360-year-old prince may appear someday. Think about it. You are a talented, strong, ambitious young immortal cultivator who is eager to make some achievements, but in your sector, all the leadership, including the sector master, the sect leaders, the CEOs of major corporations, the commander of the local garrison and fleets, etc., haven't been changed at all for almost 200 years. Also, it does not seem a problem at all for the old guys who look graceful and young sitting above your head to live for 100 to 200 years comfortably. How will you feel? Do you feel that the world is dark and your future is hopeless? Besides, it is inevitable that one's mind turns rigid as they grow old. They will be reluctant to accept the new things and new training ideas but cling to whatever they had in the past. In the end, they are not simply unworthy leaders in their posts but also hindering the progress of the entire society when they defend their power and interests. Those old farts have 10,000 ways to kill the young immortal cultivators who pose a potential threat to them and who are unwilling to be recruited and corrupted by them to ensure their absolute reign. Once the young immortal cultivators are corrupted, however, they will inevitably be mired in the seniority-based system and the infinite cycle of suffering. They will be enslaved and exploited until their edges are planished, turning themselves into a tiny component of the interest groups. Liao was silent. As he thought about it carefully, if a society always abided by the idea of survival of the fittest and winner takes all, but did not have a relatively steady rule for the new to replace the old, the situation that Li Linghai described was almost bound to happen. However, the old farts do have a fatal weakness. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai put on a cruel smile. They can manage to keep themselves alive at the cost of countless precious resources, but it is impossible for them to keep their combat ability in the peak state forever. Never fight a young man, as said by the ancient sages. The immortal cultivator's combat ability increases as their level advances but drops as they grow older. The world in reality is certainly not a tale, and there is no such thing as the older, the better a warrior. When one's vitality and level both climb to the apex and form a gold cross, it will be the peak phase for an immortal cultivator, but once the phase is over, it is absolutely impossible to get it back. Therefore, although there are many 400-year-old nascent soul stage experts and 500-year-old divinity transformation stage experts who sound intimidating, they are nothing but empty shells that have nothing inside. Maybe they still have their insight, experience, and level, but in a real battle, they are absolutely no match for me or even you. One day, the zombies that should have decayed will taste the unstoppable exuberance from the younger generation. I have no doubt about that at all. Liao grinned. I certainly would not turn down the opportunity if I can beat up dozens of high-level immortal cultivators in the Imperium. Li Linghai smiled casually. Rest assured. Given the pleasant conversation we're having right now, our cooperation will certainly be very effective. You will have your opportunity. What I said just now, the contradiction between the high-level immortal cultivators and the low-level immortal cultivators is the fundamental contradiction in the Imperium today. Besides the fundamental contradiction, there are naturally other contradictions large and small. For example, the exploitation and blood-sucking from the dozens of most developed industrial worlds at the center of the cosmos on the 100 resource worlds at the edge of the Imperium. Do you need more explanation? Liao shook his head. The exploitation and blood-sucking from the developed industrial worlds to the underdeveloped resource worlds was almost an irresolvable problem. Even the Star Glory Federation was faced with the same conundrum, as illustrated by the competition of the 3 old worlds and the 4 new worlds. The Heavens Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector, as 3 central sectors, boasted relatively advanced technologies and an advanced industrial system for the production of magical equipment. When there were no tariffs and trade barriers because they were in the same country, it was more than easy for them to dump goods into the Water Crystal Sector, the Netherworld Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, and other resource worlds, completely destroying the unremarkable and primitive industries in those worlds. Eventually, the water crystal sector, the netherworld sector, the forest ocean sector, and other resource worlds would forever be a dump for the industrial products and a supplier of preliminary resources. It was exactly because of such a central conflict that the disagreement between the 3 old worlds and the 4 new worlds was quite distinctive before Liao and the experts of the ancient sages sector returned to the Federation. They formed 2 factions headed by Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue respectively, who were at loggerheads without giving in at all. Of course, the Star Glory Federation was a very young country. It was as vigorous and flourishing as the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago. On one hand, the Federation had only no more than 10 worlds in total, and a history of 100 years was not enough for any solid fortress of interests to take shape. Whatever contradictions there were could be resolved by negotiations. On the other hand, the Federation was faced with the daunting threat of the Black Wind Fleet. At such a life-and-death moment, the long-term contradiction where the industrial worlds made a profit through price scissors from the resource worlds was certainly not a primary concern. Thirdly, under Liao's leadership, the Federation discovered prosperous worlds and primeval advanced technologies from the ancient sages sector, the Kunlun relic, boneyard, etc., which equated to a large sum of initial capital out of nowhere and significantly mitigated the contradictions that were growing more and more intense. Also, the leaders of the interest groups such as Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue put the disagreement on hold temporarily with remarkable patience and wisdom, and with the organization of Jin Tui and other people behind the curtain, the 3 old worlds and the 4 new worlds finally became more united before they successfully defeated the Black Wind Fleet. Even so, Liao found it hard to imagine how the Star Glory Federation would address the imbalance of the regional economies, the serious siphonic effect of the industrial worlds, and the greater and greater scissors difference hundreds of years later as it further expanded. Therefore, many specialists of the Federation even asserted that the best state for the Federation was exactly right now with no more than 10 worlds. That was the limit of scalability and comprehensive national strength. If the country were to expand blindly, it would certainly die of indigestion. The Imperium of true human beings, which boasted hundreds of sectors, might have not died of indigestion, but it was certainly suffering from the disease. The Imperium barely had any of the advantageous conditions the Federation had. Liao did not feel that the developed industrial worlds under the 4 Kurfürst families would show any mercy on the resource worlds that were discovered later during the expansion. They would certainly suck as much blood as possible and dump as many goods as possible. It would be best if the cheap magical equipment produced from assembly lines could drown the remote worlds, ensuring that they would never develop any industrial system but forever remain a resource provider for the 4 Kurfürst families, mired in the trap of 500 tons of raw minerals in exchange for 1 crystal suit. Then would the governors of the remote worlds, the sector masters, the warlords, and the fleet commanders who were equally ambitious, be willing to keep their worlds forever a barren town, which was full of mines but did not have any factory, and which was forever exploited by the 4 Kurfürst families. It was certainly an escalated and enlarged version of the competition between the 3 old worlds and the 4 new worlds. In the Federation, the competition between the industrial worlds and the resource worlds was temporarily held back by Liao, Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and other people for now. But the Imperium today certainly would not be so simple. It would not be surprising even if a civil war broke out. Li Linghai observed Liao's face quietly. Seeing that he was truly deep in thought, she thought even more highly of him and nodded her head. Very good. As expected of a man who used to be the speaker's special emissary. You are smart enough to understand it at the first clue. You are certainly not a simple warrior. If you can understand the contradiction between the industrial worlds and the resource worlds due to the imbalance of regional economies, as a battle-type expert in the divinity transformation stage, you will only find the contradiction between the military and the family sex and interest groups easier to understand, right? Liao was slightly dazed. What is that? It's very simple. All the armies in the Imperium of true human beings belong to the Imperium in name, but there is actually not a united command and operation system. Even the control of the finance and the arm groups is not in the hands of the military. In fact, after hundreds of years of corruption from the nobles and the warlords, other than the imperial guards in the capital city who are as good as nothing, there are no troops that really belong to the Imperium at all. For most of the elite space fleets and crystal suit legions, their commandership, finance, and weapon provers are all controlled by the nobles, warlords, and sector masters. In other words, the Imperium's armies are just the private troops and the lackeys of the nobles. The simplest example is the troop Li Lingfeng brought earlier. Could they be called the Imperium's army? No. They were the Li family's army, or even just Li Lingfeng's. Technically speaking, they were just house servants. Liao nodded his head slowly. It was only natural at the end of a dynasty when the royal authority declined and the warlords rose. The troops that nominally belonged to the country or the emperor were in fact the private troops of the nobles and the warlords, who financed and supported the troops with crystal suits and starships. Naturally, the troops needed to and could only defend the interests of the nobles and the warlords. However, not every soldier of the Imperium is willing to be a house servant of a noble forever and die a worthless death in the competitions of the nobles. It is especially so for the young, vigorous, and ambitious officers who have great dreams and visions, and who still remember the glorious history of the Imperium in the age of Blackstar the Great. Her eyes bloodshot, Li Linghai declared, "Gather the private troops that are scattered in various worlds in the hands of the nobles into a magnificent, real army of the Imperium, so that the military can utter its own thunderous roar. Henceforth, they will only fight for the interests of the Imperium, for the civilization of mankind, and for His Majesty." That is the dream of countless hot-blooded young officers, who are willing to live and die for the future. Liao couldn't have agreed more on what Li Linghai said. Even the look that was full of hope and enthusiasm was no stranger to him. He had seen it countless times on the faces of the soldiers in the Federation. In a country that was at war all the time or faced with serious military pressure, it was very easy for the military to be condensed into a behemothtic beast and a destructible interest group in the first place. At the very least, it was the case in the Star Glory Federation. The military of the Federation boasted a very high power and had its own mines, purification plants, magical equipment factories, and war-related enterprises. It even had 1/3 of seats in the Parliament of the Federation. The military held 1/3 of the seats, the cultivation sects held another 1/3, and the ordinary people held the last 1/3. It was the basic balance of power in the federal parliament. It was needless to say that the Star Glory Federation worshipped valiance, and the soldiers enjoyed a very high social position. The Disabled Servicemen Association had extended its tentacles to every corner of society, maintaining the interests of the soldiers as much as possible. Of course, as a result of the virtuous cycle, the adolescents were encouraged to join the army to defend the Federation and the civilization. At the very least, during the 100 years from Liao's birth to the birth of the new Federation and the defeat of the Black Wind Fleet, the military of the Federation, as a gigantic beast, did make great contributions and sacrifices for the peace, unity of the Federation, and the happiness of the people. Certainly had its positive value. However, if the gigantic beast went out of control, it might still cause dire consequences. In the early years of the Star Glory Federation, there was already the case where the soldiers meddled in politics, overthrew the regime, and established a junta, forcing all the cultivators in the world to join the army that was known as Red Dragon Army. It was definitely a gory lesson. Also, just 100 years ago, Lu Zue, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, conspired with Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, an important leader of the military, and tried to hijack the entire country. As the ancient people put it, when you have the sharpest weapon, you will inevitably want to kill someone. When the soldiers grabbed chainswords and storm bolters, put on their crystal suits and stepped on starships, and surrounded by their comrades who were going to fight through life and death with them, they would easily congregate into an iron torrent that could sweep across the sea of stars within a breath. For the soldiers who were in the middle of the iron torrent, it was only natural that surging ambitions were ignited and the greatest responsibility for the country, the people, and the civilization of mankind dawned on them. They would crave to make accomplishments and realize their personal value while they saved the country. Therefore, it couldn't be more normal that the soldiers of the Imperium yearned to stop the current disunity where they were controlled by different nobles and to establish a united, strong, and glorious army. Perhaps the high-level commanders of the various space fleets and elite crystal suit legions on the army of the Imperium today were from the nobles in order to realize the highest control over the army. However, the middle and low-level officers, especially the bottom-level officers who had to fight hard in the front line, were not necessarily from the noble families, were they? As Li Linghai said just now, the high-level immortal cultivators of the Imperium were living longer and longer lives today. If the noble commander of a fleet did not move his place at all for 200 years but seemed healthy and comfortable enough to live for another 200 years, while Liao was a bottom-level officer who fought through life and death in the front line under his command, even Liao would certainly rise up. Right now, the wise people within the Imperium, including the hopeless bottom-level immortal cultivators, the sector masters, and mine owners who have been shorn in the resource worlds at the edge of the Imperium, the businessmen who wander in the sea of stars looking for business opportunities, but cannot enter the trades monopolized by the nobles, and the young officers who have dreams and visions, hoping to make accomplishments and save the country, all hate the guts of the noble families characterized by the four Kurfürst families. With her hands behind her back, Li Linghai said casually, while the brilliance that could pierce through the universe darted out of her eyes. From top to bottom, everybody can see the sharpest contradictions, everybody is holding back their discontentment, and everybody is craving for a world-changing reform to completely break the internally corrupted old system and establish a great and glorious new Imperium. You must be aware of the great strategic counterattack that the Imperium launched at the Covenant Alliance in the recent 10 years, don't you? It is the attack of the largest scale that the Imperium has waged on the Covenant Alliance in the past 100 years. The strength of the Imperium has all been dedicated to the war. Liao nodded his head heavily. It was exactly thanks to the great strategic counterattack that the Imperium was too occupied to investigate the Black Wind Fleet's real situation or to send a new expedition army to the Imperium, and the Federation was indirectly saved by it. How could Liao not know it? In fact, the noble families led by the four Kurfürst were not in favor of such a radical plan of strategic counterattack, as they had always been in the past 500 years. They were more inclined to defense in strategic decisions. Sometimes they even stayed in the fortresses and simply took the hit without doing anything. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai said coldly, "In many cases, it was not a military issue but a political one. The military strategies that were too radical had the risk of losing the entire game, which would seriously jeopardize the interests of the noble families. Clearing the border areas and staying back at the forts, however, could ensure the safety of their own territories and interests. What about the sectors that were ravaged at the borderland? They were not the nobles' territory after all, and the nobles could not care less about it. In the meantime, they could diminish the power of the recent risers by the hands of the Covenant Alliance in case new guys came to divide the cake. Why would they make any other choice? 100 years ago, at the borderland of the Imperium, a new armed force named Black Wind Fleet once appeared. It somehow survived the arduous wars and grew stronger and bigger as it fought on. People of the Black Wind Fleet were best known for their disobedience, brutality, and decisiveness, and they were likely to become the new dividers of the cake. But in the end, they collapsed. Even their mother world fell to the hands of the Covenant Alliance, which, of course, has been recovered right now. The collapse of the Black Wind Fleet was naturally partly because the Covenant Alliance attacked too vehemently, and they made mistakes in commanding. But was it also partly because the four Kurfürst families turned a blind eye to them and even tried to use the Covenant Alliance to eliminate the competitor? After all, having been born in the Li family, I have seen too many methods about how the Li family dealt with competitors in the past 1,000 years. However, 1,000 years after the Imperium's establishment, the internal contradictions of the country have escalated to such a point that even the four Kurfürst families cannot pretend that they do not see it anymore. An external war is always the best approach to transfer the internal contradictions. If a large-scale external war is not launched to transfer the resources, population, fury, and ambitions of the various parties in contradiction, a volcano would certainly erupt within the Imperium and turn the whole world upside down. That is exactly the real reason why the noble families have changed their norm and launched the largest strategic counterattack in the past 500 years together with the new warlords at the peripheral worlds, the young officers at the fleets and legions, and the low-level immortal cultivators who crave for accomplishments. The Queen's detailed introduction made Liao greatly enlightened. He had a deeper understanding of the political ecology and the balance of forces in the Imperium of true human beings right now. The idea at the beginning was good. Observing the look on Liao's face, Li Linghai went on calmly. The sectors, world fragments, and resource planets that are recovered in the strategic counterattack could be distributed to the smaller nobles, the governors of remote worlds, the bottom-level officers who rose in the recent hundreds of years, and all the other experts who did not earn enough in the first 500 years. Even the royal family can be given 1 or 2 worlds to expand the territory that is directly under the emperor's lead. In such a way, the contradictions between each other can be resolved, and a new common understanding of interests can be reached. However, is it because the 4 Kurfürst families are scared that the new interest groups will continue to expand after getting the new territory and eventually threaten their reign, and thereby take action in case they are attacked? Or is it simply because they can't change their habits? All in all, the 4 Kurfürst encouraged the young officers and small sects under their commands, as well as the warlords and experts in the remote worlds, to join the strategic counterattack, promising that they would all benefit from it. But the Covenant alliance was certainly not a pushover. In the arduous war, the young bottom-level officers, the small sects, and the new warlords in remote worlds paid the most sacrifices and suffered most losses to recover the lost lands. However, now that the Imperium has recovered all the territories lost in the past 1,000 years and driven the Covenant alliance back to their barren nest 1,000 years ago, and the defense line is stabilized again, the aristocrats and the noble families all begin to regret about how the cake should be divided. When the dozens of worlds were still heavily guarded by the Covenant alliance, it was easy for them to make the decision to give the worlds away. However, now that the worlds are re-embraced by the Imperium and ready to be tasted like cherry and lychee that have been washed, how can the ill-natured noble families bear to deliver them to somebody else's mouth? Not only are they willing to watch other people carve up the dozens of worlds ravenously, they even think that they are smart enough to find an opportunity in it. It must be noted that in the gory strategic counterattack, the smaller sects, the relatively independent space fleets, and the sector masters of the remote worlds all suffered heavy casualties. They are exhausted and running out of supplies, and they are far away from their own camp too, in an environment that they are not familiar with. Many of the war assets have to be supplied by the 4 Kurfürst families, so their necks are already grabbed by the big nobles. Isn't it the best opportunity to swallow all of them? Not only will it be unnecessary to give the dozens of newly earned worlds to anybody else, but even the territory of the small nobles and new warlords can also be swallowed too, to ensure their reigning status in the Imperium. For the 4 Kurfürst families, isn't it a stone that kills 2 birds? It is exactly what is on the mind of the swine. Narrowing his eyes, Liao analyzed the situation of the Imperium with the lessons that he learned in the Star Glory Federation. He mumbled, "It is true that greed often means stupidity. Those swine are truly not giving them any choice." Exactly. The big nobles and their families led by the 4 Kurfürst families have really underestimated other people's strength. They are now pushing everybody to their opposite side. Li Linghai looked at Liao with both compliments and surprise. Under normal circumstances, their decision may not be bad, because any small sect, fleet drifting in space, or master of a remote world at the periphery of the Imperium will be no match for the 4 Kurfürst families at all. The Imperium is simply too vast and boundless. Any 2 random sectors may be hundreds of light years away from each other. It is barely possible for the experts, warlords, and bottom-level young officers to be united to oppose the big nobles at the center of the cosmos. However, the war in the past 10 years changed everything. The elites of countless worlds jumped to the front line of the fierce fight between the Imperium and the Covenant alliance from every corner of the universe. They fought together through life and death, sometimes pushing forward unstoppably together, and sometimes trying their best to save each other's life. Many young officers and the newly rising experts became good friends. Also, in the strategic counterattack of such an enormous scale, the army of any world cannot fight on its own. It was often the case that a couple or even a dozen fleets had to take part in a battle together, which inevitably required a coalition command center. As the saying goes, when the general is at war, he does not take orders from the king. In an ever-changing battlefield, The independent judgments and decisions from the commander in the front line are required in many situations. The coalition command center expanded after each other. For the first time ever, the army of the Imperium had its own brain, veins, and nerval network, awakening its strength. More importantly, scared of casualties, the big nobles intentionally let the young bottom-level officers, the newly rising experts, and the warlords from the remote worlds to lead the vanguard and bite the hard bones. While the strength of the latter was greatly consumed, the most determined, dangerous, and dreadful of them were also screened out during the cruel eliminations. It is always the truth of training that the best is left after a filtering. In the arduous war, countless middle and low-level immortal cultivators, unfortunately, passed away as cannon fodder gone in the wind, but some people also grew rapidly and became heroes of the new time with the military credits, experience, and prestige they earned through the battles. They also realized their situation and were filled with wrath and ambitions. When such an army that has just finished a decade of cruel battles, full of patriotism and war experience, and has an effective command system is about to be dismembered by the major families again, retrograding from the glorious sabers that fought for the country and the civilization into the house servants and lackeys of the nobles, who will even have to fight against their comrades whom they fought side by side with yesterday for the interests of the big nobles. What attitude do you think the army will hold? What will the young officers who are as vigorous as blooming flowers and who are proud of the civilization of mankind? Perhaps since the moment the Imperium waged a war on the Covenant Alliance, a transformation that is destined to shatter the stars has already begun. In the Imperium today, the wild tides in the ocean have been gathered. From the capital to the border, from the gloomy world sector to the floating river sector, from the engine cabins of the flagships of the big nobles to the assault teams of the crystal suit legions of the small warlords, a ubiquitous alliance is taking shape at a visible speed, and it will soon let out the roars that will shock the 3,000 sectors. The queen of the Imperium smashed her fist hard with the same look on her face that Liao had seen on Xianxia, Lu Zue, Zhou Zhengdao, and extraterrestrial devil Emotion. It was a strength that had absolutely nothing to do with levels. Even if Liao's heart did constrict violently, it was not because of Li Linghai's strength that was beyond the divinity transformation stage, but because of a certain strength that was even more dreadful than the divinity transformation stage. He had long known that an unparalleled expert like Li Linghai couldn't have been fighting for such a mundane purpose like power, but he did not expect that Li Linghai's ambitions were as huge either. It was exactly like what she said herself. She was trying to save the Imperium. It was also exactly as what her brother Li Lingfeng said from the perspective of the four Kurfürst families. She was going to destroy the Imperium. Liao took a deep breath. He must not show any weakness right now. Looking Li Linghai in the eyes, he said solemnly, "May I know the content of the roar in advance?" The queen of the Imperium stared at Liao thoughtfully, as if she were completely shattering the armor on his eyeballs and peeking at the deepest part of his soul. After observing for 10 seconds, the queen smiled. A real immortal cultivator is never scared of admitting their belief. Li Linghai said gently, "Besides, no lies can deceive a divinity transformation stage expert like you for long. If we can really cooperate, I want it to be done when we are completely honest with each other and after we learn each other's ideas and goals. Otherwise, I would rather we go separate ways right now. After all, if two divinity transformation stage experts in the same organization have to be wary of each other, it will be a great internal burden, won't it? That is why I'm willing to be honest with you since the beginning. Now that I have told you so many things, why would I keep the most important slogan to myself? Our roar is very simple. Honor the majesty and settle the rebellions in the Shunwu reform." Liao. Well, he understood the first part of the sentence clearly, but what exactly was Shenwu? Thinking quickly, he immediately realized that Shunwu was the era name of the current emperor. The Imperium of true human beings followed ancient traditions. Other than chronology with the continuous calendar of the Imperium since its foundation, every emperor had a different era name after they acceded to the throne. Era names were different from posthumous titles. Both officially and unofficially, it was well accepted that the emperor could be referred to by their era name. Generally speaking, an emperor would only use one era name in their entire life. After all, the puppet emperors at the center of power struggles often did not have a long, natural longevity. They would often pass away after they were on the throne for no more than 100 years. However, some of the emperors would adopt a second era name if any event that involved the entire imperium took place. For example, the emperor of the imperium today, Li Linghai's husband, had the era name of Tianzheng when he acceded to the throne. So, he could be respected as Emperor Tianzheng. However, 20 years ago, the war machine of the imperium began to fulminate, and all the fleets were preparing their soldiers for the strategic counterattack on the Covenant alliance, ready to clear their disgrace. In order to bolster the troops and the people, the era name was changed into Xunwu as a symbol of the rising martial power of the imperium. Naturally, the previous Emperor Tianzheng was renamed into Emperor Xunwu. This year was the year 1079 of the imperium's calendar and year 18 of Xunwu. It was quite obvious what Xunwu reform meant. Looking at Li Linghai's sincere and zealous look, Li Yao couldn't help but ask, "Honor the majesty and settle the rebellions?" "I know who the rebellions are. They are, without a doubt, the noble families, including the four Kurfürsten. But I wonder which majesty are you honoring exactly? Is it His Majesty or Her Majesty?" Li Linghai looked at him coldly. Li Yao went on without giving in at all. Both Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan said that Emperor Xunwu, who seems awesome with feats close to his ancestors, is in fact just your puppet. I am not sure if they were exaggerating, but I'm certain about one thing. If your grace did find the imperial transcendence sector, and found the enormous heritages of the Supreme Emperor from 10,000 years ago, I'm afraid that you never shared them with your husband, today's Emperor Xunwu, right? Li Linghai stared at Li Yao for a long time before she finally closed her eyes that felt like sabers. She said casually, "If you think that I am trying to be a female emperor who dominates the sea of stars, as the stupid pig Li Lingfeng said, you are greatly underestimating me." A female emperor? The Supreme Emperor was honored as the highest lord of mankind 10,000 years ago. But so what? Is he anything more than a pile of dry bones today after 10,000 years? If I have earned everything through the heritages of the Supreme Emperor, how can I not see through such a simple logic? Believe it or not, I am not interested in becoming a female emperor or the highest dictator in any form. However, I am very interested in establishing a powerful central government. A queen, an emperor, and even the Supreme Emperor will eventually die. But a powerful, efficient, and honest central government is likely to lead mankind to sail forward bravely in the dark universe in the next 10,000 years. The many problems that the Imperium has today, including those regarding the suffering of the people which you cultivators find intolerable, boil down to the weakness of the central government. The local hegemonies such as the four Kurfürsten have taken the opportunity to rise, and the internal attritions are worse and worse. The resources have been completely misconfigured. To resolve the problems that neither you nor me wish to see, a powerful central government is the prerequisite and the foundation. As for the external form of the grand government, I don't really care about it whether it is a brilliant but autocratic emperor or a parliament under the constitutional monarchy. In many cases, I am even more inclined to the latter. Therefore, the majesty that we are honoring is neither His Majesty nor Her Majesty, and it certainly has nothing to do with a female emperor. You can understand it as authority. It is a very powerful central government, a powerful parliament symbolized by an emperor or a queen as the spiritual leader, and a magnificent army under the leadership of the parliament. The powerful central government, which regards the emperor as a spiritual leader, will be made of the elites of all classes and all space zones, including the middle and low-level immortal cultivators and the leaders of remote worlds, in order to ensure everyone's interests as much as possible. It will be completely different from the Council of Elders, which is controlled by the four Kurfürst families and lurking in the capital city right now. Li Yao had long heard that in the court of the capital today, while the emperor was the theoretical highest authority, it was in fact the Council of Elders that managed the state affairs. Of the 500 elders of the Imperium, except for part of the members that served as decorations, most of them were from the major noble families and sects, and more than half of them were connected to the four Kurfürst families one way or another. From what Li Linghai had said, it seemed that she was determined to uproot the Council of Elders together with the 500 elders. It was truly bold and insane. The more she talked, the more frank and passionate Li Linghai became. She extended 5 fingers and said, "Honoring the majesty, settling the rebellions, and establishing a powerful central government is only the first step. If the first step works out, there will be 4 steps to make next. First of all, the public education of the Imperium must be greatly supported, especially the early education targeting the hominoids. The country will pay for the tailor-made training packages, including nutrition tonics, strengthening drugs, and corresponding teachers, which will be provided for the hominoid children under 7 for free to ensure that every hominoid with potentials in training can be distinguished. If they show no potentials in training by 7 in such an absolutely fair environment of education, the country should not be held responsible for whatever becomes of them later, should it? Secondly, an anti-fraud and anti-corruption agency must be established directly under the command of the Emperor or the Supreme Parliament. For now, they can be regrouped from the seasoned warriors in the army of the Imperium. They will be given the power that is only secondary to the Parliament and patrol in the universe for misconduct under the royal decree. The anti-fraud and anti-corruption team will be responsible for investigating and preventing the dishonesty and embezzlement problems of the civil officials, especially when they conspire with each other for their own benefits, to ensure that the contribution point system, the foundation of the Imperium, can be really fair and open. The channel of ascension for the bottom-level immortal cultivators will be kept unblocked. Not a single talent will be overshadowed by the noble families. Thirdly, the public infrastructures must be pushed forward, particularly the space gates and the spiritual nexus highways that spans multiple sectors. In the Imperium right now, because of the weak central government, the local leaders and warlords have risen, and many of them consider their neighbors as competitors. As a result, the construction of the space gates and the spiritual nexus has been delayed. Under many circumstances, it is not because they are incapable of building them but because of local protectionism and the selfish interests of the warlords. If we can increase the number of space gates in the Imperium by 5 times and the data interaction bases floating in the space by 10 times, which will improve the average net speed of the whole Imperium by at least 300% in 100 years, how much help will they provide for the development of the comprehensive national strength of the Imperium? It will be an explosive leap and inestimable progress. If we can really achieve that, is the alliance of the Holy Covenant that has retreated to its lair licking its wounds in silence really a threat at all? Completely destroying the Covenant alliance and uniting the whole world of humans after 10,000 years will only be a starting point for the Imperium of true human beings. Our expedition is destined to be the sea of stars and the end of the universe. Concentrate all the resources, hot blood, and courage of the civilization of mankind, produce bigger, faster starships that can jump more times, and develop the unknown space zones beyond the 3,000 sectors that are 100 times vaster. Fight for greater space of survival for the civilization of mankind with the swords of the Imperium. That is our destiny and the significance for the real immortal cultivators. When the 5 policies are combined, it will be Shunwu reform and the rebirth of the Imperium and even the entire civilization of mankind. Bellowing so far, Li Linghai clenched her fists hard, and passionate redness was vaguely emitting from her white hair and her transparent eyes. Li Yao, well? Still dwelling in the wonderful future that she had envisioned. Li Linghai was obviously not happy with Li Yao's response. She frowned and said, "What's wrong? Do you not agree with our ideas?" "I wouldn't say that." Li Yao scratched his chin and said, "This is certainly a beautifully drawn pie that almost makes you feel its deliciousness. Even I feel more or less tempted as an unwavering cultivator. However, there was once an emergent food on Firefly named fast noodles, whose decoration and whose content were often totally different. Their advertisements were not to be believed at all. While your magnificent dreams are truly refreshing to hear, I do have a question. Of the 5 fingers that you have extended, you will have to invest infinite money and resources to accomplish any single one, right? Do you have so much money and so many resources in the heritages of the Supreme Emperor that you have gotten your hands on?" Li Linghai shook her head and admitted frankly, Not exactly. No relics or heritages can achieve everything. Liao said, then the massive public education, infrastructure constructions, or exploration of the space zones beyond the 3,000 sectors to find more space of survival for mankind sound like great plans that will bankrupt any government easily with all the money that they require. Where do you plan to find the capital to put them into practice? I don't suppose you are just drawing the pie instead of actually making it just in order to deceive the ignorant teenagers? Li Linghai smiled and said unhurriedly, just because I don't have does not mean that the 4 Kurfürst families do not have, and just because I don't have the money right now doesn't mean I won't have it after the 4 families are completely crushed and the wealth they accumulated before is squeezed out of their fat bodies. Right? Liao nodded his head, feeling that his eyes were losing focus. That does make sense. Confiscate everything from the 4 Kurfürst families and regard the fat from their bodies as the first bucket of gold for the rise of the Imperium. It does make a lot more sense now. So, are you willing to join us sincerely and carry out the mission to the end, to avoid the many tragedies of mankind, including what happened to Firefly, from happening again? Li Linghai extended her hand at Li Yao solemnly. Despite our different stances, you will have to admit that our new Imperium is much better than the old Imperium that has fallen to the hands of the noble families, right? At the very least, the hominoids or the ordinary people will have more rights, a fairer environment of competition, and a channel of ascension that is smoother than they have in the old Imperium. I cannot lie to you that every hominoid in the new Imperium can live a good, happy, and carefree life, but I promise you that my fellow immortal cultivators and I will try to create such an environment where hominoids will have their chances to become true human beings without any external interferences as long as they have some potentials and are willing to work hard. Think about it. If the hominoids have better chances to become true human beings, it transpires that the class of the hominoids is improved as a whole. For the first-generation immortal cultivators whose brothers and sisters are all hominoids, how can they really be cold-blooded enough to really abandon their family? They will certainly try their best to help their hominoid relatives and achieve a reasonable configuration of social benefits. This sort of agrees with the ideas of the cultivators, right? So, as long as you are not one of those obstinate fundamentalist cultivators who refuse to accept anything new but truly consider the happiness of the hominoids, is there any reason why you shouldn't join us? Blinking his eyes for a long time, Li Yao said, it sounds fair enough, but I wonder, who does US include right now? Has your grace truly gathered the unorganized dissidents in your hands into indestructible iron and rocks? Li Linghai's eyes flashed. She smiled and said, it is truly difficult to convince someone in the divinity transformation stage. You are too smart. Yes, I'm not going to lie to you. Although many people are unsatisfied with what the 4 Kurfürst families have been doing, they have governed the Imperium for hundreds of years after all, and their reign is outstretched and flawless. It is certainly not an easy task to gather the oppositions who each have their own plan, is it? Even if we have all the favorable conditions, I estimate that it will take at least a year and a half to finish the association that will involve the entire Imperium. The 4 Kurfürst families are not made of dead people. They will certainly sense my intention in the meantime and be shocked by my real strength. By then, they will stop me through all kinds of shameless methods, including personal assassination. While I am not a defenseless woman, it is inappropriate for me to take action in many situations, and I do need a bodyguard in the divinity transformation stage with a tough combat ability. I'll be like a tiger that grows wings if you join my cause. It will be easier for me to deal with a lot of emergencies. Therefore, your arrival is perhaps really a sign that the Imperium will rise again. I'm really in need of you right now, so whatever conditions you have, just bring them out. I know that a divinity transformation stage cultivator like you will certainly not be attracted by heavenly materials and earthly treasures or fame and fortunes. If your conditions are about policies and ideology, for example, better treatment for the hominoids, you can tell them to me right now. I'll consider them as long as they are not too outrageous. Looking at the Queen's earnest and passionate eyes, Li Yao scratched his cheeks for a long time again before he said slowly, let's not rush into the negotiation of conditions yet. I still feel that your Grace's plan has a fatal loophole. Li Linghai's eyes shone brilliantly. What loophole? The Covenant Alliance, of course. People of the Covenant Alliance are merely emotionless. but they are not deaf, blind, or dead. Will they simply wait and watch us complete the honor the majesty and settle the rebellions in the Shenwu reform? They will definitely charge at the Imperium and crush it when the internal conflicts within the Imperium have a complete outbreak. Li Yao asked sincerely. I don't believe that your grace has never considered the question before. Or are you confident that the Covenant Alliance will just stay back for 100 years while watching the old Imperium transform into a new, stronger one? Of course, the Covenant Alliance will not stand by and watch. They will attack us in search of benefits. The Queen was not perplexed by the fatal question at all. With utmost confidence beaming out of her eyes, she smiled casually. However, believe me, nothing can stop the rise of the civilization of mankind. All in all, the Imperium will be a sure winner. Li Yao was at a loss for words. He knew that Queen Li Linghai might be an insane, hopeless, and complete gambler, but she was certainly not a self-deceiving idiot. Now that Li Linghai was confident in defeating the alliance of the Holy Covenant while dealing with the four Kurfürst families and reforming the Imperium, she must have a certain strength that Li Yao was unaware of yet, one whose success rate was quite remarkable. Perhaps it was the greatest secret about Li Linghai, concerning the mysterious heritages from the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago that she had inherited. Li Linghai would definitely not tell him the truth about the secret easily, or anybody else in the deep-sea fleet for that matter. The communication so far had taken a lot of time despite the high efficiency of the high-level experts. Li Linghai handled the intelligence while she spoke to Li Yao, and she was already done with almost 100 pieces of complicated intelligence. Pretending to be hesitating, Li Yao thought for a moment and said, You do have a point, Your Grace. Now that the Star Ocean Republic is no more and Firefly has been completely destroyed, there seems no place for me in the vast universe right now. I'm willing to be at the service of Your Grace wholeheartedly, on the grounds that the morals of the cultivators are not violated. But I will require a small sector, which will be authorized as a special area after the cause is reached, and I'll adopt the system of the cultivators in the sector. Is that acceptable for Your Grace? Of course. In a look of, I know you will propose such a demand, Li Linghai smiled. With your combat ability in the divinity transformation stage, as long as you make slight contributions for the great cause of reform, is there any problem at all for you to work as the master of a certain sector? It will be your freedom to administrate your sector provided that it is not against the law of the Imperium. On the other hand, considering your special identity, I can even help you get certain policies beyond the range of the law of the Imperium for your special area. Li Yao was overjoyed. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao said again, I still believe in the excellency of the path of the cultivators. If a certain policy is deemed effective in my sector, is it possible to promote it in the national range? Li Linghai pondered a moment and smiled. Why not? In any case, our ultimate goal is the same, which is the rise of the civilization of mankind. The real immortal cultivators are not natural-born sadists. If a certain policy makes the lives of the hominoids more comfortable without harming the overall interests of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, is there any reason why it should not be promoted nationwide? After all, both the true human beings and the hominoids are the subjects of His Majesty. Li Yao still wanted to say something, but Li Linghai waved her hands to interrupt him. This is all about the future. You can wait until the four Kurfürst families are really eliminated. If you truly give unparalleled performances in the battle, not just one sector, even a couple of sectors will not be entirely impossible, or you may become the most powerful man in court. By then, you will naturally be able to better carry out your influence and raise valuable suggestions for the major policies of the Imperium. There is no need to talk about them right now, is there? Getting to the bottom of it, you and I will both be screwed if we fail, and everything I promise you right now will be just a dream, right? Li Yao said in hesitation. You do have a point, Your Grace, but I'm afraid that you were wrong about one thing. Oh? Li Linghai was slightly dazed. What was it? Rubbing his hands, Li Yao said, his eyes rolling quickly. Just now, you said that a divinity transformation stage cultivator such as myself would never be attracted by heavenly materials and earthly treasures or fame and fortunes. That is not necessarily the case. In fact, after we get to know each other better, you will realize that I am in fact a very casual and approachable man without the haughtiness of a top expert in the divinity transformation stage at all. Apart from the discussions on ideas, I generally do not say no to treasures, fame, fortune, strengthening drugs, amazing arts, or powerful magical equipment. Besides, when I escaped from my hometown, I did not carry many belongings with me in the first place, and my Cosmos ring is now already empty. My Colossus, the only treasure, is now almost wasted too. It is in dire need of maintenance and upgrading. Therefore, while I am sincerely hoping to cooperate with your grace and make contributions to the establishment of the new Imperium, well, Li Yao blinked at Li Linghai quickly with a greedy smile. Li Linghai was both stunned and amused. That is not a problem at all. Dragon Abyss is my secret flagship when I'm on a trip. It has all kinds of resources and training and maintenance facilities. Now that you are my personal bodyguard, you are naturally free to use any of them. Having recruited a useful subordinate in the divinity transformation stage, the queen was obviously delighted. She said, "If they are not enough, there will be a plethora of magical equipment for you to pick after we return to Deep Sea Palace, my secret base. We will stay in the Deep Sea Palace for 5 days before we return to the capital. You can change the appearance of your crystal suit and your Colossus in the meantime. Of course, for safety reasons, I still advise you to change to another crystal suit that is less eye-catching. After we return to the capital, it will be the time for Vulture Li Yao to distinguish himself and rise unstoppably. You may go to the resource warehouse and the maintenance workshop if you don't have any questions. Right? Li Lingfeng's Colossus is still waiting to be handled in the maintenance workshop, but the power units have been too seriously and weirdly damaged. The refiners on Dragon Abyss all feel that it is very tricky. You were the one who caused the damage, right? Do you want to take a look at it? I'll give you the highest clearance in operation." Li Yao's eyes were glittering when the topic turned to the Colossus, like a weasel that had smelled chicken soup. He mumbled, "I almost can't wait anymore. Then leave now, right? Bring him with you." The queen nodded at Li Jialing, who was standing nearby, and said indifferently, "Go to my personal warehouse of crystal suits and pick a suitable crystal suit for him. Then, adjust it as you see fit and teach him how to use it. I do not want to see him in such an ugly and stupid look again." The eyes of the young man, or the young lion, bulged out again. Li Yao hurried to grab Li Jialing's neck and dragged him away. "Understood, Your Grace." On the pathway to the maintenance workshop, Li Yao followed Tu Zhengdao, the deputy leader of the Deep Sea Legion, forward while dragging Li Jialing, who was still struggling hard in his armpit. Inside his brain, the mental devil's slightly high-pitched voice came over. "Are you really going to work with Li Linghai in her so-called reform?" Li Yao replied, "Or what? We are here to look for the queen and to investigate the truth of the Imperium for the first time. Now we have snuck into the heart of the Imperium and become the queen's personal bodyguard. I say it is a huge success. However, don't you feel that a divided Imperium is more in the interests of the Federation than an Imperium with concentrated power, an invincible army, and zealous people?" The mental devil said solemnly, "By the way, I don't really care about it. After all, my strength grows when I feed on negative emotions and dark energy. What the queen does actually fits my appetite quite well. I'm just curious why you would agree to it. First of all, a weak Imperium is not necessarily more favorable for the Federation than a powerful Imperium," Li Yao said. "Don't forget that our original purpose is to achieve a certain balance between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance so that the Federation can secure the greatest advantage in the game as a new player. Neither the Imperium being too strong nor being too weak is in the interests of the Federation. If the Imperium is mired in the current chaos, or a confusing civil war breaks out in the competition for the new territory, the Covenant Alliance might take advantage of the weakness and completely demolish the Imperium. That will be even more terrible than having a new Imperium," the mental devil said. But Li Yao smiled, his eyes not half as obscure as when he talked to Li Linghai a moment ago. He said confidently, "Besides, I don't think that the reform is going to be as easy as the Queen has described just now. Did you not hear it? The Queen's eloquent speech sounds fancy and sophisticated. But if we get to the bottom of it, she still fails to address the old system and the most fundamental contradiction. She is just trying to confiscate everything from the four Kurfürst families, so that the temporary conflicts in the Imperium right now can be temporarily soothed with the bloody capitals earned through the confiscation. Perhaps her prescription will prove more or less effective in the next 1 to 200 years, but it will not cure the root of the disease. In another 200 years, after the mountains of gold dug from the four Kurfürst families are used up, and the Imperium still can't find new living space and resources beyond the 3,000 sectors, what can be done? Wouldn't the previous vicious cycle be back again? Even the most fair and honest parliament will degenerate into the Council of Elders of the Imperium today. It is exactly because I believe in the correctness of the path of the cultivators that I am sure that the Queen's approach will not work out, and that the new Imperium in her dream will forever be a dream. She talks as if it were a simple task. But is it really so easy to be implanted? Besides, have you felt that the Queen is absolutely not as calm and aloof as she appears to be? She is in fact an extremely insane gambler, and she is going to take the gamble however risky it is. With or without me, or even if I stay on her opposite side, she would still go down on the path of obstinacy until the end. With that in mind, we can only agree with her for now and take part in the reform to figure out what her greatest leverage actually is, so that we can find a way to pull the chaotic situation in the Imperium to the direction that is most in favor of the Star Glory Federation. The mental devil said, "It does make sense. In any case, considering the size of only 10 or so sectors at the edge of the cosmos, it is impossible for the Star Glory Federation to fully take over the center of the cosmos despite the enhancement of the Nuwa warship and the Kunlun relics. In the hundreds of prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos, there is bound to be one or more regimes. It may be the old Imperium, the new Imperium, or any other country. Whatever the regime is, the true path of immortality is not going to be forgotten anytime soon, considering that it has been spread in this area for 1,000 years and well believed by the people. Now that the Star Glory Federation is not ready to march to the center of the cosmos yet, we can only seek the second best option right now, which is to create an Imperium that fits our appetite better." Liao nodded his head. "That is exactly what I meant. Given the sharp contradictions in the Imperium of true human beings, even if there is not a queen in white such as Li Linghai, there will always be a queen in red, queen in green, or queen in purple who comes up with another version of reform. A storm that sweeps across the entire center of the cosmos seems inevitable now. For me, on one hand, I hope a new Imperium that is more favorable for the interests of the Star Glory Federation will show up after the storm. On the other hand, I also hope that the ordinary people do not suffer much pain and loss during the storm, and that they can really earn something for themselves in the collapse of the four Kurfürst families." The mental devil chuckled. "Of course, if we truly make great contributions to the reform and become an important member of the government of the new Imperium, ha 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 ha, it certainly will be very awesome. We are experts in the divinity transformation stage after all, and we are the Queen's close subordinates. If her crazy plan does work out, it will seem quite unnecessary to hide our past, and it will really be quite possible for us to be the most important official in the court. Ding Lingdang is the speaker of the Star Glory Federation. How about we help the Queen establish a parliament for the new Imperium and be a speaker too?" "Well," Liao thought for a moment and said, "You know that I am not interested in fame and fortune. I do not want to be the most powerful official in court after all. In fact, I want to get as far away from it as possible. However, now that we are talking about it, it's true that I want to observe how the storm that sweeps across the Imperium will take place at the closest distance. Do you know? After hearing what the Queen said, I've been studying Blackstar the Great. What kind of person was Wu Yingqi exactly? More than 100 years ago, when I listened to Su Changfa talking about Blackstar the Great in the Kunlun relic, he struck me as a ruthless, brutal man who would do anything for power. Later, the files that I got from Firefly further built up the impression. He was just a pure evil man. However, Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, held a different view. He did not worship Blackstar the Great blindly but analyzed the policies in Wu Yingqi's age. At the very least, for the merchants who did not come from noble backgrounds, the age of Blackstar the Great was the golden years that were full of changes and opportunities. It was much better than the suffocating environment of the Imperium right now that is monopolized by the nobles and magnates. Today, the Queen has said so again. Although she must have been exaggerating something, she might not be entirely pointless. Everybody has their own theory. I'm really confused about what Black Star the Great was like in history, actually. The mental devil yawned and said, "History is a fancy-looking bitch in the first place who does not speak anything truthfully. She is exactly what you want her to be like. But however sincere you are to her, and even if you think that she is sincere to you, it is impossible for you to figure out her realist look. Aren't you simply upsetting yourself by considering such questions?" Liao smiled. "Perhaps you're right. I thought it through now. It does matter what Black Star the Great was actually like. Perhaps he was truly an unpardonable fiend, but such a moralistic judgment is utterly meaningless for a founding emperor. Is Black Star the Great any different from the founding emperors of so many powerful dynasties in history? For example, what is the difference between him and the founding emperor of the Great Qian dynasty in the ancient sages sector? Perhaps when they first built their enterprise, they all had their ambitions, hoping to change the problems of the past, make unprecedented accomplishments, and climb higher and higher mountains with their people and their civilizations. I don't believe that Black Star the Great's original purpose was to establish an evil empire to brutally exploit the ordinary people, which would have been too low for him, right? However, everybody has their limits. Both their life and their cause cannot resist the passage and corrosion of time. Even the most splendid palace has its day of rotting and collapsing. The greatest ambitions and visions will still be swallowed by the selfish desires in the deepest part of the mind. The mental devil said, "Well, you are suddenly acting like a sophisticated poet. I'm having goosebumps. What are you trying to say exactly?" After a long silence, Liao said, "I want to say that I'm somewhat scared to see the Imperium of true human beings in its current status." The mental devil found it odd. "Why?" "It is exactly because the Imperium is in a mess that it does not have the time to attack the Federation. If the Imperium were in unity, the Federation would have been long crushed." Taking a deep breath, Liao said gloomily, "I'm scared that I will turn into another Black Star the Great." The mental devil hesitated for a long time before saying, "Well, I think your worries are ungrounded, and there should be a limit to your shamelessness. Regardless of Black Star the Great's side, and even if he was an unparalleled fiend, he at least united hundreds of the most prosperous sectors at the edge of the cosmos. He was the second greatest person next to the Supreme Emperor in the past 10,000 years. You are a dominator of 3 sectors at the edge of the cosmos at best, which is partly the result of your disciple Jin Xinyue's vehement promotion. If you are recorded in the official history of the Imperium, you will be nothing more than a barbarian master of a remote land. There's no need to be scared at all. Really, just do whatever you want. You can't become Black Star the Great in the next 1,000 years. Rest assured about that. Try to get what I'm saying." Liao said, "I am not talking about feats and sizes but the common conundrums that we are faced with. Leaving the ideology issues aside, is the Star Glory Federation today any different from the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago or the Star Ocean Republic several thousand years ago? They are all just born, full of vigor and ambitions, without many burdens from the past or interest groups that are too powerful. There are even benefits in many aspects that can accelerate the development of the country, improve the happiness of the people, and soothe the conflicts of different groups. But what will happen a few hundred years later? When the benefits from the Kunlun relic and the Nuwa worship run out, and the interest groups grow to the point that their greed and ambitions are awakened, what will happen? It can be seen from the collapse of the Star Ocean Republic. The immortal cultivators such as Su Changfa, Di Feiwen, and Li Linghai, and the cultivators from Firefly such as Cui Lingfeng and Tang Zhengdong, all agreed that the Star Ocean Republic was indeed too sick to be saved at its last years. In other words, Cultivators is not an elixir that can cure all diseases. You cannot ensure that you will stay uncorrupted, pure, bright, and righteous just by carving the word cultivator on your forehead. Cultivators can degenerate too, like those in the last years of the Star Ocean Republic. They were even corrupted to such an extent that the ordinary people chose Blackstar the Great over them. Perhaps, while the cultivators and the immortal cultivators are against each other, they are faced with a common foe, which is something deep inside humanity. Who can ensure that the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation will never be changed? Will the Star Glory Federation become the Star Ocean Republic in its last years and the Imperium of true human beings today several hundred years later? Will a class of powerful families and magnates that can swallow the country show up? The mental devil said, "You'll have to ask yourself the question. Getting to the bottom of it, your group is exactly the biggest and most influential one in the Federation. Yes, that's why I said that I'm scared that I will turn into the next Blackstar the Great." Liao said, "Think about it. I was only away from the Federation for 100 years, and Xianxia was already capable of bragging me into dominator of 3 sectors and founding father of the Federation. While I do appreciate my disciples' fidelity, everything has limits. After all, a hat of dominator of 3 sectors is big enough for such a casual and low-key person such as myself. I won't be able to hold it anymore if it grows any bigger. Imagine this. The Star Glory Federation truly has a chance to march to the center of the cosmos a few hundred years later, establishing an enterprise that is even greater than the Imperiums today, and I have already died or been away in search of Earth by then. But Liao's group still exists and expands abnormally into a Kurfürst family, in a different form, and I am embroidered into some sort of Master of Stars or King of Kings who far exceeds Blackstar the Great. Then, they do all kinds of bad things under my name and let me take the blame. Eventually, a new hero rises in public indignity and overthrows the Federation, and I am described as an unpardonable fiend in the new history books. Wouldn't I be terribly wronged in such a case? The mental devil was dazed for a long time. That does make sense. Now that you put it in such a way, I am feeling somewhat sympathetic for Blackstar the Great. The competition of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance will probably last for another hundreds of years, won't it? But I can't wait that long. As long as the 3 parties reach a balance, I will definitely set off to search for Earth, my earliest origins. Liao threw away her casualness and said most solemnly, "However, I do not want to leave a federation that is full of hidden problems and may repeat the fate of the Star Ocean Republic and the Imperium of true human beings when I leave for Earth. I do not want to see a divided and corrupted Star Glory Federation, just like what the Imperium is today when I return to the universe after I accomplish my missions on Earth." The mental devil said, "Then, what are you going to do? The problem you said just now carries no solutions at all." Liao said with a smile, "Exactly. The problem that so many ancient monarchs and even Blackstar the Great have failed to address is certainly too difficult for me, who is only good at refining and fighting, to resolve, if I can understand it at all. So I have thought everything through. Since I do not have the wisdom to solve the problem, I might as well be a pair of dutiful eyes for the Federation." The mental devil asked suspiciously, "Eyes for the Federation?" "Yes. The Imperium of true human beings is in the middle of an outbreak of conflicts that have been accumulated for 1,000 years and an unprecedentedly drastic transformation. I don't know how to change the Federation, and it is barely possible for me to completely change the Imperium with my own hands. So, I might as well be the eye of the Federation and observe how the Imperium of true human beings is going to fix the problems. I don't think that the reformists led by the Queen will succeed, but even the lessons of failure will still be very valuable. I will observe everything at the closest distance and record the changes that are happening in the Imperium. One day I will bring what I have seen, heard, and experienced in person back to the Federation, hoping that the politicians, educators, economists, and sociologists who are 100 times smarter than me, and even every future citizen of the Federation, can learn something from the lessons of the Imperium. Everybody can work and think together to prevent the Star Glory Federation from repeating the mistakes of the ancient dynasties, the Star Ocean Republic, and the Imperium of true human beings, to avoid the swirl of degeneration that has looped for 10,000 years, and to create a better future. If I can really do that well, I will be able to search for Earth without any guilt. The things in the future can be left to the hands of the future people. Haha! I believe that a new generation of federal citizens who are stronger, smarter, and more excellent than Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and I will show up. They can take care of the upsetting mess, the mental devil said. I sense that your belief is slowly condensing and consolidating. Your level seems to have made a minor improvement. Of course. Li Yao smiled in his heart. After knowing what I'm going to do exactly, I am completely relaxed, no longer disturbed by confusion and chaos. It is only natural that my belief is firmer. He strode forward. It was not until then that he remembered Li Jialing was still under his armpit. Glancing at the golden-haired young man who was still angry, he couldn't help but grin and ask him in private, "What's up? Are you still mad at the queen?" Li Jialing's dark golden eyes constricted as he said sullenly, "Am I qualified to be mad at the queen? It was already kind enough of her to spare my life." Li Yao blinked his eyes and put Li Jialing down as he continued talking in secret. "Don't talk like that. The queen's heart is obviously not as cold as her face. If she is not concerned about your safety, why would she ask me to pick a high-level crystal suit for you from her personal warehouse and to adjust it and train you in person? She could have cladded you with a random mass-produced product. Couldn't she? Also, if she is not concerned about you, why do you think she analyzed the situation of the Imperium today so eloquently in such great detail just now?" Li Jialing bulged his eyes. "Huh?" Li Yao said with a smile. "If she only meant to talk me into joining her cause, it would have been unnecessary to explain the details so clearly, especially the dangers in the Imperium today and the purpose of her many methods. Those things were spoken to me on the surface, but to you in fact. It is some sort of tutelage of a mother for her son." Excited, the young man stammered, "I saw it true. How would I know? It's just a random guess." Li Yao rolled his eyes. "You want to know if it is true? Very simple. You can go and ask the queen." Li Jialing was rendered speechless in fury. However, there is one thing that neither the queen nor Li Lingfeng lied about. The Imperium is truly a stunning mess right now. Patting the young man's shoulder, Li Yao said seriously, "In such an Imperium, you can never find a peaceful life of absolute freedom that you want. In the Imperium today, there is only one kind of freedom, which is the freedom of fighting. Later, I will help you pick an advanced crystal suit and teach you some pragmatic tactics. I hope you can focus your attention because I cannot stay by your side and save your life every time. For yourself, the queen, and your birth father whom you never saw, you'd better not die." Li Jialing was slightly dazed and deep in thought. Feeble fighting will flowed out of his dark golden eyes. While they were talking, Tu Zhengdao stopped at the end of the pathway. "Fellow cultivators, we have arrived." Shwa! The metal cabin carved with the lightning trident emblem of the Imperium of true human beings was slowly opened, and the weird fragrance from the smoldering heavenly materials and earthly treasures, mixed with the scent of metal cutting and polishing, greeted the newcomers. The fulminations of the various kinds of refining magical equipment also enshrouded them like tides. The enormous maintenance workshop before Li Yao was as splendid and profound as a palace, making him feel that he was inside the magical equipment factory on a large planet instead of a warship in space. As far as his eyes could reach, assembly lines that were swallowing and spitting components were everywhere. The multipurpose, automatic arms extended from the sides of the assembly lines under the control of the crystal processors, performing dazzling operations. They were carving complicated runes, combining the chips that were as thin as paper to the breadboard, or completing the assembly of hundreds of tiny components within a breath. Under the illumination of lights, they were like a silver, exuberant forest of metals. Behind the assembly lines, at least thousands of refiners were dedicated to the manual polishing and maintenance work that could not be accomplished by machines. Li Yao's eyes fell on each of the refiners. He found that their eyes were focused and energetic, their hands deft and steady, and their movements as smooth as the flowing mercury. Powerful and stable waves of spiritual energy surrounded them. They were definitely specialists in the standard of the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao couldn't help but compliment in secret. The Imperium of true human beings truly had a huge talent base. Even a private troop that Li Linghai secretly founded behind the back of the 4 Kurfürst families boasted such a technological reserve. However, His attention was soon attracted by the Tempest God at the end of the maintenance workshop, which was leaning against a fixed maintenance shelf. A colossus was always a colossus, no matter how many of them he had seen and touched, and although the wounds on this very colossus were caused by him in person, it was still full of fatal captivation and made it impossible for him to move his eyes away. Brother Li Tuzhengdao hadn't recovered from the fear when Li Yao pressed his shoulder earlier. As an experienced battle-type expert in the nascent soul stage, he naturally knew that, if Li Yao could press his shoulder without alarming him at all, the man could certainly cut his throat without blinking. With such astonishing capabilities, the man should be a revered celebrity even in the Imperium that had tons of experts. Tu Zhengdao had been working in the military for years. He knew a thing or two about the experts of the hundreds of sectors and fleets in the Imperium, and he was no stranger to the spiritual energy models and the skills of killing of the major schools. But he could not figure out Li Yao's origins at all. However, having become the Queen's personal bodyguard and taken part in such a crucial mission such as the execution of Li Lingfeng, the man must be the Queen's trusted subordinate, if not the most trusted one. Therefore, Tu Zhengdao was very respectful of Li Yao. Weighing his choice of words, he said, "Her Grace asked me to provide all the help that Brother Li needs. Whatever you may need, be they heavenly materials and earthly treasures, strengthening drugs, or magical equipment for battles, you can find them here. If Brother Li is interested in the Colossus over there, you are free to examine it at a closer distance too. However, if I may remind Brother Li, the general manager of this maintenance workshop is Master Jin Tianzong, the chief director of magical equipment of our deep sea fleet. He happens to be on board with us this time to provide technical support for Her Grace and the battle against Li Lingfeng and to deal with the Tempest God. He is a master of refining in the divinity transformation stage that everybody in the circle knows. The Queen went through a lot of trouble to invite him to join the deep sea fleet. His place is rather unique, and he can't be treated as a simple subordinate. Therefore, now that we have come to his maintenance workshop, you might want to check with him first if you need anything. Brother Li naturally, given the Queen's order, he will certainly not decline your request. Also, if you make friends with Master Jin, it will certainly be greatly beneficial for your training and fighting in the future. It is absolutely not a problem for the crystal suit that he adjusts in person to improve your maximal combat ability by 3% to 5%. A refiner in the divinity transformation stage. His heart racing, Li Yao couldn't help but lick his lips and beam with interest. As long as someone could advance into the divinity transformation stage, whatever their professions and gifts were, they would definitely be the expert of the experts. Even the leaders of the 4 Kurfürst families had to show enough respect for them. They were indeed not common subordinates. It was just like when the Queen tried to recruit Li Yao, she had to explain her ambitions and principles clearly first, describing the future that she envisioned, in order to seek common grounds. She couldn't just simply offer a salary or propose other conditions. Li Linghai's private troop that had been hiding in the dark had attracted a master of refining in the divinity transformation stage, which immediately improved Li Yao's evaluation of the Queen's capabilities. Of course, more importantly, he felt that his fingers were itching and burning again. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and asked Li Jialing with the private talking technique, "Who is this Master Jin Tianzong? Have you heard of him before? Is he very impressive?" Li Jialing was a super warrior that Li Lingfeng carefully refined and raised as half an heir. Having been informed of abundant intelligence in various fields of the Imperium, he was naturally not ignorant of such a famous celebrity as Jin Tianzong. He simply bulged his eyes again and exclaimed in disbelief, "It's him? He is still alive." 2168 groundbreaking hybrid engine. Looking at Li Jialing's shining eyes and his disbelief, Li Yao was hooked. "What's up? Is he very famous?" "Yes, he was very famous until 3 years ago," Li Jialing also said in a low voice through the private talking technique. Master Jin Tianzong was a professor at the refining department of the Imperial Polytechnical University. He seemed to be also leading a very famous crystal suit laboratory. His main fields of study were the single magical equipment, namely the crystal suits and the colossi. He was one of the best specialists in these fields. "Oh, he is from the Imperial Polytechnical University?" Li Yao's eyes beamed with interest, and the eagerness on his face was even more intense. He was from the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, one of the most famous 9 elite colleges of the Star Glory Federation. After encountering Su Changfa, Di Feiwen, and other immortal cultivators, he naturally took an interest in the most famous holy land of refining in the Imperium. According to the introduction of Su Changfa and Di Feiwen, the best refiners of the Imperium of true human beings were mainly from 3 institutions: the Imperial University, the Imperial Polytechnical University, and the Imperial Advanced College of Metallurgy. The refining-related majors in the 3 academic establishments represented the peak of magical equipment production in the Imperium of true human beings. Among them, the Imperial University was a comprehensive universe that was one of the best in the Imperium of true human beings. It boasted many departments that had a long history and a strong faculty, such as the Archaeology Department, which had monopolized more than 50% of the explorations of the primeval relics. They were perfect partners for the refining department. Therefore, the refining department of the Imperial University was the best in the Imperium. The Imperial Polytechnical University, on the other hand, did not have so many primeval relics to excavate, but it boasted distinguished advantages in terms of industrial designs. They were more creative and less bound by predecessors and traditions. So, they had produced a lot of bizarre, innovative, and experimental magical equipment. The place was also a holy land of refining and a heaven of magical equipment. For many immortal cultivators in the Imperium, a master of refining in the divinity transformation stage from the Imperial Polytechnical Universe certainly deserved to be made acquaintance with. Li Jialing went on. In the past 100 years, Master Jin Tianzong developed more than 15 models of brand new crystal suits and held thousands of patents. He even won the prize of Heavenly Craftsman, the highest honor in the circle of refiners of the Imperium, for 2 years in a row. He was one of the few masters who had made such an achievement. I remember that even Li Lingfeng had collected 3 crystal suits that were polished by Master Jin Tianzong in person. He often brought them out to maintain them in person. From the brilliance in his eyes, I could tell his fondness of the 3 crystal suits. When I asked if I could take a look at them, he declined my request without any hesitation. However, I'm told that Master Jin Tianzong already died 3 years ago. How did he end up here? Li Yao was intrigued. Such a master of refining in the divinity transformation stage was definitely a national treasure. The man would be respected as an honorable guest whichever of the 4 Kurfürst families he visited. There must be more to the story about how Li Linghai recruited such a master. Li Yao asked, "How exactly did he die according to what you were told?" He seemed to suffer heavy wounds in an experiment accident, and he died later in regrets. Thinking for a moment, Li Jialing said, "When I went to Manjusaka, the city in the sky for refinements last year, Li Lingfeng happened to bring a few crystal suits to Wu Yinglan and asked him to modify it, because Wu Yinglan's laboratory was quite capable in terms of cutting-edge magical equipment too. After all, there were so many experiment subjects that he could test on. The 2 of them chit-chat on the test field and did not avoid me. When they happened to talk about Master Jin Tianzong, they both agreed that it was a shame that Master Jin passed away. If he had not, the few crystal suits should have been modified and adjusted by Master Jin instead of being brought to Wu Yinglan's laboratory. They also said that something was seriously wrong, and Master Jin died probably because he pissed off someone." Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Every master of refining is backed by countless experts. Even if he did piss off someone, who dared to do anything to a master of refining in the divinity transformation stage? "That I don't know," Li Jialing said. "I only vaguely heard a theory. Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan said that Master Jin was best known for his fairness and integrity in the refining department of the Imperial Polytechnical University. A few years back, he disclosed a large-scale academic cheating event that involved the 4 Kurfürst families, which was a humiliation for hundreds of descendants of the 4 Kurfürst families. It was a great scandal." Pondering for a moment, Li Yao shook his head. Such kind of incidents would truly make certain scoundrels hate Master Jin, but it was not enough to get a divinity transformation stage refiner killed. Li Jialing recalled a moment and said again, "Or maybe it was about the studies that Master Jin had been dedicated to." Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan said that Master Jin Tianzong had been working on the studies of hybrid crystal suit, and he seemed to have made such significant progress. He claimed to have made quite a few crucial results, but a lot of specialists in the circle of refiners said that Master Jin's research was completely wrong and that his experimental data were edited and fabricated. For them, Master Jin was a fraud who only wanted to get famous. Desperate to prove his research, Master Jin started extremely dangerous experiments without bothering with anything else. As a result, an accident happened. The leakage of a certain poisonous chemical killed him and his entire team. That seemed to be his whole story. Hybrid crystal suit? Li Yao's heart was suddenly racing, and his pupils were almost reduced to the size of needle tips. Managing to hold back the excitement deep inside his heart, he asked, "Does it mean to highly combine the spiritual energy within an exos and the spiritual energy inside the crystal reactor to realize the single output of a hybrid engine system?" "Seems so," Li Jialing said. "I don't quite understand the details. They are too sophisticated." "Not just sophisticated. This is a universal dilemma." Li Yao was so thrilled that he was almost yelling. Hybrid crystal suit was indeed a groundbreaking, revolutionary idea, and also a super conundrum that countless specialists of refining believed could not be resolved. All the popular crystal suits in the civilization of mankind today, in the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of True Human Beings, and even the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, and be they the most low-level engineering crystal suits, the beginner-level battle suits plugged with skill cards designed for ordinary people, or the special crystal suits tailor-made for the divinity transformation stage experts, they all belong to the same category if classified by the power output, parallel engine system. Two power sources were in function at the same time and provided impetus together. After some training, the ordinary people could jump to almost 10 meters tall, blow up a giant rock with a single punch, or run dozens of kilometers in an hour without panting after putting on a crystal suit. What was the power that boosted them to be faster, higher, and stronger? Naturally, it was not the energy stored inside the human body, but the energy provided by the fuel cabin and the crystal reactor. The muscle and nerval reactions of the human body only provided the power of micro-adjustments at best. If there were still fuel and crystals in the crystal reactor, the crystal suit would continue to work incessantly. If the fuel ran out, the crystal suit would be wasted garbage and might even crush the user in it. The logic naturally worked for the ordinary people because ordinary people were relatively weak. How could they uphold the crystal suits, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, to move and fight with their own strength? Even if they gritted their teeth to do it after the injection of excitants, they would die of exhaustion in no more than 5 minutes. Therefore, for the ordinary people, crystal suits were the same as armed shuttles and crystal tanks. The power output was solely dependent on an external source, namely the crystal reactor. From that point of view, crystal suits were more like vehicles than suits. However, for the trainers, especially the high-level ones, the case was entirely different. The high-level trainers had powerful souls and abundant spiritual energy in their bodies, which equaled many minor reactors in their abdomens, spines, or other parts of their bodies. Both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators were capable of soaring to the sky, diving to the ground, or breaking the mountains with the reactors in their bodies in the first place. After they put on crystal suits as a battle unit, they actually had two power sources, one being the reactors inside their bodies and the other being the crystal reactors in their crystal suits. Here came the question. Which of the two power sources was main and which was secondary? And how they should be coordinated? After all, it was not an armed shuttle or a starship with two power units, whose distribution and output efficiency could be adjusted randomly. One of the power sources here was embedded inside the body that even the trainers could hardly change. It was exactly like a normal person could not change the place of their heart. The two power sources were like two legs, one of which was real and the other was false. Sometimes one of them was longer than the other. How could the person walk or run with those legs? The higher one's level was, the more complicated the question would be. The reactors of the high-level experts were powerful enough themselves, and their output was astronomical. The crystal suits they wore were extraordinary products too, with remarkable output from the crystal reactor. There would be dire consequences in the case of the discoordination of the two power sources. The beginner-level crystal suits often enabled the function of the mode switch, which could change the power source between the crystal reactor and oneself. Only one of them would be used at a given time. When the crystal reactor outputted power, the user would hold themselves back. On the other hand, if they were going to use the crystal suit by burning their life and soul, the crystal reactor would be put on hold. It was not hard to imagine that whoever had higher pursuits would not accept such a simple and crude pattern of power output. Then, in the advanced crystal suits, many delicate circuits and rune arrays would be adopted, with a high demand on the architecture of the crystal reactor, to ensure that the crystal reactor and the trainers themselves could output spiritual energy at the same time in a coordinated way. In the end, the two power sources would help each other, so that the user could run with both legs. The more advanced a crystal suit was, the more considerate the power output models and the unit architecture would be. For the crystal suits tailor-made for the experts in the divinity transformation stage and the divinity branching stage, it was often the case that a brand new power distribution would be designed from scratch according to the features of their cultivation arts and their fighting skills. But all the polishing and designs had the same purpose, which was to coordinate the two power sources to the point that they were 100% synchronized. That was the so-called parallel power output pattern, also known as double action or linkage, but hybrid was a completely different concept. It overthrew the popular power output plan in the past 10,000 years in terms of fundamental mechanisms and created a new, unique path. It was not hard to imagine the difficulty of the task. The spiritual energy outburst of a trainer was itself erratic, disordered, and hard to control even for the trainer himself. When Li Yao burned his life and soul in fury to the point that he was about to explode, it was barely possible for him to precisely control every stream of spiritual energy bursting out of his cells. However, the crystal reactor was a unit that required high stability and precision. In Li Yao's younger years, when he just entered the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, it was exactly because of a fault in the crystal reactor during an experiment that the laboratory exploded and almost the entire refining department was ruined. That was only a mystic skeleton battlesuit for mass production. The temperature and pressure that the crystal reactor needed to deal with were relatively not too high. For the high-level crystal suits designed for the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage experts, like the mystic skeleton blood wing that Li Yao was equipped with today, what drastic changes of temperature and pressure would the crystal reactor be faced with in a fierce battle, and how much spiritual energy must be outputted? At such a moment, if the spiritual energy from the experts themselves that were of different natures, different degrees, and different vibration frequencies were added in to join the reaction, wouldn't it be suicide? Hybrid design was a whimsical hypothesis. To produce it in reality, too many problems regarding the material science, the new fuel, the synthesis of spiritual energy, aerodynamics, and most fundamentally of all, the studies of rune arrays had to be resolved first. It was barely possible to fix the assortment of problems. Countless refiners in the Star Glory Federation had been working on the studies in the regard. Li Yao himself had done some preliminary explorations too, and he had modified a series of immature models. However, faced with the irresolvable conundrums, even Li Yao had to admit that his capabilities were far from enough. Or rather, the Federation's accumulations in the material science, aerodynamics, and other disciplines were not profound enough. Perhaps it would require several hundred years of hard work before a mature, reasonable hybrid design was proposed. Despite all the difficulties, countless refiners were still devoted to the relevant studies. That was because the advantages of the hybrid design were obvious. If a crystal suit had two power sources, it was impossible to reach a 100% synchronization rate. However, they were coordinated. It could only reach 99.99% at best, while continuing to approach perfect synchronization. It was like even the most finely made artificial leg was still different from the real leg. Even if other people could not notice it, the user would know it very clearly. The higher the level of the user was, the greater interference the artificial leg would trigger. If a champion of a short-distance dash was to join a 100-meter race with one real leg and one artificial leg, it would certainly affect the final result greatly. That was why many high-level trainers did not like double power sources and the parallel design. If the spiritual energy of the trainers themselves could be inputted into the crystal reactors first and burst out again after a series of complicated reactions and a major boost, the problem of discoordination and synchronization would be no more, because there would only be one power source. Besides, because there were two power sources in the parallel design, there were two corresponding circuits of spiritual energy too. One of them was the transmission tubes connected to the crystal reactor, and the other was used to transmit the spiritual energy generated from the body. The second set of circuits might not have the actual tubes, but it had to be taken into consideration if the circuits were blocked or affected when the crystal suit was designed. One crystal suit with two spiritual energy circuits was too messy and chaotic. It would also greatly diminish the crystal suit's mobility and defensibility. The crystal suit was a type of magic equipment that had to include thousands of rune arrays and units in the limited room to activate hundreds of different techniques. All the refiners had been sparing no effort doing subtractions. Even the reduction of a component the size of a fingernail would mean a great improvement in the performance of the crystal suit. If the hybrid design could work out, one fewer set of spiritual energy circuits would be required, and more than hundreds of components could be cut off. One would be able to be much more creative and unrestrained in the overall design. The overall battle performance of such crystal suits would certainly be improved by more than 10%. The tiniest factor could decide the fight between two experts. Not just an improvement of 10%, even the improvement of 1% would be remarkable enough to be called a revolutionary breakthrough. So, how could the crystal suit designers not be captivated by the hybrid engine? Li Yao had deep communications with Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet before. He knew that the Imperium hit the technological bottleneck a few hundred years ago as the territory of the Imperium reached the maximum. In the circle of refiners over the past hundreds of years, everything seemed to have stagnated. There was even a bizarre theory that all the magical equipment that could be created had been created, and that all the refiners needed to do was to improve them to achieve perfection. Other than the advantages in the pragmatic fields such as light membrane theory, the crystal suits of the Imperium were not much more advanced than their counterparts in the Federation. The issues regarding the hybrid design were as tricky in the Federation as they were in the Imperium. However, this Master Jin Tianzong. Thinking quickly, Li Yao immediately realized what had gone wrong. If this Master Jin Tianzong did make groundbreaking breakthroughs in terms of the hybrid design, then he truly deserved to die. That was because the chain of interests that he had shaken was too solid, and the interest groups were too enormous and overwhelming. Compared to parallel engine, hybrid engine had the absolute advantages. It was the unquestionable new generation technology. If the new generation technology was truly developed, what could the old generation technology do? Crystal suits were the king of magical equipment. Crystal suit production took up more than half of the entire industry of magical equipment production too. After all, the colossi were too few in number to support an enormous industrial system and the upstream and downstream industry chains. Crystal suits were the real kings. Right now, all the refiners and crystal suit centers adopted the parallel design. How many well-respected masters of refining had spent their entire lives polishing the parallel design trying to reach perfection? How many crystal suit centers and military conglomerates had invested astronomical capital on the next generation of the parallel design, hoping to improve the synchronization rate of the two power sources from 99.9% to 99.99% and then to 99.999%. The invention of the hybrid crystal suit, on the other hand, was very likely to crush the parallel crystal suit. Too many well-respected masters of refining would lose their way of making a living, and even the interests of the military conglomerates under the name of the Four Kurfürst might be affected. In a young country that was thriving and also faced with immense pressure for survival, the birth of new technologies was never a problem. Most people would only learn after and modify new technologies in a healthy competition, trying to make the cake bigger. For example, the Glorious Sunlight Group, in the Star Glory Federation, and other major sects would spare no effort on the studies of the hybrid crystal suits. The reason was simple. The Federation might be destroyed by the Imperium at any moment. Only through more powerful magical equipment could everyone expect to survive. Also, everybody was confident that the cake would be bigger in the future as the Federation developed. Even if they lost some slices of the cake right now, they would soon earn it back in the technological progress. However, it was not necessarily the case in a grand empire that had reached the limits of expansion with all the fields monopolized. The Imperium of true human beings is the most powerful force in the universe. As long as the parallel crystal suits are polished to be 100% perfect, all the enemies will be destroyed. So, is it really necessary to work on the hybrid crystal suits at the risk of confusion and chaos? Li Yao believed that many grandmasters in the circle of refiners in the Imperium must have been thinking in such a way. Jin was not the surname of any of the 4 Kurfürst families. Also, based on the fact that Jin Tianzong was remarked as impartial and incorruptible, and exposed the academic scandal of hundreds of descendants of the 4 Kurfürst families without any mercy, he couldn't have been in a good relationship with the 4 families either. It was very likely that he had provoked them many times. Even if the hybrid crystal suits can truly be realized, the crucial technology should be grasped in our hands instead of being blatantly squandered by an outsider. Li Yao was even more certain that somebody in the refining centers and the military conglomerates that were under the control of the 4 families would definitely think in such a way. All things considered, it was rather understandable why this Master Jin Tianzong, who was too distinguished, degenerated from a professor of the refining department of the Imperial Polytechnical University and a leader of a major laboratory to someone who hung around with an ambitious gambler like Queen Li Linghai and worked on the schemes and conspiracies to overthrow the current system of the Imperium. Li Yao was only interested in the Tempest God at the beginning. But after hearing what Li Jialing said and analyzing the whole incident, he was now more interested in Master Jin Tianzong than the Tempest God. Let's go and appreciate the best refining arts of the Imperium. Li Yao strode into the maintenance workshop in excitement. Every detail in the maintenance workshop was reflected clearly by the panoramic light beam around her, as if she were exactly in the middle of the maintenance workshop. The colossi were ultimate weapons that could change the course of a battle. An additional colossus was of great help for the expansion of the deep-sea fleet and the force of the reformists. How could Li Linghai have ignored the issues about the maintenance and upgrade of the Tempest God? On the light beam, with the Tempest God as the background, on the floating maintenance platform where almost 100 multipurpose mechanical arms were floating stood an old man with yellow and brown hair. He had a wrinkled face and a pair of shining eyes from which dark golden magma seemed to be splattering out all the time. The old man looked particularly weird. Interconnected scars could be found on his face, his body, and all his skin that was exposed to the air. The scars were very narrow, as if they were cut by daggers as thin as hair. But they were all over his body, like a dense chessboard, cutting his skin and his flesh into pieces. The body that was on the brink of collapse, however, was tied by golden threads tightly and covered in a thin, clear, and soft armor, which had many interfaces that could be connected to abundant artificial limbs and strengthening components. It seemed that the old man had suffered very serious damage. If it weren't for the fixation of the set of weird devices, he would have collapsed into a pile of bleeding meat. The man was naturally Jin Tianzong, a master of refining and a specialist of the crystal suits and the colossi who could almost be called a national treasure, and who used to be quite famous among the refiners of the Imperium. You want me to investigate his lineage in refining? On the light beam, Jin Tianzong looked at Li Linghai suspiciously. His eyebrows furrowed hard, not disguising his dissatisfaction with being interrupted while he was studying the colossus. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, Master Jin. Li Linghai was rather respectful of such a national treasure, who was also the director of magical equipment in the deep-sea fleet after her vehement invitation. She explained, "It is very easy for an extraordinary warrior who has received professional training to conceal the lineage of their battle skills. But for a refiner, many skills and habits in refining can never be changed. Master Jin is one of the best seniors in the circle of refiners in the Imperium. I believe no tricks can deceive your keen eyes. I want to know the lineage of this vulture Li Yao in regard to refining. Which of the many schools of refining in the Imperium does he come from? Or maybe he doesn't belong to any of them. Not belonging to any of the schools? How is it possible?" Jin Tianzong was amused. The arts of refining are different from fighting. It requires abundant practice, the enlightenment of great teachers, and neat teamwork. A battle-type immortal cultivator may be able to train and grow with the treasures from a certain relic, but a refiner must have their own school. The more awesome a refiner is, the more obvious his style will be. I haven't heard of the name Vulture Liao before, but maybe that is because he does not dare to use his real name now that he is joining the Deep Sea Fleet. How good is he? Probably very good. Pondering for a moment, Li Linghai said, however, it is possible that he is not a professional refiner, but has only learned some skills to maintain crystal suits and colossi. I don't think he has remarkable expertise in refining. Maintain the colossi? Jin Tianzong's eyes beamed with interest. He said, if he is not bragging but really capable of repairing and maintaining a colossus, it is already quite extraordinary. He must be from one of the best refining sects of the Imperium. There's no reason why I can't figure out where he came from. Hehe. After I come to the Deep Sea Fleet at your Grace's invitation, I haven't helped your Grace accomplish anything great yet. Even the maintenance of a colossus has so many stumbles and falls. I truly feel embarrassed. While I cannot accomplish the great things, such little things shouldn't be a problem. Please rest assured, your Grace. I'll certainly figure out his origins and backgrounds. As he approached the end, Jin Tianzong's face was already full of frustration. Li Linghai said in a hurry, you must not blame yourself, Master Jin. In fact, I should be the one who feels embarrassed here. When I invited Master Jin to join the Deep Sea Fleet, I promised that I would provide state-of-the-art training facilities and laboratories for Master Jin and recruit the best refining team step by step so that you could finish the research that you did not finish in the Imperial Polytechnical University. But to this day, the construction of the laboratories and the configuration of the refining team have not been completed yet, and this has delayed Master Jin's research as well as stopping you from carrying out 100% of your abilities. This is truly my fault. Jin Tianzong was more or less moved. Although the Master of Refining was somewhat taciturn because he was completely devoted to the world of refining, and he was best known for his impartialness in the Imperial Polytechnical University, he was still deeply touched by Li Linghai's respect for him. There is no need to comfort me, your Grace. Nobody knows one's problem better than oneself. You and I both know what our greatest problem is right now. On the light beam, Jin Tianzong raised his broken hands that had been connected by brute force. With intense sorrow beaming out of his face, he said hoarsely, while there are a lot of theoretical studies in the world of refining, it is a discipline that highlights practice after all. The hands are the life for a refiner, and the senses are their soul. My body has been reduced to such conditions that it can only be supported by this heavenly silk jade clothes, or it will collapse at any minute. How can I carry out the best abilities like when I was in my peak state? Before, when I was heavily wounded and lost all my reputation, ending up as the greatest joke and fraud in the circle of refiners, I was so frustrated that I only wanted to kill myself. It was your Grace's repetitive, sincere invitations that the fire of my life was reignited. After I came to your Grace's Deep Sea Fleet, I never thought to return to the peak state either. I only hope to teach my lifelong knowledge to the refiners here and help your Grace build an elite team of refining that can be compared to the refiners in the Imperial University, the Imperial Polytechnical University, and the Imperial Advanced College of Metallurgy. Then I would die without regrets. So, the improvement of the refining team's stagnation and the slow increase of their technical expertise are all the faults of me as the Director of Magical Equipment. You are not responsible for that at all, your Grace. Your Grace has already done the best that can be done in terms of training facilities and the supply of precious materials. Right now, our hardware environment is absolutely as good as the refining department of the Imperial Polytechnical University, and we are even more or less better than our competitors in regard to certain precious materials and facilities. Even I don't know where you got so many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures from, your Grace. However, please understand that a team cannot be built overnight, your Grace. To raise an excellent refiner, however extraordinarily talented they are, it will still require decades of hard work. If we are to recruit talents from outside, who will be willing to abandon the high-paying positions in renowned academies or the Kurfürst families, the stable environment, and the honors in the academic world for the unknown, clandestine deep-sea fleet, if they don't have special reasons, You are quite right, Master Jean. To build a top-tier refining center, facilities and teamwork are both necessary. It is easy to build training facilities, but the construction of a team of elite refiners is truly our greatest headache right now. In that regard, I'm afraid that Master Jean and I have to work on it together and see what we can do. Pondering for a moment, Li Linghai asked, Right, how is Yi Qingyun your first assistant right now? Before he came to the Deep Sea University, he was one of the best refiners in the younger generation in the Imperium. Yi Qingyun is good, but just good. He still lacks experience, and he still needs to work harder. Jin Tianzong said, Most importantly of all, the young man is too arrogant and cranky. Sometimes, he also hopes to achieve his purpose through unconventional approaches, which is not a good thing for the improvement of his expertise in refining. Well, Li Linghai said with a bitter smile, it seems that there are too many unorthodox guys whose styles in refining are whimsical if not insane in our team. That does make sense on second thought. The specialists and scholars who can be devoted to their studies without being distracted by fancy, groundless ideas are naturally living comfortable lives in renowned academic establishments and the four Kurfürst families. Why on earth would they risk joining the Deep Sea Fleet? Those who are willing to join the Deep Sea Fleet are all ambitious adventurers. I'll have to ask Master Jean to spend more time on perfecting the team. Please rest assured, Your Grace. Jin Tianzong said, I have nothing to return Your Grace's favors except for my loyalty and devotion. You can rest assured too, Master Jean. The flames that could burn everything were ignited in Li Linghai's eyes again. She said, I will live up to your expectations as long as you live up to mine. One day, I will avenge you and help you take everything back. The pain that those people enforced on you will be returned to them 100 times more. Jin Tianzong's eyes flashed. He said solemnly, I don't care much about revenge or taking back everything. If possible, I only want to prove to the entire universe that the hybrid crystal suits are absolutely possible, and they are the future. I am right, and the specialists of the Imperial University, the Imperial Polytechnical University, the Imperial Advanced College of Metallurgy, and so many refining centers and magical equipment research institutions are all wrong. I believe in Master Jean. Li Linghai said, Whatever you need, I'll certainly do my best to get it for you. Looking at his wounded and broken hands for a long time, Jin Tianzong sighed softly with a bitter smile. I need a miracle. After ending the conversation with Queen Li Linghai, Jin Tianzong moved from the head of the Colossus to the feet on the multipurpose maintenance platform. At this moment, dozens of refiners were busy doing their work around the Colossus on different maintenance platforms. But hesitation and caution were on all their faces. Those qualified to participate in the maintenance of the Colossus were naturally the best refiners in the deep-sea fleet. The average age of the refiners was very young. They carried both the vigor and fearlessness of the youth and the immaturity that was typical of the novices. Couldn't be helped. The so-called deep-sea fleet was a secret armed force that directly belonged to the Queen of the Imperium in name but an out-and-out rebellion in the politics of the Imperium today. Why would any respected, experienced refiner join a rebellion army? The fields that required technological reserve and experience were all dominated by the noble families and the magnates. It was not hard to imagine what kind of talents the Queen could hire. All the refiners knew that Jin Tianzong had just spoken to the Queen. It wasn't hard for them to guess that the Queen must have asked if the overall maintenance plan for the Tempest God had been proposed. They all felt more or less ashamed because they were stuck in the engine parts. Thinking for a moment, Jin Tianzong announced, Let's wait a moment. Later, a new refiner will possibly join our team. He is recommended by Her Grace in person and perhaps has unique understandings on the maintenance of the Colossi. Jin Tianzong was unaware that Li Linghai's solemn request was meant to figure out the origin of Li Yao's school from the traces in his refining skills so that she could ascertain if everything he said was true. If Li Yao's refining arts came from a certain renowned school of the Imperium, it would mean that Li Yao couldn't have just arrived in the Imperium. Then, everything he said would only be a shameless lie. For Li Linghai, she couldn't be more cautious when she decided to keep such a dangerous person as Li Yao by her side and entrust important tasks to him. Therefore, although Li Yao's statement was flawless, Li Linghai still wanted Jin Tianzong, the master of refining in the divinity transformation stage, to check him in person. But naturally, she wouldn't speak her intention out straightforwardly to Jin Tianzong. Jin Tianzong, however, misunderstood Li Linghai's intention. He thought that the queen had truly found a remarkable talent recently and wanted him to check the quality of this vulture Li Yao before she filled the guy in his team. Such things happened before. Almost all the specialists had been interviewed by him in person. Of course, only the seasoned refiners that could be called specialists were qualified to waste Jin Tianzong's time. The elite refiners of the deep-sea fleet were all greatly surprised. They all knew that they were out for a battle mission. How on earth did a seasoned refiner pop up out of nowhere? Master, who is going to join our team? Which university or magical equipment center do they come from? A middle-aged man with a head full of short, rising hair, who looked rather arrogant but tried to be respectful before Jin Tianzong, asked. The man's name was Yi Qingyun. He was from the well-renowned Luminosity Crystal Suit Center and had profound expertise in the production of crystal suits. However, exactly like Jin Tianzong said, he was a proud, disobedient man who preferred the irregular approaches. Because of his extreme character, he had almost pissed off all the big shots in his circle, and he had no choice except to come to the deep-sea fleet as Jin Tianzong's first assistant. Yi Qingyun respected none but Jin Tianzong. Naturally, he was most sensitive about the seasoned refiner who would arrive soon. Her Grace said that the refiner's name is Vulture Li Yao, and that he has a lot of experience on the maintenance of the Colossi, said Jin Tianzong. Vulture Li Yao? Never heard of the name before. Is there such a person in the circle of refiners in the Imperium? Yi Qingyun looked at the refiners around. Although the refining team in the deep-sea fleet might be young and immature, they had one advantage, which was that they were made of talents of various worlds and schools of the Imperium. You could find any kind of person in it. Even the refiners from every corner and every field of the Imperium knew nothing about the name Vulture Li Yao, which meant that it was not because he was ignorant but because the man was really not known by anybody else. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel amused. If he is capable of maintaining a colossus, he shouldn't be a Mr. Nobody. But the name of Vulture Li Yao does not ring any bell at all. Jin Tianzong sighed and said, "It is perfectly normal to use a fake name and a fake face when you are new to the place and still cautious." Yi Qingyun, however, sniffed and said, "Then, I'm going to see with my own eyes what kind of expert this Vulture Li Yao is and how he is qualified to come to the deep-sea fleet." At this moment, a few refiners nearby speculated. He is perhaps a refiner from the laboratory on the Land of Sins. The laboratory on the Land of Sins suffered heavy losses in the attack of the cultivators. Even Manjusaka, the city in the sky, has been shot down. Naturally, the refiners inside must have died or run away. It shouldn't come as a surprise if some of them are saved by us. That is indeed very possible. Yi Qingyun was greatly enlightened. If he is a refiner from the laboratory on the Land of Sins, we will have to take a good look at him. I'm told that, although they do not have major breakthroughs in theories, they are backed with quite abundant real-life data, and their skills are very impressive too. Qingyun, why don't you greet this Vulture Li Yao first? Seeing his eagerness, Jin Tianzong thought of something and said, Her Grace said that they needed to pick a few crystal suits and possibly use the furnaces and maintenance platforms here. You will accompany Vulture Li Yao during his pick. Whatever heavenly materials and earthly treasures and strengthening components he needs, just give them to him. Of course, if he runs into any problem during the maintenance and adjustment, you can help him fix it if you can. Understood. Yi Qingyun grinned and squinted his eyes as he looked toward the end of the maintenance workshop. Suddenly, with a weird look on his face, he said, Master, is that Vulture Li Yao? Everybody looked at where his finger was pointing, only to discover that a plain-looking young man of medium height was walking to them slowly with a big, golden cat, or someone who looked like a cat, under the lead of Tu Zhengdao, the deputy leader of the Deep-Sea Legion. The young man did not have any of the tranquility expected of a master of refining at all. Instead, he was observing and touching everything, apparently fascinated by the entire magical equipment assembly line. Now and then, he even stopped and craned his head at them with his hands in his back, studying the structure of a certain mechanical arm or the purpose of the component being crafted, as if he had never seen such things before. Looking at his eagerness for knowledge and his curiosity about everything around them, the many refiners, including Yi Qingyun, could only think of one thing. A bumpkin had just entered the city. Is this the seasoned refiner from the laboratory on the land of sins who claims to be capable of maintaining the colossi? Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment and suspicion. Even Master Jin Tianzong couldn't help but frown slightly. Yi Qingyun even couldn't help but chuckle. He hesitated for a long time, but still, he couldn't hold back his insubordinate remark. Has Her Grace been tricked? Wow, this is truly impressive. As Li Yao and Li Jialing wandered in the magical equipment assembly lines in the maintenance workshop, he felt that he had entered a dazzling kaleidoscope and labyrinth. Even though he was a seasoned refiner, the technology of the Imperium of true human beings in producing the magical equipment on such a large scale still amazed Li Yao. The traditional superpower truly deserved its name. Compared with the Imperium of true human beings, there were too many things that the Star Glory Federation needed to catch up with. Look at their magical equipment assembly lines, their spiritual puppets, the efficiency of their multipurpose mechanical arms in cutting and assembling, their cooperation between the refiners and the puppets, and their management of the factory. Li Yao couldn't help but swallow hard, almost wanting to move the maintenance workshop back to the Federation entirely. Although he had seen it once on the comprehensive maintenance mothership of the Black Wind Fleet, the maintenance and production level on the Queen's flagship was much more sophisticated than what the Black Wind Fleet had. Li Yao couldn't help but wonder to what degree the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and the Tartarian skeleton could be strengthened if the maintenance workshop was completely under his control. Thud, 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 thud. Led by Yi Qingyun, almost 10 refiners strode toward Li Yao. They were all the best refiners of the deep-sea fleet. Such a luxury team also caught the attention of other common refiners nearby. Fellow Cultivator Li? With a smile on his face, Yi Qingyun bowed slightly at Li Yao respectfully and said, I am Yi Qingyun, Master Jin Tianzong's first assistant and the manager of this maintenance quarter. I'm told by Master Jin that you need a few crystal suits. Yes. Tu Zhangdao handed over a flowery light card, on which countless patterns were changing non-stop. This is the highest clearance offered by Her Grace. He has been authorized to pick any crystal suits in the warehouses on Dragon Abyss and to conduct any adjustment and modification. Yi Qingyun took over the light card and inserted it into his own mini crystal processor. He then connected it to Jin Tianzong's crystal processor, and upon receiving the permission of the Director of Magical Equipment, he put on an even more mysterious smile. But his eyes were focused on Li Yao's hands as he went on. Now that the highest clearance has been activated, you are free to use all the magical equipment and facilities in this place. I wonder, do you want to pick a mass-produced crystal suit or a high-level crystal suit? Dragon Abyss has stored almost 100 advanced crystal suits that are carefully produced by the masters of various schools. But their maintenance and adjustment can be quite tricky. If you need any help, fellow Cultivator Li, I'll be right there. Li Yao was slightly dazed. He naturally sensed the subtle hints concealed under Yi Qingyun's smile. After he advanced into the divinity transformation stage, his body of flesh and blood had been through too many drastic changes and looked more and more unrefined. When he was not working, they looked plain and no different from the hands of ordinary people. It was impossible to gauge his expertise in refining from his hands. However, Li Yao did not intend to nitpick Yi Qingyun. It would be too petty if a college student nitpicked a kindergartner. Li Yao smiled and simply said, Thank you, fellow Cultivator Yi, but let's not rush into picking the crystal suits yet. I want to take a look at the furnaces and the maintenance platform of this place. I wonder, am I free to use the furnaces here? Yi Qingyun said, Of course. Since you are going to adjust and modify crystal suits, I assume you will need small furnaces? The deep-sea fleet has all kinds of refining facilities. The configuration of the small furnaces is as good as that of the few major crystal suit centers of the Imperium. I don't know which university and which school fellow Cultivator Li comes from, but I'm sure that you know the facilities of the few major crystal suit centers very well, right? After a brief daze, Li Yao said, I really don't know much about the facilities in the major crystal suit centers. I would appreciate it if I can have the opportunity to read the user manuals. I do not have any lineage or come from any school. I am sort of a self-taught talent. User manuals? Self-taught talent? Not that Yi Qingyun meant to laugh at Li Yao, but his words were simply too hilarious. Yi Qingyun slightly bowed to cover the mockery on his face and said, Very well. Then, I'm sure that fellow cultivator Li's self-taught skills in refining will be a great eye-opener for all of us. This way, please. Li Jialing secretly dragged Li Yao's sleeve from behind. He had seen personally how violent and brutal Li Yao was during combat, and he thought Li Yao was a professional battle-type cultivator who only had a shallow understanding of the maintenance of crystal suits and colossi. Leaving Jin Tianzong aside, he had heard a thing or two about the name Yi Qingyun before. The man was one of the rising stars in the circle of refiners and certainly not to be underestimated. The young man was not worried that Li Yao would embarrass himself, but that Li Yao would go on a rampage and kill all of the refiners after his embarrassment. After all, his big brother who popped out of nowhere had killed thousands of refiners in Manjusaka, the city in the sky. He was almost a bane of refiners. Li Yao, however, did not bother to care about anything else. He simply walked to a chamber deep inside the maintenance workshop. The maintenance workshop was mainly for the maintenance and modification of single battle magical equipment, particularly arm shuttles and crystal suits. Most of the components were inputted from outside and polished, melded, assembled, and modified here. It was unnecessary to perform the complicated purification procedures starting from the raw minerals. Therefore, the furnaces here were mostly quite small and boasted very strong shaping abilities. They were mainly used to fashion the small components that were no larger than fists. The laboratories outside were for the use of common refiners. Almost 100 furnaces had been established next to each other, presenting a rather splendid scene. The laboratories inside were for the specialists of higher levels such as Yi Qingyun and Jin Tianzong. There were only 9 furnaces in total, but they were all precise in structure, powerful in performance, and produced by renowned manufacturers. The hues on their shells that looked like rainbows alone were indicative enough of their extraordinariness. Naturally, it was highly tricky to control the excellent furnaces and to harness the flames that could melt superalloys by changing the temperature from -100 degrees to thousands of degrees. One moment of carelessness, and the violent spiritual energy inside the furnace might burst backward and burn the internal organs of the refiner into ashes. It was certainly not a joke. Therefore, when the elite refiners of the Deep Sea Fleet, including Yi Qingyun, saw that Li Yao really sat down at the center of the 9 furnaces, held jade chips, and read the user manuals and operation instructions of the furnaces wholeheartedly, they were so stunned that they did not come back to themselves until a long time later. Is this guy really a refiner? Everybody had the same confusion. The 9 ultimate furnaces were all presented by the most famous magical equipment manufacturers in the Imperium. The most classic operation interfaces were adopted, and their operations were the fundamentals and the common sense that must be learned in any refining academies in the Imperium. Although the 9 ultimate furnaces had a lot of sophisticated, advanced functions compared to the common furnaces, why did the guy spend so much time studying the simplest launch menu? It almost seemed that he had not touched furnaces of such a model before. When they thought of the guy's curiosity and eagerness when he just entered the maintenance workshop, like a bumpkin who had just gone into the city, everybody couldn't help but feel greatly suspicious of his expertise. Even Jin Tianzong and Li Linghai were also observing Li Yao's actions through the surveillance camera at a corner of the chamber. If I may ask, Your Grace. Jin Tianzong was silent for a moment before he continued. Where exactly did you find this master vulture Li Yao? Li Linghai smiled. Unpredictable light beamed out of her almost transparent eyes, but she did not give an answer. 10 minutes later, Li Yao finally finished browsing through the user manuals of the 9 furnaces and gained a deep understanding of the architecture of the 9 furnaces. He rose up abruptly, with excitement shooting out of his eyes. Fellow cultivator Li, Yi Qingyun asked patiently, have you picked your favorite furnace? He stressed favorite in obvious mockery. Not yet. Just wait a moment. Li Yao walked to the furnace closest to him. Opening his arms and embracing the furnace, he stuck his face and ear to it and groped on the surface of the furnace with both hands while he said, "I need to further communicate with the furnace and pick a furnace that gets along with me." "One that gets along with you?" Behind Yi Qingyun, some of the refiners already couldn't hold back their laughter. Yi Qingyun was having a hard time withholding his own laughter too. His face blushing, he shook his head quickly, as if he was regretting the waste of his time. Jin Tianzong, who was still staying next to the Colossus, however, was shocked. Solemnly, he played back the picture where Li Yao rubbed the furnace. Enlarging and slowing down the picture, he finally managed to see that Li Yao's fingers were shivering at an amazingly high speed in two clusters of gray mists, although they seemed to be rubbing the furnace slowly. The high-speed shivers of the fingers even affected the surface of the furnace, causing the illusion that it had turned from solid into liquid, with ripples spreading out. This is... Jin Tianzong was greatly surprised. What kind of technique is this? While observing Li Yao's movement, Li Linghai glimpsed at Jin Tianzong's face and asked with great interest, "Even you have never seen such a technique before, Master Jin? It looks like the snap and listen skill in the refining arts, which can sense the structure, gaps, and inner stress of a piece of magical equipment by the quakes of fingers. It does not belong to any single school. Many schools have similar skills. It is not very surprising." Jin Tianzong said, "However, normal snap and listen is only suitable for the small and delicate magical equipment because it is hard to penetrate the force into the thick and solid magical equipment and to receive the feedback of the waves. This vulture Li Yao, however, is playing the move on such a piece of huge and clumsy magical equipment like a furnace. Is he trying to sink the subtle force through the solid shell of a furnace? Is he simply being pretentious, or is he... How pretentious? In the chamber, many refiners had already lost their patience and were secretly complaining in their hearts. Yi Qingyun was also frowning gravely. He asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, have you picked one?" Li Yao heard none of it. The 9 furnaces here represented the best technologies in refining in the imperium of true human beings. Now that he had the opportunity, he would certainly study them well. Why would he bother the humming flies nearby? After embracing the 9 furnaces one by one, Li Yao finally pointed at the 7th furnace with a smile. "Yes, I want this one." "Oh?" Yi Qingyun discovered that the furnace that Li Yao chose happened to be the one that he had been using. He couldn't help but sneer. "Fellow cultivator Li, you have picked this one after such a long time of selection. Is there anything special about it?" Actually, the fact that the 9 furnaces are placed in this advanced chamber suggests that they all have excellent performance. Any random one of them would have sufficed if they were just manufactured. After all, I am just crafting some components for temporary uses. There is no need to be picky, right? Li Yao explained unhurriedly. However, it is obvious that the 9 furnaces have been used for a long time. If not enough attention is paid during refining, there are bound to be a lot of flaws. Just like the magical equipment that is not well maintained will be rusty. Everybody whispered to each other after hearing what he said. The refiners behind Yi Qingyun demanded angrily, "Are you implying that we did not pay enough attention during refining and caused flaws to the furnaces?" Well, it is perhaps not because of the lack of attention. Some habitual movements will inevitably lead to corrosions. Li Yao opened his hands and said, "Furnaces are not treasures. They are bound to be corroded after they are used." "Fellow cultivator Li," Yi Qingyun raised his voice as he asked, "would you like to enlighten us by pointing out the flaws for us? Take this one for example." Li Yao did not beat around the bush, and he did not even have any emotional fluctuations because he was a teacher who was teaching a bunch of kindergartners. No matter how noisy and fussy the kindergartens were, there was no need to be angry with them. And all that needed to be done was to point out their shortages and deficiencies. The fellow cultivator who often uses this furnace prefers to join acids into reactions when he etches chips and special curved surface components. However, he does not pay enough attention to cleaning after his work. Or to be more exact, he overlooks the cleaning of the gas ports and other details, which leads to the tiny traces of corrosion inside the gas ports. For this particular fellow cultivator, the corrosion is naturally still tolerable. It is some sort of regular corrosion. When the time comes, he only needs to change new gas ports. But for me, the furnace is slightly uncomfortable. And this one, well, this furnace is very impressive. The fellow cultivator who often controls this furnace must boast very impressive heritages of the spiritual energy of the fire class. It is perhaps a family skill or something, which makes him particularly good at high-temperature purifications. After all, just because you are good at dealing with high temperatures does not mean you have to keep the temperature at the highest point all the time. The consequence of the inability to control the temperature is that the components produced are often too heated, with an exceptionally high faulty rate, right? Also, this furnace is filled with the air of smoke too, and it feels like an impatient man. How can the really qualified components be produced in it? With his hands in his back, Li Yao walked past every furnace slowly and pointed out the problems of the furnace. When he grew excited during his talk, he even activated the light beam of his crystal processor and drew the internal structure of the furnaces as quickly as flashes of lightning, illustrating the flawed parts and the reasons for the flaws. The refiners of the deep-sea fleet, including Yi Qingyun, did not think much of it at the beginning and believed that he was just bragging. However, after hearing what the guy said, those people began to have sweat the size of beans, and their mouths were wide open beyond their control as they stared at Li Yao in utmost disbelief. Shocked. Everybody couldn't have been more shocked. Vulture Li Yao, the refiner who had mysteriously arrived, couldn't have visited the laboratory before, but he had described the characteristics of their refining most accurately based on the tiniest gaps or scrapes inside the furnace. He had even pointed out some of their habitual moments, or the advantages and disadvantages of a certain unique technique. He was almost like a ghost that had been haunting them and observing them during their refining work all the time. Where did this guy come from exactly? His sharp senses and his understanding of furnaces were too appalling. Even Master Jin Tianzong was quite astonished. After a long days, he asked Li Linghai, "Your Grace, did you show the videos of our furnace to this vulture Li Yao?" "Of course not." Li Linghai couldn't help but put on a smile. "Master Jin, you wanted a miracle. And it seems that the miracle is already underway. Fellow cultivator Li." Inside the chamber, Yi Qingyun couldn't hold it back anymore. Pointing at the furnace that Li Yao picked in the end, he asked, "So to speak, this is the best maintained one of the 9 furnaces in this room?" The furnace that Li Yao picked in the end was the one that Yi Qingyun had been using. Yi Qingyun was one of the best among the refiners in the deep-sea fleet, but he was certainly not half as good as Master Jin Tianzong. Therefore, if Li Yao stated that the refiner was the best one in the room, it would mean that his eyes were just SOSO. But out of his expectation, Li Yao simply shook his head while smiling. "Not exactly. This furnace also has a myriad of problems. But compared with the other furnaces, it will do." "It will do?" Yi Qingyun demanded angrily. "What are the problems of this furnace?" "Most importantly of all, the joint of the components of this furnace is not tight enough. Many gaps that are invisible for the naked eye have appeared. Some of them may be too thin to affect refining normally, but they will hinder my senses and operations." Touching the furnace whose shell had been carved with abundant radial runes, Li Yao said solemnly, "It must be an expert who has been frequently using this furnace. His control over flames and his shaping skills are all very professional. It shouldn't be difficult for him to devise and produce a crystal suit independently." With satisfaction on his face, Yi Qingyun snorted. Li Yao, however, changed the topic and went on. "But the refiner's problem is that he is too impatient and likes to show off. Let me give you a simple example. His favorite skill is to change the temperature of thousands of degrees at the center of the furnace to below zero abruptly in only a couple of seconds. The quick transformation of temperature can contribute to the reduction of the inner stress in the components and the improvement of the extension and the anti-interference abilities of the components. In such a way, the crystal suits produced will have a better chance of survival in a complicated battlefield. It is supposed to be an excellent skill, and the refiner is also very capable to achieve the transformation in only a couple of seconds. However, just because you have mastered an awesome skill does not mean you have to use it in the production of every component, right? Except for the few critical components, it is not necessary to completely eliminate the inner stress of most regular components that can be easily replaced. The refiner's skills, on the other hand, have not reached the most mature level yet. Or rather, adjusting the temperature at the center of the furnace so drastically every time will inevitably consume abundant spiritual and physical energy. Then, during the last few batches, negligence and loss of control will be unavoidable, which will lead to an increase in the faulty rate. Even the products that have passed the test may have hidden flaws and problems that can barely be noticed. The joints of the units of the furnace, because of the frequent thermal changes, also have metal fatigue due to the overflowing spiritual energy. They are more or less sloppy right now. They are all the prices of show-off. In fact, refining is very easy. Many mass-produced components have been crafted by predecessors since hundreds if not thousands of years ago. The most reasonable and standard refining procedures have long been figured out and written into the relevant operation manuals. In fact, I am quite excited to come to the refining team of the Deep Sea Fleet because I can tell that the team here is very young and creative. There is quite an air of innovation and insanity in your refining skills, which fits my appetite very well. Personally, I like the most unbelievably and crazy styles in refining better than anything else. However, the extremity in the style does not mean the exaggeration in the skills. Or rather, exactly because we are pursuing new, more creative ideas in overall designs, we have to be more dutiful and serious in the production of the basic components. If the ideas are crazy and the skills are crazy too, the magical equipment that is produced in the end will certainly be fickle. We are a real-life refining team that follows a fleet, not a team for experimental refining under a certain university or a research institute. Creations are indeed very important, but the most important thing is still to ensure the stable, efficient, and continuous output on a battlefield. Don't you agree, fellow cultivator Yi? His eyes as clear as water, Li Yao looked at Yi Qingyun in the most sincere way. Yi Qingyun truly lost all his temper because of what Li Yao said. While the guy's words were full of provocation, they were put in such a way as if he was merely discussing the issue honestly with strangers. Yi Qingyun did not even know how he should throw his tantrum. After a long days, he pointed at the furnace that Master Jin Tianzong had been using and asked, "What about this one? Why did you not choose this one? This furnace can be called perfect." Li Yao complimented. Judging from the internal corrosions, the fuel left on the wall inside, and the color of the metals, the refiner that has been using it is exactly what I described just now. He has the best basic skills and never shows off. He simply crafts all the components dutifully without overlooking any procedure. I am not saying that the refiner who uses this furnace is definitely much more skilled than other refiners, but he knows his limits very well, and he carries out his best during every refining process, no more and no less. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The hardest thing for any person is to know themselves. You can never have such a deep insight about yourself without 100 years of hard work. After a long time, even the smoke and earthiness of this furnace itself have been completely consumed by him. Just tilt your head and look carefully, and you will see a vague halo on the surface of the furnace, as if it were covered in milk. If I have to describe it in one word, it will be smooth. The furnace that has been used by a master of refining for a long time is like an enameled pottery that has been played by a great collector for 100 years. It is so natural and flawless. The refiners of the Deep Sea Fleet were all astounded as they listened. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but ask, Then, why did I not choose this one?" Li Yao said with a smile. Every master of refining has their unique techniques and habitual movements, which will be deeply etched into the furnace during their refining process, while the refiner and the furnace adapt to one another and approach perfection. It is the reason why a refiner is often only used to one furnace and why they do not change their device often. The stronger a refiner is, the more distinctive their personal characteristics will be, and the more capable they will be in etching. This best furnace has been polished by the master of refining for at least 2 years. Every unit has been deeply soaked in the master's personal features. It is almost like he has stamped the furnace with his soul. If I am to use this furnace, I will have conflicts with the personal features of the master first and be affected by his soul stamp. On the other hand, If I am to test the furnace without caring about anything and completely erase the master's features, wouldn't I be ruining his multiple years of hard work? What can he use for refining next time? A gentleman does not take away what other people love. Since this is a furnace that a master has been using, I might as well choose a different one. So, I have conceded and picked the second best maintained furnace of the 9 furnaces here. Of course, I will erase all the personal features lingering on the furnace during my refining. I will even use some extreme techniques to fully unleash the potentials of the furnace. When other refiners use it in the future, they will inevitably find it difficult to control. Fellow cultivator Yi and other fellow cultivators of the deep sea fleet, you wouldn't mind it, would you? Everybody was more or less stunned. Yi Qingyun stammered, Not at all. Thank you very much. With a smile, Li Yao said, Then I would trouble fellow cultivator Yi to fetch the crystals of the water class, the fire class, the wind class, and the thunder class for me. The higher purity, the better. 5 kilograms for every type, please. I am going to test the furnace. Furnace test was the test where a refiner performed some simplest refining work when they got in touch with a furnace that they had never used before in order to find out the performance of the furnace. Of course, for the regular refiners, they could learn the performance parameters from the user manuals. Only the meticulous masters who pursued the best in the tiniest detail would find it necessary to test the furnace. 2174 The furnace is singing. When Yi Qingyun brought back a batch of crystals of the highest purity on Dragon Abyss, he discovered that Li Yao had turned on the operation interface of the Scorching Sun 7 furnace and was conducting the initialization settings. The room was utterly quiet. All the refiners were watching Li Yao's performance with the utmost bewilderment. When Yi Qingyun saw the initialization parameters that Li Yao had set, he couldn't help but gasp and feel astounded too. He finally knew what exploit the extreme potentials of this furnace meant. This vulture Li Yao had set the parameters of the furnace simply too crazily. In the performance of the furnace, power and stability were often a pair of contradictory values. The furnaces that focused too much on stability would not reach the highest power, and it would be impossible to trigger the extreme high or low temperatures. As a result, some special materials wouldn't be able to be refined. However, if the furnace pursued nothing but extreme temperatures, it would not be hard to guess that the furnace would be highly unstable. Not only would the faulty rate be greatly improved, but the spiritual energy would possibly overflow and swallow the refiner. In worst cases, even the furnaces would explode. Having been using this Scorching Sun 7 frequently, Yi Qingyun naturally knew its most appropriate parameter settings and had reached the perfect balance between power and stability since a long time ago. But right now, this vulture Li Yao, through a series of dazzling, complicated settings, had increased the power to the highest, which put the furnace in a highly unstable, highly sensitive state where the refiner might receive a backlash at any moment. Is this a furnace at all? Yi Qingyun frowned hard, looking at the initialization data that he had set carefully before turning into an utter mess. He couldn't help but feel enraged. He blurted out, This is a crystal bomb. Not exactly. I'm quite familiar with crystal bombs. After finishing the most unbelievable settings smoothly, Li Yao turned back with a smile and said, Can I take a look at the crystals first? His eyelids twitching, Yi Qingyun commanded a few low-level refiners to push over the crystals that were stored in boxes on carts without saying anything. The crystals for the use of furnaces were naturally not the raw minerals in bizarre shapes with all kinds of impurities. They had been pre-processed and consolidated by the factories and transformed into clear, colorful bricks. The crystals of the wind, fire, water, and thunder classes seemed to have truly sealed 4 different powers inside. If one were to knock them with their finger, they would hear the sounds of raging flames, pouring storm, and rumbling thunder inside. Li Yao squatted and picked up the crystal bricks one after another. Tapping and sniffing their surface, he transmitted his spiritual energy into them now and then and observed the ripples on the surface of the bricks caused by his spiritual energy. It was not until a long time later that he finally chose a brick and put it aside solemnly. He then began to pick the second one. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but ask, Those crystal bricks have been refined through dozens of procedures to ensure a purity of more than 99%. They are the fuel of the highest level that has more than enough to power crystal suits or even colossi. I wonder, what are you choosing exactly, fellow cultivator Lee? Even if their purity is 99%, the idiosyncrasies of the crystal bricks are still different. Touching the bricks and appreciating the splendid colors with his eyes half-narrowed, Li Yao said, "In the eyes of the ancient cultivators, crystals are the essence of natural spiritual energy, consolidated by the souls of the living creatures after they die. According to modern theory, crystals are the regular minerals or the fossils of enormous creatures in the primeval era after they are condensed by high temperatures and pressure and soaked by all kinds of cosmic radiations, high-energy particles, and spiritual energy for a long time. Also, we have classified the crystals into different categories such as water, fire, wind, and thunder according to their general features, but such a classification is simply too simple and rough. Due to the different environments, different histories, and different relative locations to the stars of every planet, even the crystals of the same quality will have subtle differences. For example, the crystals of the fire class that are excavated from a highly unstable planet, which is very close to a star and fraught with volcano eruptions, and the crystals of the fire class that are collected from a very moist planet whose surface is almost entirely covered by ocean. Can they be the same? The former certainly carry the features of violence, fury, and instability, and are more suitable to be crafted into crystal bombs, whereas the latter contains the features of both water and fire. They have both the toughness of fire and the gentleness of water, and they are the best fuel for refining. Take a look at the two crystal bricks of the fire class here. They are both of 99% purity, and they look identical. However, when I input a stream of feeble spiritual energy into it, the ripples spreading on their surfaces are entirely different. The ripples of the first one are radial, in that they look like both the halo of a star and magma that are splashing out into a mess quickly. But the ripples of the second brick are very even rings that do not disperse until they reach the edge of the brick. They are also vaguely emitting bluish colors. That is exactly the combination of toughness and gentleness. In order to activate the extreme potentials of the furnace, I have adopted relatively extreme approaches in initialization settings. Then, I have to be milder when it comes to the fuel and the catalysts. The second crystal brick can't be better. While talking, Li Yao examined and filtered the crystal bricks, dividing them into two piles. Yi Qingyun couldn't have looked more awful. Although he was not convinced by Li Yao's fancy, groundless explanation, he did know that the crystals on board were from two different suppliers. They were a combination of two different batches of goods. In terms of the production of the standard crystals, namely the crystal bricks, the Imperium of true human beings had a set of mature and rigorous standards. Whichever world they came from, and however varied the features of the raw minerals were, the crystal bricks that were produced in the end were exactly the same and universally applicable to any starship, crystal suit, and even colossus. But even the most rigorous standard of production would not involve the environment of the planet from which the raw minerals were excavated. What was that all about? Pointing at the different types of crystals, Li Yao explained in great detail again. He claimed that the best crystals of the water class were from the waterfalls in the mountainous areas because such crystals were relatively unbent. Also, the crystals of the wind class and those of the thunder class were best to be from the same mine on the same planet to achieve the effect of resonation. He chattered on for more than 10 minutes before he finally selected a few crystal bricks from the large pile. Even Queen Li Linghai was more or less intimidated by what he said. She asked suspiciously, "Master Jean, is there really so much more to the standard crystal bricks?" Well, Master Jean Tianzong's expression became more and more attentive, and the brilliance in his eyes was more and more dazzling. There is already a mature system in the standard production of crystals in modern civilization. In fact, such concerns are unnecessary. However, I know that a lot of refining sects of the ancient civilization attached great significance to the sources of crystals. There are quite a few famous classics. For example, the 100 Smelting Clan, a famous sect of refining in the age of ancient cultivators, presented a book named On Stone Tasting, which was specifically about the selection of crystals. But it was lost a long time ago. Lost? Li Linghai said. So, the major schools of refining in the Imperium do not adopt such theories? No. Jin Tianzong said with a smile of confusion. This vulture Li Yao is truly unpredictable. Even I have never heard of some of the things he said before. Impressive. He is truly impressive. Let's just see how this fellow cultivator Li tests the furnace. His eyes glittering, Master Jin Tianzong stared at Li Yao's every movement. Inside the laboratory, all the refiners of the deep-sea fleet, including Yi Qingyun, held their breath and bulged their eyes, not leaving out any detail. However, Li Yao's series of movements, including turning on the furnace, igniting the fire, boosting the combustion, filling in the materials, and testing the furnace, were more or less disappointing. It was not because Li Yao had done anything outrageous, but because his operations were too normal, plain, and unattractive, which was a major contrast to his sophisticated words just now. His look, as if he were treading on thin ice, even made people suspect that he was worried the furnace would explode because he had set the parameters too sensitively just now, while everybody was whispering to each other with confusion and doubt on their faces. Li Yao took a deep breath and raised his arm at the operating furnace. His fingers were spread open, and feeble brilliance emitted from the center of his palm. Boom! As the brilliance at the center of his palm exploded, a blast burst out at the center of the furnace that had reached beyond 1,000 degrees, as if a bell weighing 10,000 kilograms had just been tolled. What is this? Everyone's pupils were constricted to limits, and their ears couldn't help but shiver hard too. Boom! 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 With his left hand behind his back and his right hand unleashing spiritual waves at the furnace straightly, Li Yao triggered the resonations inside the furnace, letting out noises each higher than the last. He is blowing the furnace with spiritual energy to generate sound waves and to sense the conditions of the furnace through the changes of the sound waves, so that he can further adjust the furnace accordingly and make the furnace completely adapt to him? Master Jin Tianzong exclaimed in disbelief. Such a marvelous approach. How is it possible? Tolling a furnace like a bell? Are you serious? Many refiners of the deep-sea fleet were almost driven crazy. Even if you can toll the furnace like a bell, so what? However crazy you are, can you make the furnace sing? Yi Qingyun gnashed his teeth with a gloomy face. Hardly had he finished his remark when Li Yao changed his gesture, and the monotonous noises of the furnace immediately changed. They were now full of nuances and rhythms and truly sounded like a soul-stirring and blood-boiling marching song. Ah! All the refiners of the deep-sea fleet went mad. The music blown out by the furnace was certainly not as pleasant as an orchestra of the real instruments, but it was indeed filled with passion and penetration. There was even the vibe of splashing and running melted steel in the middle of the smoke. To put it shortly, it was heavy metal. Enshrouded in the heavy metal music, the refiners felt that their stomachs were being churned, as if they were in the middle of a tsunami of magma or dancing above 10,000 volcanoes. Even their own veins and nerves seemed to have turned into metals. They were about to exhale smoke, cough sparks, and vomit orange, melted steel. With his eyes half narrowed, Li Yao shook his head and dwelled in the resonation of his heart and the heart of the furnace. The music was getting more and more rhythmic and powerful, making the entire dragon abyss shake in the heavy metal together with Li Yao. On the bridge, Li Linghai had been observing Li Yao through the surveillance light beam, but the unexpected metallic noises occupied the entire bridge too. All the crew members and the leadership of the warship on the bridge couldn't help but tap the beat with their feet, their fingertips seething beyond their control. What kind of technique of refining is this? Li Linghai asked in disbelief. Another secret technique from the ancient times? Well, Master Jin Tianzong was more or less shocked. I don't think so. Look! Some refiners shrieked and pointed at the light beam that was displaying the internal status of the furnace. It was the picture directly captured near the center of the furnace by the crystal cameras made of highly heatproof materials. In the picture, the metal materials that were just delivered into the furnace had already been melted into clusters of fluids under the boost of the fuel and the catalyst that Li Yao had carefully selected. They looked like glittering orange pearls and even stars that nobody could look at directly. As the exciting music went on, The most glamorous and gorgeous ripples spread out on the surface of the clusters of melted metals. After the ripples spread to the limits, the melted metals blossomed like buds that had savored enough dews layer after layer, revealing the most sophisticated and accurate internal structure. When every cluster of melted metals the size of a finger bloomed, almost 1,000 patterned wrinkles were exposed from inside. Like the integration of countless runes, they emanated colorful brilliance. 9 clusters of melted metals blossomed slowly, but the flowers that they produced were in different forms. The blossom of the flowers and their final consolidation were naturally under the control of Li Yao's spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts. The flowers were in such marvelous forms, and there were 9 of them at the same time. The 9 metal flowers slowly revolved in the flames at the center of the furnace, each containing 1,000 runes that resonated with each other without any mutual interference. It was indicative enough of Li Yao's profound abilities in shaping. It must be noted that this was just a random test on the performance of the furnace. As the 9 metal flowers blossomed to the maximum, the soul-stirring and mind-boggling heavy metal music reached the climax too. The entire dragon abyss was almost dancing. Ho! Bulging his eyes, Li Yao stuck his right hand to the wall of the furnace for the first time and pressed it slowly, as if he were sealing his entire life and soul into the furnace. Hum! Inside the brain of every refiner, a huge bell was bashed heavily, resulting in everlasting noises in their head. Their retinas were also affected by the reverberation between Li Yao and the furnace. The moment Li Yao pressed his hand, the previously dark furnace seemed to turn transparent, and all the internal structures were clearly visible. All the magical equipment units and tiny components were dissected, as if the furnace also turned into a giant metal flower that was blossoming slowly. But in the next second, all the components that had split and blossomed were compressed back. As if entirely reborn, they were even more compact and flawless than before. The heavy metal music came to an abrupt halt. Li Yao took a breath in relief and looked at the furnace that had been tested by him in great satisfaction. After being washed by the cooling liquids, the 9 metal flowers were sent out from the discharge hole. Because of the high integration of metals and crystals, the flowers were so full of exuberance that they did not look like single components but were themselves flawless magical equipment. Under the control of Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, they all flew to midair and swirled slowly, emitting dazzling brilliance like a kaleidoscope, and the light poured to the ground like a waterfall. Including Yi Qingyun, all the refiners of the deep-sea fleet were enchanted. They looked at the 9 metal flowers hovering around Li Yao and then at the furnace, all bewildered. There was no telling if it was their illusion, but they felt that the furnace had been through fundamental changes compared to a moment ago. How should they put it? It was almost like the differences between the raw minerals that were just excavated from below the ground and the crystals that had been carefully polished. The furnace was now more delicate, elegant, profound, and impeccable. Or to quote Li Yao's words, smoother now. Even the most insignificant air of smoke had been removed in Li Yao's test just now. The furnace at this moment did not look like a tool of productivity but a cautiously carved piece of artwork. Before the refining work officially began, everybody already had uncanny faith in it and believed that what was to be produced from the furnace would certainly be the most extraordinary weapons. Did you just... However arrogant and disobedient Yi Qingyun was, he could tell the difference of the furnace in Li Yao's hands from when it was in his own. He immediately blushed and stammered in confusion. This is a way to test the furnace of my own invention. Li Yao said, testing the furnace is so much more than simply learning the performance parameters of the furnace. On one hand, you must feel the spirit and the emotions of the furnace by examining the basic performance parameters. On the other hand, and more importantly, you have to pass your own ideas and determinations to the furnace in a certain way. For a refiner, the furnace is his best partner and must not be treated as a cold, lifeless object. Furnaces are alive with their own feelings and personalities. The real furnace testing is about communicating with the furnace in depth, telling the furnace your belief, and winning the acknowledgement of the furnace. I am fond of music personally, and the road that I have chosen is somewhat related to music too. So, I had an in-depth communication with the furnace by the reverberation of music so that my heart and the heart of the furnace can be completely melted together. Only in such a way can I get the most perfect furnace to produce the most perfect components. The refiners of the deep-sea fleet all whispered in admiration. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but ask again. The song just now was Orders of the General. Li Yao said. It is the heavy metal version of Orders of the General, which fitted the character of this furnace and my state of mind now. Today, I only have limited time, and the level of the furnace here is not particularly high either. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to communicate with the fellow cultivators more often and play more classic music to the fellow cultivators here through the furnace. It is going to be some sort of academic communication. Li Yao did not disguise his capabilities at all. He was even blatantly showing them. It was because he was in the imperium of true human beings, the world of the immortal cultivators. The idea of survival of the fittest was certainly not restricted to the battle-type immortal cultivators. It was the same among the creation-type immortal cultivators. Here, modesty and concession were meaningless. Now that he was going to spend a long time next to Queen Li Linghai, Li Yao naturally needed to find an appropriate place for himself in case somebody came looking for trouble every other day. In a way, a refiner in the divinity transformation stage was even more valuable than a warrior in the divinity transformation stage, because the former could provide technical support for countless experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, thereby improving the top-tier fighters of the entire force significantly. On the other hand, if the technical support of Queen Li Linghai and even the entire faction of the reformists, namely the maintenance of the most cutting-edge crystal suits and colossi, was under Li Yao's hands, wouldn't he be able to do anything he wanted? Fellow cultivator Yi, we can go and pick the crystal suits right now. Li Yao touched the metal flowers that were floating in midair. The 9 metal flowers all began to shiver and turned into thousands of clear, thin petals that fell loosely like catkins. In the middle of the metal petals, Li Yao smiled at the many refiners of the deep-sea fleet. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse of advanced crystal suits on Dragon Abyss. Dragon Abyss was Li Linghai's flagship and her nest when she snuck in space away from the capital. Naturally, Li Linghai's treasures in the past decades had been stored here. The advanced crystal suits from various schools of the Imperium and even ancient relics were as good as those stored in the secret warehouses of the 4 Kurfürst families. At this moment, Li Yao had become the center of the show. Surrounded by a large group of respectful refiners, he wandered amid 100 silent metal statues. The Imperium of true human beings had a long history. After inheriting and absorbing abundant legacies of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Star Ocean Republic, it had arrived at the peak of the technologies of crystal suits after 1,000 years of development. Every advanced crystal suit was like a piece of the most extraordinary artwork. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts crawled through the gaps of the crystal suits and tasted the extraordinary, indescribable feelings. He was so fascinated that he almost couldn't bear to drag himself away from the treasures. However, out of everybody's expectation, what he chose for Li Jialing in the end was not any of the few ultimate, most precious crystal suits, but Li Yao squatted at a corner of the warehouse. With his fingers crossed, he stared at a pile of wasted garbage at the corner in deep thought. Fellow cultivator Li, despite the weirdness of his move, Yi Qingyun did not dare to jump to any conclusion anymore. He simply said cautiously, "Those crystal suits are too seriously damaged. Most of them will be declared to be total losses. After we return to the base, the usable units on them will be dismantled, and the other components will be remade." It was quite true. Standing before Li Yao were blackened, burned, deformed crystal suits that looked like abnormal beasts. If they were not seriously damaged, the maintenance workshop on Dragon Abyss would have been capable of handling them. Now that they were to be abandoned, it suggested that they did not possess any value to be rescued. However, growing up in the magical equipment graveyard, Li Yao was best at turning garbage into goods. Such broken scraps of magical equipment were the best catalysts to trigger his whimsical creation. Staring at the armed shuttles and the crystal suits without blinking, Li Yao opened his fingers and waved his hand casually, attracting a giant crab, an enormous heavy firepower crystal suit with a thick armor, to himself with the technique of remote manipulation. Then, he activated the function of a professional drawing on his crystal processor. Schwa, 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 schwa. Almost 100 blank virtual boards immediately popped up and hovered around Li Yao, emitting ivory brilliance. They made Li Yao look rather mysterious and unpredictable. Is he going to? The refiners of the deep-sea fleet looked at each other in bewilderment, not having any clue what Li Yao was going to do. If he were going to draw the structure design of the crystal suits for adjustments and modifications, it did not seem necessary to create 100 boards at the same time. After all, he could only start drawing the next design after he finished drawing the current one, right? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao closed his eyes slowly, his head teeming with the clearest, most detailed structures of the crystal suits, which were all scanned by him when he extended his telepathic thoughts into the damaged crystal suits for scrutiny just now. At his command, the perspective drawings of various facets of the few damaged crystal suits, as well as the 3D designs after they were combined, including the detailed graphs of the high-precision units such as the crystal reactor, the knees, and the elbows were displayed on the boards as quickly as a rising tide. Golden threads that were 10 times thinner than the hair, like spirits that had their own wisdom, lengthened and joined each other, growing from thin to plump, from plump to heavy, and from heavy to complicated. They eventually turned into mazes and castles. The refiners of the deep-sea fleet all bulged their eyes, drawing 100 designs with telepathic thoughts at the same time. It was incredible. Li Yao's performance was not over yet. What he did just now was simply duplication. He just scanned the structures of the crystal suits and manifested them on the boards. However, in the next second, the 100 drawings rippled at the same time, like a pond under a spring breeze. As the ripples spread out, the complicated, precise structures began to fall apart, distort, and reshape. The speed of change was higher and higher, making them look like kaleidoscopes that were revolving fast. All the refiners of the deep-sea fleet felt dazzled and overwhelmed. Is he improvising the modification plans for those crystal suits? He wants to modify all the damaged crystal suits at the same time. Such a design is too unbelievable. Only the refining facilities with a precision of at least 0.1 threads can cut the profiled curved surface components that he needs. He has squatted there for only a moment, and he has come up with so many crazy modification plans. Many refiners in the deep-sea fleet were almost too shocked to breathe anymore. As the insiders of the trade, they could naturally see the value in Li Yao's modification plans. Although most of the modification plans were too whimsical and insane, the ideas in the plans were great eye-openers for them, who had never thought of such modifications before. In the meantime, Li Yao was disapproving his own plans at an amazingly high speed too. Many of them were vetoed by himself mercilessly before the refiners of the deep-sea fleet figured out if they were feasible. Bow! 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 The boards were breaking like bubbles all the time, leaving starry spots of light that looked like fireflies. But new boards would immediately be generated, with castles made of lines and curved surfaces popping up on them. In the end, only a dozen or so boards were still drifting in midair, but the structures on them were so dense and complicated that most of the refiners here couldn't comprehend them at all. Even Yi Qingyun could only vaguely tell that Li Yao seemed to have taken parts of the units from the damaged crystal suits and kept the main framework of the giant crab battlesuit. It was not until this moment that Li Yao finally opened his eyes. Millions of golden threads were still lingering inside his eyes, as if 10,000 crystal suits had exploded inside his pupils. There was neither sorrow nor delight on his face, and he was surrounded by the vibe of terrorization, as if even the most powerful crystal suit was nothing but a toy in his hand. Li Yao closed his hands, his fingers like petals, tides, and winds, congregating into a burning tsunami. Pulled by his fingers, his telepathic thoughts were all projected to the boards. The dozen or so boards were immediately overlapped, and the virtual structure designs were embedded into each other perfectly without any flaw, making up the framework of one crystal suit that looked like a translucent gold giant. Li Yao waved his hands and enlarged the gold giant 10 times before he carefully adjusted the structure at the critical parts. However, in the eyes of the general refiners of the deep-sea fleet, he was merely drawing curved golden lines in the middle of a mess. What is he doing exactly? What kind of crystal suit can it possibly be to have such a complicated framework? The refiners whispered to each other. Master Jin Tianzong, however, changed his expressions again and again. Narrowing his eyes, he zoomed in the picture while his eyelids cramped hard. He carefully studied the structure design that Li Yao had drawn for a long time, only to be surprised first and overwhelmed by disbelief later. Was this seemingly young refiner really confident to strengthen such a crystal suit? It was not an adjustment, and not even a simple modification, but a complete recreation. Looking at Li Yao's hands that were gradually releasing light, Master Jin Tianzong was filled with eagerness and envy. 10 minutes later, Li Yao finally, or rather, already, finished the modification designs and the spiritual energy flowcharts. In fact, it was not exactly a brand new creation but a new structure for crystal suits that he had been considering since he was still in the Star Glory Federation. Starting from the prime days of the Star Ocean Imperium when the modern cultivation civilization was just born, the modern refiners had embarked on a different path from the ancient refiners. They appreciated standards and procedures and attached great importance to mass production and the replaceability of the standard components. In the jargon of modern magical equipment production, it was module design. In the Federation, the Imperium, and even the Covenant Alliance, it was often the case that more than 90% of the components in the magical equipment of the same level and for the safety purpose were replaceable. Such an approach greatly reduced the logistical pressure for a universal country that spanned countless space zones in a long-term war. It also provided infinite possibilities for a refiner to bring out their creativity as much as possible. It even allowed Li Yao to gain a profound understanding of most of the generic components on the crystal suits in the Imperium after carefully examining every component on the crystal suits that were brought by the Black Wind Fleet. That was why he could put up such an astonishing show. The gold, glittering, translucent giant, as if ripped apart into a sparkly fire by a gentle breeze, fell to Li Yao's hair and shoulders. Li Yao's hands, however, were moving faster and faster. Electric arcs popped out of his fingertips. Purple, red, blue, green. The electric arcs in different colors and shades continued to split apart. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, until they evolved into an overwhelming net of electricity, covering all the damaged crystal suits and the giant crab battlesuit. Walla! 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 The electric arcs found their way into the gaps of the crystal suits hurriedly and dismantled all the crystal suits into the most fundamental components in the blink of an eye like a dissection. Even the giant crab battlesuit that was as thick as a bull was reduced into a lonely metal skeleton by Li Yao. All the refiners of the deep-sea fleet felt that their blood was freezing. To maintain, modify, or even produce a crystal suit independently, one must learn how to dismantle the crystal suit into the most basic state where it could not be further dismantled. It was the rudiments for every refiner. All the rookies had to spend years practicing the dismemberment of crystal suits. On one hand, it was meant to improve their deftness and the keenness of senses. But more importantly, it was supposed to make them more familiar with the structure of crystal suits so that they could develop intuitions. However, in the schools, the training camps, or the crystal suit centers, they had never seen anyone who was as fast as Li Yao. Li Yao, on the other hand, was not using his hand at all, but simply releasing electric arcs to process the seriously damaged and contorted crystal suits by the technique of remote manipulation. Many refiners looked at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun swallowed hard, somehow feeling lucky that he did not do anything that would have humiliated himself just now. More refiners, however, stared at Li Yao's hands, hoping to see clearly at least one of Li Yao's movements. They couldn't bear to move their eyes away at all. Dismantling the crystal suit was only the first step. After all the damaged crystal suits were reduced into the most basic parts, the unnecessary components all flew out and fell into the boxes of supply components nearby according to their categories precisely. The remaining components, and the metal skeleton of the giant crab battlesuit, in the meantime, were enshrouded by the electric arcs that were denser and denser. The electric arcs fluctuated and breathed, like a field that boasted its own life, while they were gradually condensed into the vein and nerval networks of a giant. In the next, Li Yao's fingers were bouncing and moving at the highest speed, even raising the noises of storms and thunder. The electric arcs that were dancing around the components and the metal skeleton were immediately 10 times brighter than before. They exploded brutally at the heart of the metal skeleton like countless balls of lightning. When the balls of lightning exploded, everyone's pupils constricted so hard that there was nothing but blankness and dashing electric arcs on their retinas. They couldn't see anything but only hear the cracking noises of electric arcs, the sounds of metals being cut, and the splashing sparks every now and then. An extremely weird metallic smell found its way into their noses, making them feel that they were in the middle of a noisy, blood-boiling battlefield witnessing the collisions and destructions of countless crystal suits. At the center of the balls of lightning, there was even a subtle attraction force that absorbed all the small magical equipment that they were carrying. Li Yao's fluffy hair moved automatically although there was no wind. The dancing electric arcs seemed to have cladded him with a special suit of refining. His hands moved non-stop, pressing the modification plans into the rune arrays and sealing them into the balls of lightning. He couldn't have looked more intimidating. It was not until 10 minutes later that the anomalies gradually dimmed and dispersed. After the last spark was obliterated into nothingness, everybody was finally able to focus their eyes on the white smoke in the middle of the electric arcs. Under Li Yao's control, the unpredictable white smoke was all absorbed, revealing a black, seemingly unattractive iron statue. This is, although they had been mentally prepared, all the refiners of the deep-sea fleet couldn't help but feel greatly surprised. They did not expect that Li Yao's expertise in remote manipulation was so terrifying that he had concentrated the components of almost 10 crystal suits on the skeleton of one crystal suit without even moving a finger. The many damaged crystal suits, despite the use of abundant generic components, were in vastly different shapes and styles. They had also been so seriously damaged in battles that a lot of the components had been melted together after contortions. But Li Yao had combined all of them flawlessly by picking the most appropriate components in only half an hour. The product looked smooth, natural, and impeccable, like a statue that had been carved out of an entire block of metal. What great senses, self-control, and deep understanding of crystal suits it required. If it were them, even with the guidance of the structure designs and the operation manuals, they might not be able to achieve it after a day and a night's work on the most advanced maintenance platform. Of course, such a mix was only the simplest combination, like a mannequin that a craftsman built. The joining components hadn't been processed by the furnace, and they were not internally integrated perfectly yet. Although the crystal suit might look solid and tough, it would not be able to withstand one barrage in a fierce battlefield. However, as they recalled the unbelievable scenes when Li Yao tested the furnace just now, nobody had any doubt about the performance of the brand new crystal suit after being processed in a furnace. Everybody simply looked at Li Yao, whispering to each other and wondering what was amazing about the new crystal suit that Li Yao had modified through all the trouble, full of expectations. The brand new crystal suit had adopted abundant units of the damaged crystal suits, as the giant crab battle suit, as the skeleton, was not any of the super crystal suits with the most distinguished performance. So, he was dazzlingly busy for such a long time just in order to show his expertise in crystal suit modification? Or maybe, voila! In front of Li Yao, the crystal suit that was more than 2 meters tall but had a particularly thick shoulder and back slowly opened in the front. An excellent crystal suit, even if as solid as steel, would let out beautiful sounds like running water when they were opened. It was the knowledge that many refiners were taught at school. But this was the first time that many of them had truly heard the sound of a crystal suit that felt like running water. Li Yao put on the crystal suit that he had just modified without any hesitation. He slightly activated the power rune arrays and moved his limbs. This place was not a test room, and the crystal suit was only a simple combination of other crystal suits. Without being processed by the furnaces and the cutting machine tools, it meant that it was inappropriate for any extreme movement tests to be done here. When everybody was wondering what kind of trick Li Yao would play with such a newly combined crystal suit, Li Yao unleashed all his spiritual energy after a bellow. For a moment, inside the small warehouse of crystal suits on the Starship, the world seemed to have been darkened by a dust storm. The hearts and throats of all the refiners were frozen. Their every nerve ending was shrieking loudly. The many advanced crystal suits nearby were shaking slightly, as if they could not withstand the overwhelming pressure that was flowing out of Li Yao's body, and they were about to kneel before Li Yao and the crystal suit on him. An amazing thing happened. After the bellow, Li Yao's muscles bulged, his bones cracked, and his body size expanded by 30% at the moment. Every crystal suit boasted a certain degree of extension, which was made possible by gels or soft materials filled inside, in order to adapt to users of different body sizes. However, crystal suits were made of metals after all. Different from the mustard seed combat suits that could be infinitely extended, it had limited abilities of adaptation. That was why the crystal suits were classified into light, medium, heavy, and super heavy types. The slim users could manage to wear the heavy crystal suits with enormous internal space, like a small horse dragging a huge wagon. But it was barely possible to stuff a tall, brawny man whose muscles were as explosive as crystal bombs into a super small crystal suit that highlighted speed and mobility. Some of the monsters that had received genetic modifications or practiced secret techniques could be more than 2.5 meters tall. But most of the high-speed crystal suits were no taller than 2.2 meters. How could they be stuffed into such crystal suits? To make things worse, many brawny men who practiced secret techniques had a very bad habit on the battlefield, which was to break their clothes and go berserk. By blowing their cells crazily with spiritual energy, they could expand their body size by 30%, 50%, and even 100%. They could break their clothes, but how could they break a crystal suit? Crystal suits were not armed shuttles or colossi, which had huge cockpits. They were all worn close to the body. If the user expanded by 50% in excitement in the middle of a fight, wouldn't the crystal suit be crammed and even blown up? It was indeed a very tricky problem. Many brawny men who were used to body transformations had to bring two crystal suits with them, one large and the other small, which were to be used before and after their transformation respectively. The old problem was more or less solved, but a new problem showed up. Body transformation and switching of crystal suits took time. Not every exo could perform an air change in half a second like Li Yao. If they were barraged by the enemy halfway through their transformation, wouldn't it be terribly awkward? It seemed highly impractical to search for a shelter whenever one wanted to transform and go berserk in their battle frenzy. Right? However, those problems did not exist for Li Yao right now. The crystal suit that had been modified by him carefully seemed to boast a very high ability of extension and transformation. As his body size expanded abruptly, a lot of brilliance shot out of the crystal suit, as it expanded and bloomed at the same time. While Li Yao finished the transformation, the crystal suit also turned from a medium-sized crystal suit around 2 meters tall into a heavy crystal suit almost 3 meters tall. The protruding veins on the breastplate truly made it look like a tyrannical giant crab, full of aggression and intimidation. A transformative crystal suit. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but exclaim. The eyes of the refiners of the deep-sea fleet shone brightly. They were surprised to witness a highly rare transformative crystal suit. As its name suggested, the transformative crystal suits were special crystal suits that were meant to solve the body expansion problems of some of the berserkers. Such crystal suits were often embedded with 1 or 2 cosmos rings, in which a lot of changeable components were stored. Through special designs, when the user's body size expanded abruptly, the crystal suit would have a series of changes too, and it would keep up with the body size of the user. Even new magical equipment units and weapon systems would show up after the transformation. In such a way, one crystal suit would display 2 different features and achieve entirely opposite effects. Theoretically speaking, it was a great idea. However, to achieve the purpose of transformation, the designs of the crystal suit had to be extremely sophisticated, filled with all kinds of unnecessary, redundant components, which would significantly drop the defense ability and the sturdiness. The crystal suit's survival abilities in the battlefield would be directly affected. For the logistics department and the daily maintenance, it was even a greater nightmare. If something went wrong during the maintenance, the crystal suit might be stuck in the middle of the transformation, which would be really fatal. Therefore, the transformative crystal suits were not very popular among the berserkers whose body sizes could expand crazily. They were a very niche type of crystal suits. In the over 100 years, there was not even a mature model that could be manufactured in the magical equipment industry in the Imperium. This type of crystal suits had been completely abandoned. It never occurred to them that the path that had been proved impossible by the mainstream refiners of the Imperium was now furthered by Li Yao. Although they were not aware of the parameters and the performance in a real battle yet, they could tell from the dancing electric arcs around Li Yao and the glittering crystal suit that boom, 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 boom. While everybody was speculating in secret, the crystal suit on Li Yao uttered the roars of a waking primeval beast again and further expanded. Double transformations? The refiners of the deep-sea fleet were so astounded that they were almost screaming aloud. In the middle of their exclamations, the crystal suit on Li Yao's body expanded again to almost 4 meters tall. A lot of magical equipment units were attached to the skeleton by the electromagnetic force. The spluttering electric arcs surrounded the crystal suit like strengthened armor, making it almost look like an Ares extension. It seemed that a god that could destroy the world had arrived. A crystal suit with 3 phases? What kind of complicated designs it must have. I feel that my head is exploding just by thinking about it. Does such a crystal suit really boast any survival abilities in a battlefield? It would fall apart on its own because of the conflicts and interferences of the redundant components, wouldn't it? Regardless of its survival abilities, it is already insane enough to complete the designs in half an hour, assemble it preliminarily, and realize the effect of double transformations. Wait. Isn't he a refiner? What kind of astounding aura is this? He is almost tearing the entire starship apart. Dozens of eyes that were filled with shock, suspicion, admiration, and fear were cast at Li Yao, who was floating in midair like a daunting devil. Voila! While everybody was staring at him in astonishment, the crystal suit on Li Yao suddenly quaked at a high frequency and broke apart. Ah! Somebody exclaimed in shock, thinking that the crystal suit that had been assembled roughly with too complicated a structure finally could not withstand the overwhelming blast of spiritual energy from Li Yao and completely collapsed. However, after all the units and components dispersed, they were still attracted by the spiritual energy and electric arcs released by Li Yao. Hovering slowly and glittering 5 meters around him, they looked like dazzling stars. In such a way, Li Yao was able to get a closer look at the tiny problems when the components were assembled and connected from inside to outside. Li Yao, who was under the cover of the crystal suit, was beyond everyone's expectation. He did not turn into a muscular man more than 3 meters tall but was surrounded by deep red spiritual energy and bluish electric arcs, as if he had released the energy into a second layer of muscles and veins. It was an unusual view when one's control over the spiritual energy reached the highest extent. Is he a refiner or an ace exo? A lot of refiners of the deep-sea fleet, just like Yi Qingyun, swallowed hard. They were no stranger to what Li Yao was doing right now. He was a test pilot. For normal refiners, if they meant to test a brand new crystal suit, they had to invite the experienced exos as special test pilots. The production of crystal suits and the use of crystal suits were 2 vastly different fields after all. Nobody had the courage to be a test pilot without dozens of years of experience in fighting. Out of everyone's expectation, Li Yao took care of all the work single-handedly, which both astounded them and raised their envy. If they could test their crystal suits themselves, they would be able to sense the problems and flaws in the crystal suits from the perspective of the user, and their adjustments and modifications would definitely be more accurate and subtle. Shua! In their whispers of admiration, the thousands of components around Li Yao were attracted to him again and assembled into a complete crystal suit. After brief adjustments, it split apart and blossomed, before it was constricted again. Repeating the process for 5 times, Li Yao finally finished the preliminary adjustment. He restored the crystal suit to the original form and crawled out of it. Have you noticed the mysteries of this crystal suit? Li Yao said to Li Jialing with a smile. This is for you. But it has to be delivered to a furnace for repetitive polishing and wetting before it is completely done. It is for me? Li Jialing had long been fascinated by the crystal suit and was almost drooling. His eyes were shining so brilliantly that they were almost burning holes on the surface of the crystal suit. He mumbled, "What a beautiful transformative crystal suit." Exactly. I have named such a transformative crystal suit Demonic Crab. Li Yao was quite satisfied with the crystal suit that he had created through crazy modifications too. Generally speaking, he agreed with the mainstream ideas in the circle of refiners and did not appreciate the design of transformative crystal suits. In order to achieve the purpose of changing the shape of the crystal suit to adapt to the body size of the berserkers, a lot of connection units and redundant components had to be added into the crystal suit, which would significantly increase the difficulty of maintenance and lower the battlefield survival abilities. The gains certainly could not outweigh the losses. Those people might as well carry a large crystal suit and a small one for their uses. When Li Yao just embarked on the path of a refiner, he had been focused on the ideas of grassroots and attached more importance to the sturdiness, simple maintenance, and universality of the magical equipment than to the pure increase of theoretical performance. Naturally, he despised the transformative crystal suits. However, as he advanced into the divinity transformation stage, he had new understandings about the production of the magical equipment. There were no grassroots magical equipment or elites magical equipment in the world. There was even no difference between low-level magical equipment and advanced magical equipment. There was only the magical equipment that was suitable and the magical equipment that was not. Any magical equipment had its advantages and shortcomings. The most critical thing was to carry out the maximal advantages of a piece of magical equipment and try to cover the shortcomings as much as possible according to the environment and the features of the user. Transformative crystal suits indeed entailed a lot of serious deficiencies, but firstly, the user of the crystal suit was Li Jialing, who had almost exactly the same methodology of training as Wu Yinglan. They were both monsters who received abundant surgical procedures and who could, and needed to, expand their bodies crazily in a battle to change into terrifying beings that felt like primeval beasts. Li Yao engaged in a battle with Wu Yinglan before. To this moment, he still remembered the oppressive killing intent. According to Li Lingfeng, Li Jialing was an experimental subject that was even more perfect than Wu Yinglan. Then, he would be the most standard berserker, and it was a rigid demand to transform in a battle for him. Secondly, and more importantly, Li Jialing was not fighting alone right now but had the technical support of such a master of refining as Li Yao. The repair and maintenance were not going to be a problem at all. Then, a transformative crystal suit would be the most suitable choice right now. Right now, Li Yao already couldn't see the differences between the grassroots and the elites, the ancient refining arts and the modern ones, the Imperium's technologies and the Federation's, etc. Magical equipment was magical equipment after all. It was a tool that mankind had invented to address a certain specific problem. There was nothing mysterious and unchangeable about them. He was approaching the essence of magical equipment. Having picked a crystal suit for Li Jialing, Li Yao still needed to choose one for himself. After all, he could not go on a killing spree in the mystic skeleton blood wing all the time. He did not intend to keep it a secret from the rebels of the deep-sea fleet, and it was impossible for him to keep it a secret too. However, it would seem too flagrant to walk on the street in the capital in the mystic skeleton blood wing. Li Yao had long selected his target in the many crystal suits that were in a myriad of appearances but equally awesome and intimidating. The crystal suit that he focused his eyes on was round and somewhat clumsy. There was also a weird protrusion on the back, which looked like a giant turtle shell. Under the contrast of the many glamorous, high-level crystal suits, this particular crystal suit looked rather plain, if not overshadowed. But when the refiners of the deep-sea fleet saw that Li Yao laid his eyes on the crystal suit, they were all whispering to each other. "This crystal suit is very impressive." His eyes glowing, Li Yao said to Yi Qingyun with ecstasy, having discovered a real treasure. "The crystal suits here are all crafted by masters. Any of them will suffice. However, this crystal suit is natural and flawless from design to production. The designs of the crystal reactor and the power rune arrays on the crystal suit are particularly eye-catching. I have never seen such a weird asymmetrical 9-star distribution before. It seems random and unreasonable at first look, but if you think about it more carefully, such a disordered distribution can carry out the performance of the crystal suit in small scale, turning to the best. The heavy crystal suit that seems clumsy and heavy, after applying the power system of the asymmetrical 9-star distribution, will have an agility even higher than the scouting crystal suits on the battlefield. It will be like a smoke and a ghost. The enemy will be greatly surprised. The master who designed this crystal suit must be a top-tier expert in the power system. However, although the designs are very advanced and the overall production has no problem at all, bordering on perfection, something seems to be missing during the final polishing and assembly. An error of around 0.3 threads can be found in a lot of the joints and gaps on the plate armor. Such errors are totally acceptable for a regular crystal suit. However, on such an impeccable crystal suit, the errors are like the slight flaws on a piece of white jade. It is quite a pity. It appears that this refiner is good at theories but not adept at practical operations. His hands are not steady enough to completely realize the perfect designs in his head. But that's all right. After my adjustment, another 10% of the potentials of the crystal suit should be able to be exploited. After Li Yao finished, he heard nothing but silence in the warehouse of crystal suits, including Yi Qingyun. Everybody looked at him weirdly, with hesitation written all over their faces. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Then he realized that they were not looking at him but behind his shoulders, with eyes that were filled with reverence and pity. He turned around, only to discover an old man with fluffy hair and an unusual appearance. His body seemed to have been tied up by a dark golden fishing net, and that was the only reason why he could manage to stand or move. Li Yao's eyes fell on the old man's hands. The old man's hands that were as smooth as jade at the beginning were now also full of devastating scars. There were so many red marks that his every finger had been cut into a dozen blocks. They were only jumbled together with a dense layer of golden threads under the support of very tiny metal bones. He was only able to move his fingers when the metal gears and bearings rolled. Despite the support of the golden threads and the mechanical external skeleton, the old man's hands were still shivering and even briefly cramping now and then. Such a pair of hands was evidently not suitable for refining. Thinking quickly, Li Yao immediately guessed everything from the complicated look on everyone's face and the unique design of the power system on the crystal suit. Master Jin. Li Yao bowed to Master Jin Tianzong deeply. Forgive me. Is this your work? Fellow cultivator Li, your expertise is so remarkable. I don't deserve to be called a master by you at all. Let's just call each other fellow cultivators. Jin Tianzong, the master of refiner and specialist of power systems whose hands had been disabled, turned out to be a person who was completely devoted to the world of magical equipment, not bothered by Li Yao's comments on his work a moment ago at all. He stepped forward and asked, with a pair of eyes as sharp as blades, "How did you solve the problem of the adjustment of the power output in the crystal reactor on your three-phase transformative crystal suit, when it is changed to different phases? If you don't solve the problem, even if the crystal suit is transformed into a super large one, the crystal reactor will be exactly the same as before. Wouldn't that be like a small horse pulling a huge cart? Is there any point in it at all?" Pondering for a moment, Li Yao admitted frankly, "I'm preparing to solve the problem with a drain valve that is crafted through special technique and a combustion improver that I have invented on my own." Master Jin Tianzong pursued further, "What kind of special technique is it?" "Like this." Li Yao retrieved a metal cube the size of a baby's fist from his cosmos ring. It was in lead gray and even and smooth on the surface. Holding the metal cube in his hand, he inputted a stream of spiritual energy into it, and the metal cube immediately floated and hovered in midair. Shwa, 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 shwa. Li Yao had never looked more serious before. Sweat the size of beans was even leaking out of his temples. Dozens of electric arcs jumped out of his fingertips and gathered into 5 deep blue rays of light before they immersed into the cube, changing, cutting, and carving along with his fingers quickly. Smoke popped up while the surface of the metal cube was engraved with complicated, delicate patterns. It was almost like a combination of 6 mazes. 1 minute later, Li Yao took a long breath in relief and finished the carving. Holding the beautiful metal cube, he delivered it to Master Jin Tianzong. Yi Qingyun and other refiners of the deep-sea fleet were greatly confused. While Li Yao's skill in focusing the spiritual energy into light blades to carve the surface of metals was quite beautiful, It was not exactly a rarely seen trick. He might be only more fluent at it than most people. Master Jin Tianzong, however, was more prudent than ever. He held his breath and took over the metal cube in Liao's hands carefully. He covered the cube with a thin layer of spiritual shield first, before he inputted a stream of spiritual energy into the cube. An amazing scene took place again. The metal cube that seemed to be in one piece turned into metal slips that were as thin as paper and almost transparent, dancing in midair softly. Every metal slip was like a clear snowflake, engraved with sophisticated circuits. They were the rune arrays related to combustions and power output, and the spiritual energy circulations that were extremely esoteric. They were 100 times more complicated than the patterns on the surfaces of the metal cube. The tiny and delicate metal cube had been cut into hundreds of metal slips without a sound with the blade of spiritual energy by Liao, and on each metal slip, entirely different rune arrays had been carved. Yi Qingyun and other refiners of the deep-sea fleet were awed by Liao's extraordinary skill again. They were too shocked to exclaim anymore. Fellow cultivator Jin. Liao could already tell that Master Jin Tianzong was a pure, devoted refiner. Formalities were not needed to deal with such a technical specialist, and he could only win the man's acknowledgement and trust with true skills. If I carve 30 or so protection and stabilization rune arrays on the internal walls of the crystal reactor and control the change of power output with special drain valves, is it possible to provide 3 different power outputs for the 3 different forms of the crystal suit with only one crystal reactor? Master Jin Tianzong stared at the dancing metal slips for a long time, his eyes wandering in the patterns that Liao had carved, full of fascination. It was not until a long time later that he finally retreated his attention and focused his eyes on Liao's plain-looking hands. Master Jin Tianzong heaved a blurred sigh. There was no telling whether he was envying Liao for having such a pair of fast and agile hands, or that he was mourning that he could never achieve what Liao had achieved just now because of the destructive wounds to his hands, which made it impossible for him to carry out half of his expertise in his peak years. May I know your teacher and your school, fellow cultivator Li? It finally occurred to Master Jin Tianzong that Liao bowed to him deeply in respect just now. He bowed back and said sincerely, "Your skills in refining will definitely raise a lot of attention even if you barge into the circle of refiners in the capital." Liao replied, "If I say that I accidentally found the heritages on refining from the age of ancient cultivators and grasped them on my own, would you believe it, fellow cultivator Jin?" Master Jin Tianzong was slightly dazed. Then he said, "Just now, I was still telling Her Grace that I absolutely did not believe anyone could reach the peak of refining on their own. But now that I have seen fellow cultivator Li's extraordinary skills, I have to say that I'm having doubts of my conclusion if that person is fellow cultivator Li." Looking at Master Jin Tianzong's hands, Liao changed the topic abruptly. "Fellow cultivator Jin, your hands were heavily wounded in the past 2 years." Hearing his words, Yi Qingyun and other refiners of the deep-sea fleet looked embarrassed again. The hands of a refiner were everything to them. It was somewhat outrageous of Liao to tear apart Master Jin Tianzong's trauma like that. Master Jin Tianzong slightly frowned, with intense miseries surfacing in his eyes. It was not because he recalled the pain when his hands were wounded, but because of the helplessness that he could never make use of his hands deftly and carry out the best of his refining arts. In a hoarse voice he said, "Yes, the flesh exploded. The bones were all broken. The veins and the nerves were disrupted into a mess. Thanks to the most advanced flesh regeneration technologies and the nurture of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Her Grace has found through various sources, it is not a big problem in daily life or regular refining. But during the production of certain complicated components or the fashioning that required a high precision, it is exactly like what you said, something is missing. With our expertise, we are both clear that my hands have been crippled now that they have been reduced to this. Since I came to the deep-sea fleet, I have summarized all my knowledge in refining that I gained in the first half of my life, and I still believe in the correctness of my theories. There are countless brand-new power rune arrays that I want to create and hundreds of unique crystal suits that I want to craft. I even developed an ancillary power unit for the colossi, which could increase the speed and agility of the colossi by more than 5%. But because of my crippled hands, all the experiments failed, and all the designs can only stay in my head. I have told Her Grace many times that, at best, I can only work as the brain in the refining team of the Deep-Sea Fleet and provide theoretical guidance. And if the Deep-Sea Fleet truly wants to have the most powerful crystal suits and even colossi in order to compete with other super fleets of the Imperium of true human beings, we have to find a pair of hands for the refining team. A pair of miraculous and legendary hands. I didn't know that Her Grace was so omnipotent that she would find such a great expert as fellow cultivator Li. Master Jin Tianzong was so thrilled that he could not describe the shock that Liao brought to him at all. Liao said, "I'm told that fellow cultivator Jin has been working on the hybrid crystal suits and made groundbreaking breakthroughs? I was more or less suspicious about it in the beginning, but I'm starting to believe it after scanning the power system of this crystal suit. I can't wait to start the exploration of hybrid crystal suits together with fellow cultivator Jin." His eyes glowing, Master Jin Tianzong said, "With the participation of fellow cultivator Li, the magical equipment development team of the Deep-Sea Fleet will be like a tiger that has grown wings. With enough time, it is even possible for us to surpass the refining teams in the Imperial University, the Imperial Polytechnical University, and the Imperial Advanced College of Metallurgy." To this moment, Master Jin Tianzong still thought that Liao was a pure refiner, or at least mainly a refiner. So, he was still encouraging Liao with the logic of a refiner. Liao smiled and changed the topic back to Master Jin Tianzong's hands. "Fellow cultivator Jin, it was rather presumptuous of me to have inquired about the wounds of your hands abruptly just now. I was only eager to learn whether your wounds were new or old, because there were several secret prescriptions on the nurturing and training of the hands in the heritages of the ancient cultivators that I got. Although the ancient cultivators were far behind the modern immortal cultivators in terms of the systematical development of disciplines, there were still quite a few effective methods after tens of thousands of years of experience. My hands suffered a lot of serious wounds during my crazy refining. Some of the training methods even required that the flesh on my hands be gnawed up and regenerated in order to build up the sharpest senses. Had it not been for the support of the secret techniques that nourished the hands, my hands would have been wasted a long time ago. Therefore, if you trust me, fellow cultivator Jin, you might as well try my secret prescriptions. After all, I don't think your conditions can get any worse, right?" Master Jin Tianzong was immediately stunned. The relationship among the immortal cultivators was generally cold and distant. Deals and negotiations were highly appreciated, and few people would show kindness to other people for no reason. Also, back when he was in the refining department of the Imperial Polytechnical University, he had been working on the development of the hybrid crystal suits, which was rather a unique path and pissed off too many refiners. Everybody was waiting to see him humiliate himself, so none of them would give him any help. Out of his intuitions, he wondered if this vulture Liao was up to something and intended to obtain certain things from him. It was not until he realized that he was in the Deep-Sea Fleet, and this fellow cultivator Li had been invited by the Queen in person, that he was finally more or less reassured. Besides, he had been demoted from a professor of the Imperial Polytechnical University and a heated grandmaster in the circle of refiner to what he was today. Was there anything about him that could call for other people's greed? The only valuable things he had were the theories and designs regarding the hybrid crystal suits. If they were what Vulture Liao wanted, he might as well take away all of them. Perhaps they could only be really put into practice someday if they were in his hands. Hundreds of thoughts popped in Master Jin Tianzong's head, but they eventually all turned into a gloomy sigh. He bowed at Liao deeply again. "Thank you, fellow cultivator Li. I believe that you and I will certainly have a lot of things that we can talk about sincerely in terms of refining." Li Yao was very satisfied with Master Jin Tianzong's answer. Naturally, he was not giving the man a favor for no reason at all. Besides, Jin Tianzong and everybody else in the Deep-Sea Fleet, although being the rebels in the eyes of the authorities of the Imperium, were still immortal cultivators. The war between the low-level immortal cultivators and the high-level immortal cultivators was a simple one caused by the uneven distribution of interests. Every ancient prescription inside Li Yao's head was an invaluable treasure. Naturally, He would not play the role of a generous giver in front of a bunch of immortal cultivators for no good reason. However, Li Yao was well aware of the weight of a refiner in the divinity transformation stage in an organization. It was especially so for a rebellion force that had only risen recently, such as the Deep Sea Fleet, which couldn't have attracted too many masters in refining. One might even say that Master Jin Tianzong was unique here. Li Yao estimated that the crystal suits of the Deep Sea Fleet and even all the top-tier experts of the reformists had been repaired and maintained by Master Jin Tianzong in person. Many secret military operations that required pertinent modifications on the crystal suits couldn't have been a secret to Master Jin Tianzong either. Therefore, making friends with Master Jin Tianzong would help him reach the center of the reformists more easily. Besides, many of Li Yao's refining arts were too sophisticated for the common refiners to appreciate. They might even think that he was deliberately showing off his skills. It would be quite awkward if he worked and sweated hard only to discover that he was giving a performance to a bunch of blind people. It was not like he could be barefaced enough to speak to Li Linghai in person. Like, Your Grace. In fact, my refining arts just now were so awesome with this and that technique. So you must pay great attention to me and involve me in your every secret operation. Only the masters of Jin Tianzong's level could see Li Yao's real value. With Jin Tianzong vouching for him, he would be of greater value to Queen Li Linghai. Thinking about that, Li Yao smiled and went on. Even the best techniques to nurture the hands cannot restore fellow cultivator Jin's hands to their peak state. The ancillary artificial limbs and strengthened external skeletons will still be necessary. I can tell that the strengthened external skeleton that fellow cultivator Jin is using right now is very delicately made, but it still cannot recover 100% of your capabilities, right? Master Jin Tianzong nodded his head. This strengthened external skeleton is named Heavenly Silk Jade Clothes. If it weren't for the support, I would have been completely paralyzed. Right now, about 80% of my body functions have been recovered. This is already the most advanced strengthened external skeleton. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, the strengthened external skeleton made of rigid metals is already perfect enough to be refined into the level of the Heavenly Silk Jade Clothes. However, have you ever considered crafting a strengthened external skeleton with soft metals or liquid alloys? At the very least, you can cover your damaged hands with a pair of gloves and control them with their spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts. I imagine it will be much better than the strengthened external skeleton right now, won't it? Liquid alloy? Jin Tianzong's eyes shone. Then he shook his head and said, Are you talking about the soft metal materials that are used to repair the shell of the starships? Those alloys have poor spiritual energy conductivity and shaping abilities. However you input spiritual energy into it, it will just be a sticky mess like mud or turn into a cluster of steel. Even if my hands are covered by them, how can I expect to perform the highly precise refining work? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao said, There is a reason why I suggest fellow cultivator Jin repair your hands with liquid metals. Tell you the truth, I have a very special production plan of liquid metals, which is a top secret among the top secrets and cannot be provided to fellow cultivator Jin easily. However, I can supply fellow cultivator Jin with the liquid metals after they are produced. Trust me, the enhancement of such a new strengthened external skeleton will be much better than the traditional rigid external skeleton. Li Yao was not exaggerating. The new liquid alloy was not his invention either. His main focus was the design and modification of crystal suits, and he did not have a profound understanding of material science, the purification of metals, and other fundamental disciplines. The production plan of such a liquid metal was come up with by Professor Mo Xian. Professor Mo Xian lost his body of flesh and blood in the laboratory explosion more than 100 years ago and turned into weird, phantom entities, together with his 4 disciples. Later, due to the radiations of the cosmic storm, their self-awareness and their memories of the past were awakened, and they evolved into star spirits. During the process when they evolved into the star spirits, their souls were somehow melted with the liquid metal repairers on the starship, which gave them a very unique artificial body made of liquid metals. Although their bodies became liquid metals, Professor Mo Xian and his 4 disciples had been persisting in their dream of refining. In a time span of 100 years, they had been refining and experimenting on liquid metals repetitively, hoping to produce body materials that were more sensitive to spiritual energy, faster in condensing and melting, and more suitable for refining. What they eventually got was a new material named water-soft crystal, which could fully carry out the characteristics of the liquid metals, which were both hard and soft and full of variations. The experiment data of the liquid metal materials in the 100 years had all been sealed in the enormous heritage and delivered to Li Yao and the mental devil. That was why Li Yao was confident that he could solve Master Jin Tianzong's problem. Of course, both the ancient medical fluids that could cure the hands and the rare metals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to produce the water-soft crystal were precious ingredients that were hard to come by. Li Yao estimated that even Queen Li Linghai had to spend at least a couple of months searching for all the materials. However, after raising such enticing conditions, he could win Master Jin Tianzong's trust immediately. If Master Jin Tianzong and he could monopolize the maintenance of the magical equipment of all the super experts among the reformists as two cores, wouldn't there be a lot of room that he could take advantage of? Of course, none of this comes free. Li Yao did not want to raise the suspicion of Master Jin Tianzong and other refiners by being too generous. He simply said with a smile, "But I do trust fellow cultivator Jin's integrity. I believe that you will certainly offer a price that will attract me. Say, applying fellow cultivator Jin's hybrid design to my crystal suit, or giving me a hand when I craft large magical equipment, right?" Master Jin Tianzong's throat was rolling fast. For a man who had melted the refining arts into his blood and soul, who had offered his entire life to the furnace as a sacrifice, and who was ambitious enough to challenge the entire circle of refiners, could he have given a second answer except yes? What happened next was within Li Yao's expectation. His astonishing performance in the maintenance workshop completely disrupted Li Linghai's arrangements. At first, Li Linghai was still pondering how she should settle Li Yao. The participation of a warrior in the divinity transformation stage was certainly a good thing, but she wondered if Li Yao should have access to the most central personnel and secrets when he was not on a mission. However, now that Li Yao had proved him to be not only a warrior in the divinity transformation stage but also an excellent refiner who was on par with Master Jin Tianzong in terms of level and even much better than him in terms of practical operations, the situation was entirely different. Besides, Li Yao had proved that he was not from the Imperium through his incredible refining arts, which indirectly suggested that everything he said was true. Of course, Li Linghai did spend like 30 seconds considering if Li Yao was a spy from the Covenant Alliance. However, Li Linghai had never heard that the Covenant Alliance, which had suffered a crushing defeat in the past 10 years against the Imperium, boasted such an extraordinary person as Vulture Li Yao, who was as remarkable in fighting as he was in refining. Such a man would play an irreplaceable role wherever he went. Why would he have been sent to the enemy's rear alone as a spy in such a preposterous way? Although Li Linghai was not entirely reassured about Li Yao yet, she did reach a conclusion after quick calculations, which was that the value Li Yao could provide far exceeded the insignificant suspicions about him. As the leader of the reformists who intended to overthrow the four Kurfürst families' reign of the Imperium despite the small chances, Li Linghai was a wild gambler, and she took a wild gamble regarding the use of Li Yao. While his identity of personal guard remained unchanged, Li Yao was added with a rather absurd new identity, the Queen's personal magical equipment consultant. The identity that equaled Deputy Director of Magical Equipment in the Deep Sea Fleet would allow Li Yao to gain access to the top confidential magical equipment projects in the Deep Sea Fleet as well as the crystal suits of most of the leadership. He was almost on the same level as Master Jin Tianzong. In any organization, two masters of refining with similar capabilities would be more or less in conflicts. It was especially so when Li Yao had assumed a high place as a newcomer. It was inevitable that he gave the feeling that he had stolen somebody else's power. At such a moment, the two gifts that he offered played a vital role. Master Jin Tianzong was not very passionate about power or fame in the first place, but was completely dedicated to his project of hybrid crystal suits. Before, when he looked at his wounded hands that bordered on completely destroyed, there had been little hope in the heart of Master Jin Tianzong, who was only catching his last breath. But Li Yao's arrival poured a bucket of hot oil on the flames in his heart, making him see the light of hope clearly again. Master Jin Tianzong was still counting on Li Yao to repair his hands for him. Why would he fight for power with Li Yao at such a moment? Therefore, their cooperation had been rather smooth and neat since the first day. Despite the disabilities, Jin Tianzong was one of the best specialists in refining in the Imperium of true human beings after all, and he had been formally educated in the Imperial Polytechnical University. His head was almost an encyclopedia of the magical equipment in the Imperium. Li Yao couldn't help but feel that he had entered a mountain of eye-opening treasures, and he just couldn't dig out enough of them. Also, when Li Yao casually mentioned the ideas or the structure designs that he got from the ancient cultivators or the Kunlun relic, Jin Tianzong was secretly shocked too, and he felt more and more that the mysterious expert vulture Li Yao, whom the queen had hired from he did not know where, was too immeasurable. With their cooperation, the maintenance work of the Tempest God was pushed forward fast. The preliminary maintenance procedures had been drafted in only half a day. The maintenance and adjustment work of the crystal suits also moved on smoothly. Li Linghai had opened almost all the maintenance clearances on the crystal suits in the deep-sea fleet. Experts such as Tu Zhengdao also came to visit Li Yao, asking Li Yao to help them adjust their crystal suits earnestly. After all, the crystal suit was the Exo's life. On the battlefield, even an improvement of 1% in performance would significantly increase the final odds of survival. In only one day, Li Yao had got in touch with more than 30 most advanced high-level crystal suits. Through their crystal suits, he made acquaintances with the myriad of experts and commanders in the deep-sea fleet and grew a profound understanding of their battle styles and basic levels according to the tiny scratches on their crystal suits and their own narrations. Master Jin Tianzong observed Li Yao's adjustments on the crystal suits carefully nearby. After watching Li Yao adjust more than 30 crystal suits in different styles and models, he was completely awed by the dexterity and precision of Li Yao's hands. After the day's work was done, he offered to present a lot of structural designs of the hybrid crystal suit for Li Yao to study. It was exactly what Li Yao wanted. However, after studying them carefully for a night, Li Yao could tell why Master Jin Tianzong's research stagnated. The design of hybrid crystal suits was too advanced after all, with too many complicated rune arrays and structures, which meant that they absolutely could not be manufactured on a large scale under current technological circumstances. In many cases, the precision demand on many details was appallingly 0.05 threads, which was not only beyond the abilities of the tools on the assembly lines but also barely possible for experienced refiners with their manual work. The crystal reactor, on the other hand, was the most important unit on the crystal suit. Even an error of 0.1 threads might result in the loss of control, paralysis, and even the explosion of the crystal suit. No wonder the Imperial Polytechnical University scorned at Master Jin Tianzong's design, and he even lost his reputation in the entire circle of refiners, who regarded him as a liar fishing for fame. It also explained why Master Jin Tianzong offered the structure designs that he deemed most valuable to Li Yao the first day they met. That was because only Li Yao's astonishing hand speed and senses could possibly produce the special components and the ultra-thin chips that Master Jin Tianzong needed. Fellow cultivator Li, I have tried all the methods possible, and they all failed. Brilliance as thick as magma was spurting out of Master Jin Tianzong's eyes, and thick veins were wandering on the back of his hands, his neck, and his forehead. He was almost roaring as he said, "Right now, your hands are my only hope. I believe that fate has sent you here, and the experiment this time will definitely be a success. Let's join our hands and shock all the refiners of the Imperium." 12 hours later, in the test field for crystal suits on Dragon Abyss, 3 crystal suits were fighting fiercely in 3 streaks of brilliance. 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 black. Occasionally, ripples of spiritual energy were raised in collisions, and spread to the defense rune arrays around the test field like overwhelming tides, causing deafening noises. In the battle, the 2 crystal suits that were surrounded by yellow and black halos were attacking the red crystal suit from the left and the right at the same time. But the red crystal suit was not intimidated by the opponent's aggressive and incessant attacks. It was simply wandering between the 2 opponents at ease. The red crystal suit was tall, heavy, and thick, with a highly rising protrusion on the back. It was a standard heavy crystal suit. However, as the crimson exhaust flames spurted out dazzlingly, Its movement was as unpredictable as a ghost and as agile as a butterfly that was hovering among flowers. It was not stalled by the two opponents at all. Instead, taking advantage of the flawed teamwork of the two opponents, it dodged to the opponent's back and used them as its shield again and again. Oh! The opponent in the yellow crystal suit finally could not withstand such tease anymore. In crazy roars, his body expanded non-stop, and even the cosmos rings embedded to the crystal suit spurted out even more units and components, which were gathered by the electromagnetic forces and made the crystal suit even bigger, fiercer, and more hideous. The sharp battle spurts appeared on the shoulders, the breastplate, the elbows, and the knees, truly making it look like a fully armored, dominating crab. Exhaust flames that looked like a tsunami burst out of the back of the black crystal suit too, improving its level to a higher level. Almost 100 blurred shadows trapped the red crystal suit tightly. The glittering crab was about to pinch the red crystal suit's arms with its pincers. The superalloy high-frequency vibration blade in the hands of the black crystal suit was also slashed at the spiritual energy tube at the back of the red crystal suit from bottom to top sordidly. Either of the attacks from the two crystal suits would be enough to cripple the red crystal suit if they hit the target. The red crystal suit, however, was enshrouded into a dazzling ball of lightning by the exhaust flames that spurted out of its body crazily. The deafening noises raised by the ball of lightning even stunned the two crystal suits that were performing the attack for a moment. In the middle of the roaring lightning, countless streaks of brightness split apart and dodged all the attacks from the two crystal suits at ease, only to condense again at the back of the yellow crystal suit. One heavy and aggressive kick, as unstoppable as the barrage of the main guns of a crystal warship, hit the waist of the yellow crystal suit brutally, blowing the plate armor into pieces immediately. The crystal suit that weighed several tons crashed into the defense rune arrays like a kite whose string had been cut off. Taking advantage of the moment when the broken pieces disrupted the vision and probed the magical equipment of the black crystal suit, the red crystal suit sprinted forward. The brilliance condensed by spiritual energy pierced into the chest of the black crystal suit like a blood-red saber, and flames entangled the black crystal suit like crimson vipers, completely paralyzing every rune array on the surface of the black crystal suit. The yellow crystal suit collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again, with sparks spurting out crazily. Lubricants and the user's blood were everywhere on the ground. The black crystal suit kept the attacking posture, like a statue that had been frozen, and did not fall until 3 seconds later. Boom! The red crystal suit had serious faults after crushing the two formidable enemies in the counterattack. Fulminations burst out of the highly rising unit on the back, and disgusting black smoke popped up too. Shwa! 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 The yellow crystal suit and the black crystal suit split apart, and Li Jialing and Tu Zhengdao crawled out of them. They eyed the red crystal suit in disbelief. The red crystal suit dissected like a blossoming flower too. Liao walked out in deep thought. Master Jin Tianzong is quite right. The hybrid structure is indeed the next-generation power output pattern that is more advanced than the parallel structure. It represents the future of crystal suits. However, it is indeed technologically tricky to craft them. This prototype has been worked on by Master Jin Tianzong for years and polished by me carefully, but it is still not steady enough. Faults were already happening when I just moved it casually. What do you think? Liao looked at Tu Zhengdao and Li Jialing, who were sweating hard, their chests moving up and down quickly. I think you are a monster, Tu Zhengdao panted and said. Li Jialing shook his furry big head and nodded heavily. Right then, the starship slightly shivered, and there was a brief slowdown. The Deep Sea Palace, the nest of the Deep Sea Fleet and home camp of Queen Li Linghai, was not far away. On the bridge of Dragon Abyss, Liao and Li Jialing observed the broken, ragged planet that had almost been entirely modified into machines on Li Linghai's left and right sides respectively. The planet was somewhat similar to the Ice King project that Liao had seen in the Flying Star sector. The purpose of the project was to hollow an entire planet, install a great number of power rune arrays, and transform it into an enormous star fortress. The Ice King project of the Flying Star sector originated from a magnificent project of the Star Ocean Imperium. The planetary fortress that had been highly modified was left from the age of the Star Ocean Imperium too. Otherwise, with the technological power of the cultivators of the flying star sector at that time, it was absolutely impossible to perform such grand and complicated modifications on a planet. The small planet at the edge of the cosmos was certainly not the only target involved in the magnificent projects of the Star Ocean Imperium. The planet that Li Jialing used as her nest had been through similar modifications, and the modifications were even more thorough. More than 80% of the surface of the planet had been mechanized and militarized and could be used for real battles. But it too was heavily damaged in the bloody battles 10,000 years ago, like a skull that was hollowed and riddled with holes. The planet and the vast space zones around were not recorded in any space map of the Imperium. Barely anyone knew their existence. They had spent the past 10,000 years in silence and loneliness deep inside the dark and profound universe. However, in the recent century, and especially in the recent 30 to 50 years, countless rebels who were discontented, ambitious, and hated the authorities of the Imperium had come to this place, excavating the spaceports, arsenals, and relics from the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. They had also recruited the highly dangerous schemers and desperados from everywhere and built the place into an impenetrable base together. Dragon Abyss slowly sailed into the planetary fortress that was known as Dragon Palace. Activating his eyesight to the maximum, Liao saw that hundreds of starships were docked in the space neatly, and the highly rising command towers looked like the fins on the back of sharks. A lot of starships and crystal suit groups were practicing cooperative battles on the orbit. Their remarkable performance and tactics were as good as the Burning Prairie Fleet, the top-tier deep sky fleet in the Federation. The deep sea fleet is not made of common mobsters. Even in my most difficult times, I never considered recruiting the infamous space bandits to increase my power. Just like my attitude toward Li Lingfeng, what matters is quality and not quantity. I would rather fight on my own than to recruit a bunch of pig teammates to hamstring me. Faced with her army, Queen Li Linghai couldn't help but feel proud. More than 80% of the commanders in the deep-sea fleet in various levels came from the elite fleets in the Imperium's army. One might even say that the most distinguished talents in hundreds of sectors of the Imperium have been gathered here. According to Li Linghai, while the deep-sea fleet was a rebellion army that had not surfaced yet, it had quite a roster of great talents and generals. The abilities of the commanders at every level were far better than those of the deep sky fleets of the Imperium at the same level. It was especially so for the bottom-level commanders in the front line, who were definitely the elites that had survived hundreds of battles. The elites joined the deep-sea fleet for various reasons. But getting to the bottom of it, it was mostly because the channel of ascension had been blocked and because of the injustice caused by the monopolization of nobles and magnates. The injustice had been enlarged by countless times in the fierce war. On many occasions, it even concerned the life and death of the young officers. Naturally, it raised fierce resistance. Incapable and self-righteous, the superiors treated the precious lives as worthless cannon fodder in order to earn military credits for themselves and their families without caring about the life and death of the officers and soldiers at the bottom level. They even drove the soldiers into the burning battlefield to get killed when there was no hope of winning at all, just to get themselves the reputation of valiance. Such things were not rare at all in the Imperium's counterattack in the past 10 years. The young officers at the bottom level and the low-level immortal cultivators who had no connections, after going through blood battles where only 1/10 of them could survive and returning from the hellish battlefields with broken bodies, might not be greeted by medals, contribution points, cheers, and flowers, but more likely the blames that their fellows and their superiors pushed to them. If they were unwilling to plead guilty dutifully and take the blame for their fellows and superiors who were powerful, the cold and heartless military court would open its bloody mouth and swallow the promising future of countless young officers. All in all, in the Imperium of true human beings that was reigned by nobles and warlords, medals, honors, and military credits did not depend on the accomplishments on a battlefield but one's backgrounds and patrons. For the low-level immortal cultivators who did not have any background or person they could count on and who were unwilling to kneel before the nobles, they would never have a day to distinguish themselves no matter how much blood they shed and how many people they killed on the battlefield. It was exactly the story for Tu Zhengdao, the deputy leader of the Deep Sea Legion. He used to be the highest commander of a very famous Crystal Suit Legion in the expedition army of the Imperium. Without any background and reliance, He made his way to the vice-marshal of the Imperium's army through all the bones he broke and all the blood he vomited on the battlefield. He was a legend of the expedition army, and he once received the olive branches from the 4 Kurfürst families too. But at that time, he was loyal to the sector master of his hometown, and he thought that the sector master would remember his loyalty and shelter and support him no matter what. But he was wrong. In an extremely dangerous battle, the whole defense line completely collapsed because of the downfall of another Crystal Suit Legion on his flank. He covered the retreat at the risk of his life, and his entire troop was almost wiped out before he finally managed to keep the Allies' forces as much as possible. The Crystal Suit Legion, which collapsed and ran first, turned out to be a subordinate of the Yun family of Wuchuan, one of the 4 Kurfürst families, and its commander was a descendant of the main bloodline of the Yun family. Naturally, as the pillars of the Imperium, the 4 renowned Kurfürst families never had any cowardly people in the families. The commanders of the troops that were saved by Tu Zhengdao, intimidated by the power of the Yun family, did not dare to speak the truth. Besides, the military committee who was responsible for the investigation was mostly made of the nobles and the descendants of traditional families. Even if they told the truth, who would hear it? Eventually, Tu Zhengdao was the one to blame for the collapse of the entire defense line. The sector master of his hometown, who had promised to support him before, was angry that he wasted the soldiers that he brought from his hometown, which significantly reduced the capabilities of his sector. Also, the sector master was not bold enough to go against the 4 Kurfürst families, and thus offered him no help at all. Just like that, as a legend and one of the youngest vice-admiral in the Imperium's army, Tu Zhengdao fell from the promising path to an infinite abyss. He was forced to lead a daring team made of criminals to launch a suicide charge at the most heavily guarded military stronghold of the Covenant Alliance, only to be obliterated into nothingness by the overwhelming bombardments of the Covenant Alliance. At the very least, if it weren't for the help that Li Linghai offered, it would have been Tu Zhengdao's only outcome. After he was secretly rescued, Tu Zhengdao immediately joined the deep-sea fleet with the surviving members of the daring team without any hesitation. Tu Zhengdao's story was just a common one among the soldiers of the deep-sea fleet's history of blood and tears. Countless officers had similar experiences, or even 100 times more wronged and miserable ones. Those people were determined to overthrow the reign of the 4 Kurfürst families and to establish a new imperium as well as a powerful army. Not just the soldiers, there were also scholars, specialists, and civilians such as Master Jin Tianzong who were disliked by the nobles. Some of them could not see the channel of ascension, some of them had worked hard on their projects for decades only to be robbed by other people, and some were attacked openly or clandestinely in the seemingly fair competitions, eventually losing their reputations or even their families. They were all forced to walk on the desperate path that was reform. The whole world is already seething with fury and discontentment, which may burst out at any moment because of the nobles' reign over the imperium of true human beings. Li Linghai said to Li Yao, "The more greatly the noble families expand and the more interests they monopolize, the less room of survival there will be for most of the people. The majority will be pushed to their opposite side, thereby forcing a powerful alliance of resistors. When you are cursed by too many people, you will die without a disease. Right now, the noble families led by the 4 Kurfürst families are exactly being cursed by too many people. However, with 100 years of preparations, the forces of the reformists are much more than the deep-sea fleet that you are seeing right now." According to Li Linghai, the forces that the reformists could make use of could be divided into 5 parts. The most important armed force of all was naturally the deep-sea fleet. In a world of immortal cultivators where the strong prey on the weak, no ideas could be spread without a powerful armed force. Secondly, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which was the main source of intelligence and capital for the reformists. Li Yao was no stranger to the name of Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, because Di Feiwen, his nominal right-hand man and the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, was a merchant and had a lot to do with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. According to Di Feiwen, before he left the Imperium, the merchants and the alliance of the small businesses who had been active at the remote areas of the Imperium were already gradually awakening, hoping to compete with the monopolies supported by the noble families and even participate in the politics of the Imperium. When there were too many coins in their pockets, It was only natural that they wanted to forge and grab sharper swords to protect their pockets. Money was itself a bloodthirsty beast. The power of capitals was sometimes even greater than the power of the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. At the earliest chance, the clinking coins would come to life and seize the entire world. 100 years ago, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was still relatively weak and could only infiltrate the remote worlds or the independent worlds that were in the middle of a war and had a complicated environment such as the Black Wind Fleet. But as it turned out, after 100 years, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had already teamed up with the Queen from the Imperium's center of power. The ambitions of the organization were obvious. The third force was the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, based in the Imperial Terminus sector. What the slightly weird name denoted was a terrifying organization that awed countless people hundreds of years ago. As its name suggested, Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was a special troop that was designed to deal with the invasion of extraterrestrial devils. It was said that the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils raised a batch of devil huntresses who had been trained using cruel secret techniques since childhood. They had very sharp senses and natural-born countermeasures against extraterrestrial devils. The organization was similar to the Devil-Slaying Division in the Secret Sword Bureau in the Star Glory Federation. About 700 years ago, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had a ghastly history of expansion. The targets of their hunting were no longer restrained to the extraterrestrial devils or those possessed by the extraterrestrial devils, but also included the immortal cultivators who were involved in corruption, embezzlement, or other schemes. They became the bloody tool with which the emperor used to compete with the nobles who were growing too huge to be rid of. The real immortal cultivators should be loyal to his grace and contribute their everything to the Imperium and the civilization. The guys who are corrupted and greedy about wealth and power have all been invaded by the extraterrestrial devils. Their heads have been polluted by the devils, and they must be purged in the most complete way. In the past, countless devil huntresses once galloped among different sectors and implemented the most ruthless purge on the emperor's enemies under such slogans. If those people's heads were entirely burnt up, there would naturally be no residues of any extraterrestrial devils, right? With such a dark history, it was not hard to imagine how the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was suppressed and diminished in the second 500 years of the Imperium's history, when the emperor was eclipsed by the nobles and the four Kurfürst families dominated everything. Today, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had already been reduced to a bureau as insignificant as the caecum in the enormous and redundant political system of the Imperium. Had it not been for the need of tremendous cannon fodder to die together with the extraterrestrial devils when they occasionally arrived, the organization would have been disbanded a long time ago. However, no matter how distressed they were, there were still abundant loyal devil huntresses who were raised and trained with the cruel secret techniques lurking in the darkness, protecting the secrets and the dark forces that they had earned after 1,000 years of fierce battles against the extraterrestrial devils. Li Linghai discovered the value of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and invested a great number of resources, awakening the dangerous beast that had lurked for hundreds of years into her great cause. Just like Gua Chuanfeng's Secret Sword Bureau, Jin Xinyue's Dim Moon Fund, and Long Yangjuan's ghost character, it was her sharpest blade in the darkness. Besides the Deep Sea Fleet, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, and the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, the fourth force that was inclined to the reformists were the relatively radical young officers in the army. At this moment, the young soldiers from hundreds of sectors were gathered in the front line, devoting their youth and hot blood together to the flowers named ambitions and hope. The magnificent and cruel space war in the past 10 years had completely shaped them into machines of slaughter and destruction. It was absolutely impossible to cease fire with the Covenant Alliance and stop the running war machine with just an order while making sure that the young officers who were as ravenous as hungry wolves did not cause any trouble. However, the army was the most sensitive place after all. The nobles and the warlords certainly had a high control over their fleets. Li Linghai did not dare to extend her hands into the army too deeply either. Although she had been rescuing the dissidents in the army and inviting them to join the Deep Sea Fleet, she had never infiltrated the army on a large scale. The fifth force, on the other hand, was more or less out of Li Yao's expectation. It was the opposition within the four Kurfürst families. But on second thought, it did make sense. The most solid fortresses were always broken from inside. Wasn't Li Linghai herself one of the oppositions from within the Kurfürst families? There was also her biological brother Li Lingfeng, who had been well acknowledged as the next leader of the family and Kurfürst. He did not believe in the fancy words of the leadership of the family either, and he established his own force through whatever means possible and came up with his enormous clandestine plans. Couldn't be helped. The rule of survival of the fittest did not just work between the noble families and the poor families, but also the aristocrats and the civilians. The power struggles and secrets within the noble families were anything but unusual. They were even gorier than the competitions in the outside world. When there were competitions, there were losers. Many losers who had lost everything, for their own ambitions and interests, would not hesitate to sacrifice their entire families. The deep-sea fleet provided military support, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors provided capital and intelligence, and the tribunal of extraterrestrial devils was responsible for the dark deals that were best not exposed. They were the three pillars for the Queen of the Imperium. Together with the young, bottom-level officers who were discontented and inclined to, or at least sympathetic for them, as well as the guys who failed the internal competitions in the four Kurfürst families and who craved for a comeback, they made up the fundamental forces of the reformists. There's more to it. Besides the five forces, there are sharp contradictions among the nobles and the warlords that we can take advantage of. Li Linghai explained, the four Kurfürst families are not a united piece. Their conflicts of interests are very intense too, especially those between the three families including the Li family and the Dongfang family, as well as the biggest and wealthiest family known as First Family. When the Imperium of true human beings was just born, the traditional noble families, including the four Kurfürst families, were still hugging each other to warm each other up and check the powerful emperor at that time. At that time, none of them were very strong, and the emperor was their greatest opponent. They could only survive through unity. However, as the royal authority declined, the four Kurfürst families rose prominently. The emperor no longer a threat, they naturally grew vigilant of each other. It was especially so in the recent 200 years, when the Dongfang family's influence continued to expand. It has laid its fingers on the critical fields of the Imperium such as finance, transportation, energy, military industries, etc., and monopolized many of them. It poses a threat not just to the emperor and the low-level immortal cultivators but also to the other three families. While the other families haven't said anything on the surface, they are naturally very dissatisfied in their hearts. There is even a trend that the three families will unite against the Dong family, just like how the four families united to check the emperor in the past. After the triumph in the war, dozens of important industrial worlds have been taken back, which will likely change the balance of the four Kurfürst families. So, nobody will give in regarding how the worlds should be divided. It is possible that they will end up on bad terms. If the enemies start to bite each other, it will be a great opportunity for the reformists to develop and flourish. For us, while we have to lay low for a while longer, we need to call for the army, the small nobles, the sector masters in the remote worlds, and all the other forces that can be united. We will expand the capabilities of the oppositions until the contrast of the two-party strengths is reversed. On the other hand, before we grow strong enough, we might as well make some deals with the other three families and put down the Dongfang family together. The Dongfang family is the largest Kurfürst family. Many people claim that the Dongfang family is the first family of the Imperium, and that the leader of the Dongfang family is the uncrowned emperor of the Imperium. If we can take down the Dongfang family, it will be the first barrage that marks the collapse of the old order. As long as the barrage explodes at the center of power brutally, nothing can possibly stop us from renovating the Imperium. Li Linghai slashed her hand down heavily, as if she were chopping an enormous family that had lasted thousands of years into pieces. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Li Yao with passion and eagerness again. I did not know that you were such an excellent master of refining. This is really great. I vaguely have a feeling that your arrival is a good sign that the reformists and the new Imperium will rise and radiate unstoppably like a morning sun. Right now, Li Lingfeng, my only loophole, has been completely erased. Everything is being pushed forward according to my plan. With your participation right now, I'm certain that our glory will soon arrive." Li Yao hesitated. "Well?" Li Linghai frowned. "What now? Are you still bothered by your belief?" "Not exactly." Thinking for a moment, Li Yao said, "I'm just flattered to be called a good sign. To be honest, nobody has ever said that I was a good sign in my long life. Also, whenever I heard other people saying everything is under control, or things are going exactly as planned, accidents would happen shortly." "Huh." Li Linghai was slightly dazed. Right then, the crystal processor on her wrist began to buzz crazily. It seemed to be a very private communication channel, because Li Linghai hesitated for a moment before she turned it on before Li Yao and Li Jialing. A moment later, Li Linghai's heart of ambitions was frozen, and ice seemed to be poking out of her every pore. "Something is wrong." She gritted 3 words out from between her teeth. Let the time be wound back to 3 days ago. It was in the Green Wind sector on the 4th arm in the 2nd quadrant of the Imperium of True Human Beings. The Green Wind sector was one of the worlds that were closest to the front line before the Imperium launched the splendid strategic counterattack. Naturally, it became the home camp of the expedition army at the early phase of the war, as well as a transfer base for supplies. As the front line was pushed forward along with the army's victories, the home camp of the expedition army had been moved to the sectors that had recently been recovered. However, the logistical base of the army, which boasted hundreds of thousands of starships, was still deployed here. Every day, billions of tons of supplies were shipped to this place from the resource planets at the remote corners of the hundreds of sectors nationwide, before they were delivered to the fleets in the front line after categorization and calculation. The special location and the needs of war made the Green Wind sector prosper abnormally. Most of the locals made a fortune more or less through the war, and their days were evidently better than before the war. Therefore, it would not be exaggerating to say that the locals of this world were the most avid advocates of the war. At this moment, to celebrate the recovery of an insignificant resource planet in the front line, a triumph ceremony of an enormous scale was held in the capital of the sector again. The entire sky was rendered into the lightning trident flag of the Imperium by mystic rays. Balloons painted with eagles and iron fists were flying everywhere. The streets and the alleys were all ablaze with lights. Both the true human beings and the hominoids were standing on their toes waiting for the arrival of the awesome exos of the Imperium and the assault starships. Everybody was shouting from the bottom of their heart, "Long live the Imperium! Long live the immortal cultivators! Long live the civilization of mankind!" When Dongfang Tuo stepped on the podium on one side of the main avenue next to the central square of the capital, he immediately found himself drowned by the overwhelming cheers. Before the war broke out, faced with such a zealous and valiant crowd, Dongfang Tuo, just like other immortal cultivators, was filled with excitement and pride. But after such a long time of war, when he heard the roars for victories, the elegant-looking big shot of the Dongfang family, one of the 500 elders in the Council of Elders of the Imperium, the CEO of the Imperial Expedition Bank, and the chief manager of the Military Supplies Division in the Expedition Army, couldn't help but sigh and furrow his eyebrows. Triumph, triumph, one triumph after another. When will they ever end? Dongfang Tuo thought to himself. For the people or the bottom-level officers in the front line, triumphs meant military credits, medals, and infinite glories of the Imperium. However, the big shots who were responsible for the resources and gears of the expedition army, such as Dongfang Tuo, knew clearly that every triumph meant that more troops had to be deployed to defend the newly recovered territory. It would mean a longer and more fragile supply line and a black hole that would swallow infinite resources. Such black holes could never be filled. From whatever perspective, the army of the Imperium had reached the limits of expansion, and it could not withstand any more of those triumphs. However, anybody can decide when to start a war, but not everyone can decide when to stop a war. Dongfang Tuo somehow thought of those words. He couldn't help but put on a bitter smile. Naturally, he did not let the bitter smile that represented his real feelings to last for more than half a second. Instead, he simply coughed and put on a solemn expression, before he made his way to the middle of the leadership of the government and the military who had medals and sashes all over their chests, waiting for the arrival of the victorious troop. The sound of the assault warships tearing apart the clouds was already vaguely coming over from the sky not far away. The earth began to shake slightly, implying that the iron hooves of the Imperium of true human beings that could stomp on everything were approaching. At that time, the elder of the Imperium did not know yet that there were only 32 minutes and 47 seconds to go before the end of his life. His killer, on the other hand, would not be the inhumane people of the Covenant Alliance who were like machines made of flesh and blood, but the army of the Imperium that he was waiting for. Elder! Upon Dongfang Tuo's arrival, the important officials of the Green Wind sector who were chit-chatting delightedly immediately stood at attention, held their right fist to the chest, and slightly bowed at him to show respect. The 500 elders of the Imperium had the most prestigious position. Even though they were not appointed in the army or the government, they still boasted the power and stature above everyone else, because they were the Imperium. His face as gloomy as a swamp, Dongfang Tuo nodded at everyone and waved his hands casually, hinting that they need not be so nervous. The Green Wind sector was a transfer base of supplies for the expedition army of the Imperium. Military supplies were a critical and beneficial field. Naturally, they were controlled by the noble families. Therefore, the important officials who were qualified to stand on the podium to welcome the victorious army were all from the 4 Kurfürst families or their vassal forces. In short, they were his own kind. Since they were his own kind, he could talk with them on a lot of topics freely. Different from the fervent crowd on the street who were roaring, "Long live the Imperium," the important officials were not too excited during their whispers. Another glorious triumph, and a new resource planet. It's a shame that the Covenant Alliance blew up all the mines before their evacuation under the new strategy of resistance. They even corrupted all the underground mines in a very sordid way. By estimation, the work to address the pollution alone will take years, and there is no telling how huge the investment will be. This is not a resource planet at all. This is yet another bottomless hole. Exactly. The people from the Covenant Alliance are seriously brainwashed too, and they are quite against the Imperium. I'm afraid that they cannot be transformed into the fine labors of the Imperium without long-time tutelage. But it will mean that we will have to waste a lot of food on them. It's not like we can kill all of them, right? Annihilating all the people in the dozens of sectors that are newly recovered? Who is bold enough to make such a decision? This is really upsetting. The support of the people in the rear has already reached the limits. No matter how they are encouraged, it is impossible to unleash more potentials. On the other hand, the accident rate is on the rise, and the small-scale riots are happening all the time. As it happens, most of the available forces of the Imperium are concentrated at the front line and cannot suppress the riots at the rear. As a result, a few days ago, the terrible event that a cultivator destroyed a whole space fortress took place, and the whole process was live-streamed after the spiritual nexus was compromised by the cultivator. Shame. It is truly a great shame for the Imperium. To think that an insignificant cultivator cannot cause much trouble yet. But the pressure of currency inflation that we are faced with right now is too huge and already on the verge of collapse. If the war goes on, the malign devalue of the currency will be unavoidable. We have run detailed deductions. If the war goes on for another year at the current intensity with the current supply of resources, then by February next year, the currency of the Imperium will be devalued by at least 300%, and by the end of next year, 10 times. The catastrophic consequences will be more grave than the appearance of 10,000 cultivators. So, what matters most right now is how to end the war in a decent way. His eyes half narrowed. Dongfang Tuo was expressionless and did not seem to catch the discussions around him. But in fact, he heard every word loud and clear. He also knew that the discussions and complaints of the important officials of the Green Wind sector were mostly meant for him to hear. They hoped that, as one of the elders of the Imperium, he could propose a motion to end the war as soon as possible in the Council of Elders. However, Dongfang Tuo sneered in his heart. Did those officials think that the Council of Elders did not hope to end the war decently as quickly as possible? The only thing was that the Covenant Alliance, whose large piece of flesh had been torn off, would not give the decent end that the Imperium wanted so easily. Would it? The damn soldiers at the front line do not appreciate the hard work of the supplies in the rear at all. All they can think of in their head is to fight, fight, and fight. If they continue like this, our logistical system will collapse in no time. Yes, I'm told that there was a mutiny in the 27th Fleet stationed in the Heavenly Moon Space Zone. The middle and bottom-level young officers were quite moody and unwilling to carry out the order that asked them to stand by. They still intended to attack and further strengthen the battle line. What are those people with more brawn than brains thinking? Are they going to feed the people on the newly recovered planets who have been highly brainwashed? What a bunch of idiots! Those insubordinate guys are only attracted by the military credits and medals and never think about the big picture. Once their heads are befuddled by their hot blood, they can do anything. Also, there is a disturbing phenomenon nowadays. The young officers from different sectors seem to be reaching out to each other. They appear to have established a lot of groups such as clubs or fraternities. There is no telling what they are up to. It is truly distressing. That is all because of the indulgence of the sector masters. The sector masters of the remote worlds are a group of assholes who are ambitious, selfish, short-sighted, insatiable, and never consider the big picture. Dongfang Tua sighed again in his heart. As the CEO of the Imperial Expedition Bank and a manager of logistics who ran astronomical military supplies every day, he was well aware of the topics that everybody was talking about. Having swallowed dozens of worlds in a row, the Imperium had already reached the limits of expansion in the current phase. If it were to continue to expand blindly, it would become an infinitely growing beast that would be collapsed by its own weight, like a whale stranded on a beach, and explode from inside. Therefore, for the overall interests of the Imperium, decently or indecently, the Imperium's counterattack that had lasted more than 10 years must be ended as soon as possible. However, the officers at the front line who craved to make a name for themselves, and especially the young, bottom-level officers who had been seriously brainwashed by the invincibility of the Imperium and the significance of the civilization of mankind, thought otherwise. They desired to distinguish themselves. They desired to expand the territory for their country. They desired to leave their name in the history books as one of the brilliant heroes during the rise of the civilization of mankind. As the saying went, when a general was at war, he would not take orders from the monarch. In a universal war that spanned dozens of sectors and thousands of light-years, it was barely possible for the rear to effectively control the deep-sky fleets that were wandering in the depths of the boundless space. Every deep-sky fleet boasted a super starship more than 10 kilometers long, which had self-circulating air and water systems and also a storage for synthesized food that was enough for the use of 20 years and could provide the basic needs of energy despite the unpleasant smell. With those things, every deep-sky fleet was a small, self-sufficient entity that could fight for years even without supplies. Deep sky meant the ability to march beyond the sky to explore, fight, and conquer independently. In many cases, it was impossible for the rear to observe what the deep sky fleets were doing at the front line all the time, and even if they did catch what the fleets were doing, there was little they could do to top those fleets. More importantly, the deep sky fleets were not directly controlled by the four Kurfürst families. The Imperium was simply too huge. The vastness of the universe resulted in the terrible difficulty of a central government. Just like the Emperor could not control the entire Imperium completely, the four Kurfürst families were unable to do so too. At this moment, of the hundreds of fleets in the front line, only half were direct subordinates of the four Kurfürst families, whereas the rest came from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium that were relatively independent. Although a base had been established to coordinate all the fleets, the real controllers of the fleets were in fact the sector masters of the peripheral worlds, who were all disobedient and ravenous warlords. Those warlords were often happy to see the radical behaviors of the young officers under their command. After all, one more resource planet that they secured would mean one more accomplishment for the warlords themselves. Also, before other people arrived, they could still loot the newly recovered planets. Even if the Covenant Alliance had truly burned everything to the ground, some garbage that was still of value could certainly be found as long as they were determined to. For the warlords whose nests were thousands of light-years away, they never thought to control the resource planets at the front line for a long time since the very beginning. What they were thinking had always been to loot and run. Therefore, their behavior was even more blatant, and they were almost a bunch of bandits. as to how the planets that were first burned to the ground by the Covenant Alliance and then completely looted by the troops of the Imperium should be dealt with, how the battle line that was stretched all the time should be defended, how to address the exponentially increasing pressure on logistics. Those problems were the worries of the base of the Expedition Army or the Council of Elders. The warlords did not care about any of that, and they simply returned with abundant military credits and medals, triumphantly. Thinking about that, Dongfang Tuo couldn't help but agree with the official's comment on the ravenous soldiers in the front line. They were truly a group of assholes. Right then, the soul-stirring marching song was begun, and the quakes of the air and the ground were more and more intense. At the same time, the dense crowd, like a volcano eruption, roared at the loudest of their voice. Long live the Imperium! Long live the army! Long live His Majesty! Long live the civilization of mankind! The victorious army showed up. In the sky came the assault warships that looked like floating mountains. They drifted close like hundreds of clouds made of iron. On the ground, they were the fully armored, awe-inspiring crystal suit legions, who approached the main avenue and the podium together with the magnificent drumming. Let's conquer immortal cultivators. Conquer the ghosts and the evils. Let's reign true human beings. Reign the dark and cold universe. As our warships sweep past the surging tides, the glory of the Imperium will shine forever. Glorious Imperium, glorious army. The battle anthem of the Imperium of true human beings echoed in the sky and on the ground together with the cheers of the people. Thud, 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 thud. Guided by the rumbling, six-turreted super-heavy crystal tanks, known as Fists of the Imperium, the fully armed soldiers in crystal suits marched past the podium in neat rows. For the soldiers who had just retreated from the battlefield, many had incomplete crystal suits, with bloodstains and dark grime still lingering on them. But it only added to the intimidation of a battle-tested army. Long live the Imperium! When the soldiers of every square array passed the podium, they would take off their helmets, raise their proud heads and perform a standard unity etiquette by straightening their right arms and clenching their fists. The head that was held high represented the pride of the civilization of mankind. The arm that was straightened forward symbolized the path of humanity, and the clenched fist stood for the solidarity of all the human beings in the 3,000 sectors. The unity etiquette, which was decided by Blackstar the Great himself, was the highest etiquette in the Imperium of true human beings, as well as the formal military etiquette of the Imperium's army. The important officials on the podium returned the etiquette to the soldiers and said solemnly, "Long live the Imperium's army!" The assault warships that sailed past in midair slowly blew the cannons to present glamorous fireworks in the clouds, showing the respect of the soldiers on board for the Elder of the Imperium. Such triumph ceremonies had been held far too many times in the Green Wind sector. At this moment, while the passion of the crowd was not reduced at all, the important officials on the podium had already formed mechanical reactions. Dongfang Tuo, an Elder of the Imperium, while performing the unity etiquette and roaring "Long live the Imperium's army," stared at the troops that passed by in high spirits before them gravely and considered how much money would be spent on the regrouping, maintenance, and refilling of those troops, as well as the treatment for the wounded immortal cultivators and the compensation for the sacrificed soldiers. The Elder of the Imperium felt that his heart was aching every time one more zero popped up in his head. Dwelling in the world of numbers, Dongfang Tuo did not realize that the atmosphere was getting weird. Although the Triumph team that was slowly walking past the podium was emitting the distinctive scent of killing, it did not raise the attention of anyone. They were a troop that had just returned from the front line after bloody battles. To show off their accomplishments, many of them did not even wipe the bloodstains on their crystal suits, and repugnant smoke was still rising from the gaps of their weapons. It was quite normal that they had the killing vibe. In fact, it would be strange if they did not. It was not until ominous noises echoed from the midair, mixed with the scratches of metal scratches and explosions, that Dongfang Tuo finally realized something was not right. When he raised his head, the Elder of the Imperium was so astounded that his blood was almost frozen. Above the podium, in the fleet of the assault warships that were passing by slowly, one of the assault warships had changed the direction and dove at the podium. to let the people feel the glory of the Imperium's army. The air troop that participated in the triumph ceremony consisted of the assault warships that could take off or land vertically, fly at a low altitude, and boast a high attack ability against ground targets. Such airborne fortresses, nicknamed as ball lightning, were truly like countless balls of lightning being condensed. When they unleashed the most terrifying electric arcs, it was definitely a nightmare for any target on the ground. The metal explosions just now, on the other hand, were the sounds that all the turrets and the honeycomb-type cabins were opened. The cannons on board extended out of the gaps of the armor, like the sharp tusks of a beast that had just been bared. More than 50 firing points were glowing in fatal mystic rays at the same time. Slay the national thief and protect the Imperium! A devastating roar suddenly came from the square array that was striding past the podium. Dongfang Tuo looked at the source of the roar, only to discover that dozens of soldiers and bottom-level officers lunged at the podium like crazy devils with hideous faces, bloodshot eyes, and foams on their lips. Boom! 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 The assault warship opened fire while accelerating the dive. 100 snakes of fiery bullets interwoven into the torrents of magma that drowned the entire podium immediately. The podium was naturally surrounded by defense rune arrays. However, as the counterattack pushed forward in the past decade, the Green Wind sector was sort of the Imperium's rear right now, and it was thousands of light-years from the front line of the war. In the past few years, the Covenant Alliance had never performed any large-scale attack, which made the defense of the place sloppier and sloppier after each day. Besides, even the most whimsical person wouldn't have thought that the Covenant Alliance would attack such a tiny podium. As one of the 500 elders of the Imperium, the CEO of the Imperial Expedition Bank, and a big shot of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Tuo naturally had an immeasurable level. He was an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. However, he was a specialist in finance and economics and a pure research-type immortal cultivator. His entire cultivation had been dedicated to his brain and turned into all the formulas and algorithms. Besides, having lived for almost 400 years, he was now old and weary and would be no match for a common battle-type expert in the nascent soul stage in terms of combat ability. The assault warship had obviously been planning for it for a long time. After the crazy bombardment, the defense shield of the podium was shattered like glass. All the important officials of the government and the military there were swept over. Dongfang Tuo, as the primary target of the enemy who shouldered all the barrages, was so heavily wounded on the spot that his guts were running out. It all happened too fast. In the meantime, dozens of crazy soldiers had dashed onto the podium, which was now already a mess. Dongfang Tuo and the officials naturally brought a lot of guards with them. Also, many of the officials were themselves experts at battle skills. They were immediately engaged in a fierce fight with the crazy soldiers. However, the crazy soldiers were all determined to die together with the enemy. They had hidden tremendous crystal bombs in their crystal suits, and whenever they were stopped, they would immediately activate the crystal bombs and be blown into pieces together with their stoppers under the roars of "Long live the Imperium." The assault warship in the air was diving at a higher and higher speed and showed no intention of stopping at all. It appeared to be determined to crash into the podium. In the capital of the Green Wind sector, almost 1 million people had gathered around for the triumph ceremony. The abrupt change immediately overwhelmed all the people. Everybody was running in panic and tears. The supposedly magnificent battle anthem of the Imperium was also disrupted by the explosions on the podium and the cries of the crowd. At this moment, the soldiers from quite a few other squares also left the group and squeezed into the crowd, tossing a tremendous amount of flyers at the same time. On the assault warship that was accelerating the dive, a tremendous amount of flyers were tossed out, falling above the heads of the 1 million people like snowflakes. The so-called flyers were a kind of small, thin paper slips that were painted with many words to disseminate certain news or illustrate a certain idea. In the present day, when the spiritual nexus had covered the entire universe and everybody could trigger dozens of light beams easily at any minute with their mini crystal processor, such an obsolete notion as flyer had been erased from the heads of a lot of people. Many people had never seen a flyer. They had never even heard of such a clumsy, outdated, and slow way of information dissemination before. However, under certain special circumstances, outdated and advanced, might be reversed. The authorities of the Imperium had abundant experience in dealing with the riots, the large-scale demonstrations, and the rumors on the spiritual nexus. If the rebels were promoting the recalcitrant ideas through the spiritual nexus, the authorities of the Imperium could cut the dissemination of the virus within a minute and trace it back to the source, until all the marks were cleaned. In the most extreme case, the entire network could be paralyzed, and nobody would be able to send a single word. However, the millions of flyers that were thrown away were not so easy to be stopped and destroyed. Many panicked people somehow picked the flyers from the sky while they were running away. When they observed carefully, they found a big, shocking title on the crimson little paper. Crusade. Then it was a declaration that was teeming with iron and smoke. Slay the national thief. Protect the Imperium. Then it was narrated in a very reader-friendly way, if not the unrefined tone of the uneducated soldiers, that the brave and fearless soldiers of the Imperium were fighting through bloody battles in the front line, hoping to seize greater glories for the Imperium, for their patriots, and for the civilization of mankind. But while they were devoting themselves and risking their lives in the front, there was a bunch of national thieves and fat rats in the rear, who secretly intercepted the supplies that were supposed to be delivered to the front line, replaced them with inferior goods, and made a fortune by selling the original supplies. They were simply watching the precious blood of the men of the Imperium to be shed for nothing, and they were the greatest obstacles for the Imperium to recover the 3,000 sectors. Among them, Dongfang Tuo, the CEO of the Imperial Expedition Bank and the manager of the logistics of the Expedition Army, was the fattest rat of all. It was exactly because of his inactions and even hamstringing in the delivery of supplies that the invincible army of the Imperium suffered multiple setbacks and a lot of soldiers died for nothing. To make things worse, the patriotic soldiers in the front line had received confirmed news that Dongfang Tuo was a shameless capitulator who was planning to negotiate peace with the Covenant Alliance and stop the war by force. The invincible light of the Imperium's army has radiated to the entire universe. The most sacred war of mankind has been pushed to the most critical point. One little step ahead, and we will conquer the entire universe. Whoever asks for a truce at such a moment will be buying the time of rest for the enemy. They are the most shameless traitors of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. The flyers said as such. With that in mind, the patriotic soldiers in the front line who knew the actual situation had been united and formed an alliance through blood oaths. They were determined to execute the traitors and the thieves to defend the Imperium even at the cost of their own lives or being cursed as rebels. They wanted to see the end of the sacred war and fight until the Covenant Alliance did not have a single habitable planet left. We will not stop the war until the blood of the last person of the Covenant Alliance runs dry. At the bottom, the signature was Blood Oath Alliance of the Imperium's army. The local guards of the Green Wind sector finally came. But at this moment, the turmoil of the million people was already beyond any measure. The assassins of the Blood Oath Alliance, although not all involved in the scheme, were still expanding the chaos intentionally or unintentionally to disrupt the reactions of the local guards under the stimulation of more than 10 years of life-and-death comradeship. No one from the logistics department is a good guy. It is exactly because of the sloppiness of supplies that we failed to make greater accomplishments in the war. The soldiers in the front line are all good guys. The officials at the back are all idiots. It was almost a consensus of all the troops in the front line. Even the troops that were directly under the commander of the four Kurfürst families would think so intuitively after a decade of bloody battles. By the time the exasperated local guards finally rushed to the podium, the assault warships that were obviously determined to die together with the enemy had already crashed into it. While the anti-air magical equipment could leave thousands of holes on the assault warship, it was impossible to completely obliterate the metals weighing almost 10,000 tons. The broken, burning assault warship smashed on the podium like a shrieking shooting star. The blast blew the soldiers who came for aid to almost 100 meters away. They could see nothing anymore in the middle of the rising flames and smoke. To this moment, Dongfang Tuo, the elder of the Imperium, had not died yet. His loyal personal guards were all blocking the assassins on the podium. Some of them even exhausted their lives and weaved powerful defense shields with their souls and spiritual energy. helping the Elder of the Imperium to resist the damage caused by the collision of the assault warship. Protect the Elder. Get the Elder out of here now. A team of local guards of the Green Wind sector escorted Dongfang Tuo, who had been heavily wounded, to leave the area. They patted a piece of oval-shaped magical equipment on their waists, and a translucent, arc-shaped shield appeared behind each and every one of them. When 10 or so shields overlapped, they sheltered Dongfang Tuo without a single gap, like a solid turtle shell. Before that, however, one of the flyers drifted and found its way through the shields onto Dongfang Tuo's face. Dongfang Tuo managed to raise his head on the floating stretcher and concentrate his attention on the content of the flyer despite his wounds. He was already infuriated, with his face pale and blood flowing out of his mouth, when he was only halfway through it. Those assholes are truly insubordinate and lawless. The Elder of the Imperium gnashed his teeth. The army has been infiltrated to such an extent. It's really. Before he was able to finish his remark, he heard the thick and disordered panting behind him. Slightly stunned, he turned around, only to discover that a local guard of the Green Wind sector was staring at him. The man was also sweating hard with bloodshot eyes and nervously cramping lips. Dongfang Tuo's pupils immediately constricted to the size of needles. Wait, this is not true. Slay the national thief and protect the Imperium. The local guard of the Green Wind sector roared and ripped apart his own crystal suit brutally, revealing the terrifying body below where most of his internal organs had been replaced by destructive crystal bombs through surgeries. He lunged at Dongfang Tuo and embraced the Elder of the Imperium tightly before the rest of the soldiers realized what was going on. Long live the Imperium! The guard laughed and shouted desperately. Boom! A dazzling crimson fireball burst out from within the halo of spiritual shields. Dongfang Hua, who had been heavily wounded in the first place, was killed on the spot. The enemy's crystal bombs seemed to have adopted unique designs and very sorted formulas that targeted the soul. When the situation was finally under control, and the local guards sent Dongfang Tuo's burnt body to the hospital for resuscitation, it was already impossible to rescue a single part of his soul. The man had been completely obliterated. It was exactly incident of the Blood Oath Alliance that took place 3 days ago, and this would soon shock the entire Imperium. The vast Imperium of true human beings included hundreds of sectors, but there were only 500 elders in total in the entire territory. It was not hard to imagine the position and the value of every elder of the Imperium. Before, cases were not rare where assassins from the Covenant Alliance tried to kill the elders of the Imperium. However, it was indeed an unprecedented event since the establishment of the Imperium that an elder of the Imperium was assassinated by his own army in broad daylight in a triumph ceremony under the witness of 1 million people. Although the crystal bomb embedded in the member of the Blood Oath Alliance only blossomed for 0.5 seconds, the blast it raised did not stop there at all. After it killed Dongfang Tuo, it spread out at a speed faster than light in the entire Imperium, causing heated reactions in all the worlds, forces, fleets, sects, and planets. 3 days later, the blast rendered the Bridge of Dragon Abyss, the flagship of the deep-sea fleet, into dead silence. Queen Li Linghai stared at the intelligence on the light beam, unable to say anything for a long time. How did this happen? It essentially disrupted my whole plan. The reformists have been pushed to the center of attention and on the verge of doom. Li Linghai's fury almost burned several holes on the light beam. Then, she began to stare at Li Yao, who was standing next to her. This really has nothing to do with me, Li Yao shrugged and said. Pausing for a moment, he said again, was it not done by your people? The slogan of this Blood Oath Alliance sounds a lot similar to the ideas of the reformists. Of course not. We have not been prepared to completely declare war on the 4 Kurfürst families. Why would we do such a serious thing as to assassinate an elder of the Imperium? Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai gnashed her teeth angrily. The Blood Oath Alliance is a radical organization established by the young officers in the front line spontaneously. There are a lot of similar organizations in the dozens of sectors in the front line, such as True Dragon Union, Pioneer Society, etc. Just like what I said a few days ago, They are the products of the infuriated young officers who cannot see any light in their future and who have a strong sense of injustice. The Blood Oath Alliance, on the other hand, is the most radical and extreme one of all the organizations of the young officers. In fact, I actually thought to regroup the organizations of the young officers and unite all of them before. However, things are often particularly sensitive in the army. With swords, sabers, guns, starships, and crystal suits in their hands, the young officers might have caused irreversible trouble in their passion. So, our infiltration in the army has always been particularly prudent. The best we did was to exchange the ideas of the reformists with the young officers. Our talks were all very subtle, and we never asked them to organize such an intense assassination operation. This is great. The entire Council of Elders will burst into fury because of the assassination. Although the Blood Oath Alliance will certainly be uprooted under the thunderous strike of the Council of Elders, the other organizations of young officers and the forces under the influence of the reformists will certainly take a great hit at the same time. Our cause will suffer a heavy blow. The strategy we had in mind earlier, which was to hide and call for supporters in secret until the time was appropriate, is absolutely infeasible right now. Thinking for a moment, Liao asked, "Is this Dongfang Tua so important?" "Of course he is." Li Linghai's voice was mixed with ice right now. He was one of the most important persons in the Dongfang family and had a huge influence in the finance and economics of the Imperium. He was also the CEO of the Imperial Expedition Bank, which is responsible for more than 50% of the military assets in the Imperium's counterattack this time. Furthermore, he was personally responsible for the logistics affairs in the base of the expedition army, and astronomical money and resources slipped through his fingers every day. Was he not important? However, the manager of logistics in the expedition army is also a hot potato which has a lot of thorns in it. A lot of people hated Dongfang Tua after he managed the supplies and logistics for so many years. Li Yao did not understand the subtleties in it until Li Linghai's careful explanation. This time, the Imperium of True Human Beings had launched a counterattack at the alliance of the Holy Covenant with the power of the entire country. Naturally, the supplies that the overwhelming fleets and legions consumed every day were a terrifying number. So many military assets could not be provided by any single sector but required the joint efforts of all the worlds, in order to support the army's battles in the front line. Then came the question. Different worlds had a different reserve of resources and a different view on the war. They also had different estimations about how many benefits they could earn through the war. So, it was a very subtle art to collect enough resources from those sectors. Offering all the resources of one's own sector dutifully to help the Imperium win the war only to watch other people claim all the advantages was certainly not something that any sector master or warlord was willing to do. Our world has supplied so many resources to the front line, but my fleets in the front line are often not fed. They are so hungry that they are almost licking the rust on the screws. Still, they have to carry out the most arduous battle missions. The troops that are directly under the command of the four Kurfürst families, on the other hand, are happy and healthy every day. Have my resources been fed to those pieces of crap? The warlords and the sector masters from the peripheral worlds sometimes had such complaints. Honestly speaking, it was not necessarily true that Dongfang Hua had secretly stolen the resources of the peripheral worlds and supplied them to the fleets of the four Kurfürst families. However, since astronomical military assets must be organized and distributed every day, it was simply too difficult to supply a fleet of a certain world exactly with the resources collected from the world. Besides, for the warlords and the sector masters of many peripheral worlds, it did not matter at all what the truth was. They were only trying to get more benefits for their fleets with their tough stance. While the Imperium was vast and prosperous, the total quantity of resources was limited after all. As the battle line was stretched out, the distribution of resources for the fleets in the front line became more and more troublesome. No matter how they were distributed, some fleets were always dissatisfied. They believed that worms in logistics, such as Dongfang Tua, was intentionally giving them a hard time and therefore grew deeply resentful for the elder of the Imperium. Therefore, the truth about the Blood Oath Alliance's assassination was still hidden in the mist. There was no telling what it was exactly yet. Liao had a strong urge to scratch his head. Why did things always go wrong wherever he went? But this time, the situation in the Imperium of true human beings was even more uncertain and complicated than his experiences in the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, the Federation, and the Ancient Sages sector in the old days. It was an enormous swirl that involved hundreds of sectors and millions of starships. Frowning, Liao felt that there was more to the Blood Oath Alliance's assassination. But he was more interested in the content on the flyers disseminated by the Blood Oath Alliance right now. Thinking for a moment, he asked, "Right? According to the flyers, Dongfang Tuo was planning to negotiate peace with the Covenant Alliance, which made him a great traitor of the Imperium and a shameless capitulator. Is it true? We don't know if Dongfang Tuo secretly got in touch with the Covenant Alliance or even reached a deal with the enemy, but it is true that he was in favor of peace talks. He proposed many times in the Council of Elders that the war must be ended as soon as possible. He even curbed many fleets from marching forward recklessly by withholding the supplies for those fleets, which made quite a few officers in the front line angry at him. Perhaps that is the reason why the Covenant Alliance considered him as the first target on their list to assassinate." Li Linghai said, "Naturally, Dongfang Tuo is just a representative of the overall interests of the four Kurfürst families. The situation right now is that the four Kurfürst families want to end the war as soon as possible while the smaller nobles, the sector masters, and the newly rising warlords at the periphery of the Imperium want to continue the attack. The two parties are now in a predicament, and their contradictions are intensifying after each day." Liao was slightly dazed. "How so?" "Very simple. The four Kurfürst families want to carve up the dozens of sectors that are newly recovered as soon as possible and to settle the interests and territory of each other. To divide the gains that they have already earned, a stable environment is naturally necessary. If fierce battles are still going on in the front line, it will be impossible to distribute the interests." Li Linghai explained, "However, for the smaller nobles and the newly rising warlords from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, they are not confident to take much advantage during the distribution of interests. Even if they are given a few resource planets, those planets will be too far away from their nests for them to defend and run the planets due to the lack of soldiers and transportation abilities. Their trophies will be stolen by somebody else sooner or later. In other words, most of the dozens of sectors that were recovered in the past decade through all the trouble are destined to fall into the stomach of the four Kurfürst families. However, the case will be different if the attack is continued. Whenever a new planet is recovered, they will be able to loot all the resources on the planet, hide the trophies in their own fleets, and even send the trophies back to their nests through secret channels. In the meantime, the military credits that they have accumulated will be great bargaining chips. They can also falsely report battle damage and ask for supplies from the rear. As to the subsequent constructions and operations on the planet, it will be the concerns of those warlords no more. Think about it. If you are a sector master of a peripheral world of the Imperium or a warlord that boasts a miscellaneous fleet, do you want to keep on looting like that or to end the war and return to your pitiful, wretched hometown? In many cases, it was not the Covenant Alliance that burned everything on the planets they abandoned to the ground, but the army of the Imperium that performed destructive looting and lied that the planet had been a wasteland since the very beginning. What could the base of the expedition army do with those greedy, insubordinate guys? All the miscellaneous fleets and local warlords are doing this. Can the direct troops of the four Kurfürst families simply take down all the local warlords? Pondering for a long time, Liao understood everything. Got it now. The four Kurfürst hoped that the miscellaneous fleets and local warlords would lead the charge and expand the territory for the Imperium. It would also be a way to diminish the power of the miscellaneous fleets and local warlords. However, the miscellaneous fleets and local warlords were neither generous nor foolish. They simply exploited the value of the newly recovered territory and lied that they had lost tremendous warships and were in dire need of military assets. Eventually, they would be returning with full loads, whereas the four Kurfürst families would take the blame and wipe their asses for them. All in all, neither of the two parties was decent. Exactly. Despite your vulgar language, your conclusion is very accurate. Li Linghai couldn't help but put on a scornful smile and said, "The four Kurfürst families consider other people as monkeys and swine after dominating the Imperium for hundreds of years. They think that they can manipulate everybody in the world blatantly. Perhaps, at the beginning of the war, they were thinking in the way you described just now. They hoped that the miscellaneous troops and the local warlords could lead the charge for them and die together with the Covenant Alliance so that they would claim all the benefits. However, they underestimated two things, one being the greediness and cunningness of the miscellaneous troops and the local warlords, and the other being the resistance of the Covenant Alliance. During the expanse of the Imperium of true human beings in the past hundreds of years, it encountered quite a few powerful countries of the cultivators and independent regimes, but all the enemies were crushed unstoppably. Based on the experience in the past, after dozens of industrial worlds were seized and the main force fleets suffered a losing streak, there should be no more resistance, and the enemy would definitely surrender obediently. But it is obvious now that the Covenant Alliance isn't any of the countries that the Imperium conquered before. People of the Covenant Alliance are both the zealots who worshipped Pangu, their true god, and the machines made of flesh and blood, whose humanity has been erased. They do not have any notion of fear or pain. How will zealots and machines ever surrender? Therefore, despite the loss of dozens of sectors, and even though quite a few main force fleets were crushed to the point that they were beyond reorganization, there is no sign of instability inside the Covenant Alliance at all. They seem not bothered at all that the Millennium War will go on for another 1,000 years. Liao said, "But the Imperium can't take it anymore?" With a bitter smile, Li Linghai replied, "Yes. Despite all the disagreements between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators, we are humans with feelings and free will after all. The Imperium has shed too much blood in the war, and the national economy is on the brink of collapse. So, the war has to be ended soon, one way or another. Otherwise, not only can the frontier right now be barely defended, even the dozens of sectors that we have just earned may be lost again too. Even the heartland of the Imperium may be in jeopardy. Although I do admire the patriotic passion of the young officers of the front line, I hold the same view as Dongfang Tuo and the four Kurfürst families regarding this issue. I am not a fervent war maniac. The war has to end. If there is any chance to reach a truce with the Covenant Alliance, I will certainly try it too." Liao found it odd. Reach a truce with the Covenant Alliance. Is it possible? Why not? Li Linghai said casually. The war between the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium has lasted 1,000 years. But we were not fighting every year. There are always moments of rest. Otherwise, both the people of the Imperium and those of the Covenant Alliance would have long been wiped out. Liao could accept Li Linghai's theory rationally but found it preposterous emotionally. I just feel that it is rather weird that the Imperium negotiates with the Covenant Alliance. Then, is it not weird at all that a cultivator and an immortal cultivator talk to each other in peace on the flagship of the rebellions of the Imperium? Li Linghai glanced at Liao and said, "There are abundant realists in the four Kurfürst families. For a realist, interests instead of ideas are always the primary concern. As long as there are enough benefits, not just the Covenant Alliance or the cultivators, we can even cooperate with the extraterrestrial devils, or at least reach a temporary truce with them, right?" Liao was at a loss for words. He began to feel fortunate that Li Linghai was not a fundamentalist, immortal cultivator. If she were one of the purest immortal cultivators, she would have drawn her weapon and slashed him into pieces the moment she ran into such a cultivator, right? Clearing his messy thoughts, Liao nodded his head. "Got it now. So, what do we do next?" Li Linghai stared at Liao thoughtfully for a long time. Then, as if she had made up his mind on the wild gamble, she said, one word after another. "Can I absolutely trust you?" Liao said frankly. "If what you are doing is greatly beneficial for all the ordinary people of the Imperium like you said before, you can absolutely trust me." "Good." Li Linghai's eyes seemed to have turned into two swords that had been sealed for a long time but still as sharp as ever after they were unsheathed. She said solemnly, "When the reformists are in power, the life of the ordinary people will be much better than when the nobles and the magnates are in power. However, after the fuss caused by the Blood Oath Alliance, our cause is now in peril. I left a stand-in in the capital who had received special training, before I secretly left the capital for the execution of Li Lingfeng. Most of the time she could handle it, but there are bound to be some problems with the chaos right now. We have been pushed into hopelessness. There's no choice but to show our cards right now. Our strength is not good enough yet. The risk of showing the cards in advance will be very high. Soon, there will probably be a series of dangerous, bloody battles. At such a moment of life and death, a divinity transformation stage expert with talents in fighting and in refining will certainly be an ace card for our side that will change the situation. Vulture Liao, as the Queen of the Imperium, I promise you that as long as you are willing to help the fellow cultivators of the reformists to weather through the difficulties and take over the Imperium, you will get everything you want, and even the things that are beyond your expectation. Liao blinked his eyes. Well, like what? Like... Li Linghai smiled and said, 3 days ago, one of the elders of the Imperium passed away, and by my estimation, 100 more will probably die in the next year. The 500 seats in the Council of Elders will be half vacant and have to be replaced by new elders. Have you ever considered working as an elder of the Imperium? After the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, the Deep Sea Palace, the base of the reformists, began to function at a high speed like a fully wound machine. In the 3 days that followed, Li Linghai was busy handling complicated information and didn't show up before Liao and Li Jialing. Liao and Li Jialing, on the other hand, did not idle by either. They modified and tested crystal suits together with Master Jin Tianzong. Li Linghai wanted them to improve the stealth abilities of a batch of advanced crystal suits significantly. It seemed that they would very likely carry out a secret infiltration mission in the so-called Wild Gamble. 3 days later, in the deepest part of the Deep Sea Palace and led by Li Linghai, Liao walked into a sphere-shaped secret chamber that was as huge as a pavilion. The secret room was more than 100 meters in diameter. Drifting at the center of the room on the floating discs, Liao and Li Linghai were like 2 ants that had crawled into an enormous iron ball. Dim light flashed on the dark wall around and congregated into colorful swirls now and then, which were as dazzling as kaleidoscopes. According to Li Linghai, the secret chamber was a facility left from the Star Ocean Imperium. It was the core of the entire Star Fortress and a very powerful communication room. Through the communication room, she could communicate with her subordinates everywhere in the universe without worrying that the spiritual nexus might be monitored or compromised. Even if somebody wanted to intercept the content of their communication, what they could catch would only be twisted, meaningless code. It was even impossible to lock onto the coordinates of the 2 parties in the communication. No method of communication could have been safer. It was exactly because of the discovery of such a powerful communication room that Li Linghai gradually built the Deep Sea Palace into her nest. When Liao and Li Linghai slowly walked into the communication room, there were already 10 magnificent, handsome officers with earnest eyes who were wearing the old military uniforms from when the Imperium of True Human Beings was just founded 1,000 years ago. Seeing that Li Linghai arrived, they all stood at attention and performed the most standard unity etiquette to the Queen of the Imperium, before they said at the same time, "Long live the Imperium!" Li Linghai and Liao raised their right arms and returned the etiquette. This was the first time that Liao had performed the unity etiquette of the Imperium of True Human Beings solemnly. He then recalled that Li Linghai promised that she would nominate him as an elder of the Imperium the other day. He couldn't help but feel funny and absurd. He did not try to cover his uneasiness either. After all, Li Linghai knew his background very well. He would only raise suspicions if his attitude changed too fast. After the unity etiquette was done, many people looked at Liao coldly. The officers wearing the old military uniforms of the Imperium were naturally the leadership team of the Deep Sea Fleet, who craved to restore the glory of the Imperium in the old days. Liao met some of them a few days ago, including Tu Zhengdao, the deputy leader of the Deep Sea Legion, who had tested crystal suits with him many times and was convinced by his expertise in both fighting and refining. They were well aware of Liao's professionalism in the arts of refining. Even Master Jin Tianzong, director of magical equipment in the Deep Sea Fleet, admitted in person that, leaving theories aside, Liao's skills were better than his in terms of practical maintenance and adjustment. Besides, this vulture was allegedly a trusted subordinate that Her Grace had raised in secret. His future was nothing but promising, considering that he was now the Queen's personal bodyguard and magical equipment consultant. Therefore, many of them simply retreated their eyes after glancing at Liao and nodded in respect. As for the other officers, Liao had never seen them before, but he had heard their names a lot of times. The most important one of them all was naturally Dongfang Shang, the highest commander of the deep-sea fleet. From the surname, it could easily be told that Dongfang Shang was from the Dongfang family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families. He shared the same family lineage with Dongfang Tuo, the former elder of the Imperium who had just met his demise. However, just like Wu Yinglan, who was technically a member of the royal family but received no attention at all because he was from a secondary branch, a lot of descendants of secondary branches who were as insignificant as dust, grass, and ants could also be found in the Dongfang family, which had also lasted more than 1,000 years with a population of more than 100,000. The fate of the secondary descendants was even more miserable than the outsiders because they were the victims that the proud descendants of the main bloodline could reach and bully most easily. Also, as members of the Dongfang family, it was expected that they shed the last drop of blood for the service of the family, and at the slightest disobedience, they would be punished by family rules that were 100 times crueler than the law. The outsiders could always escape. Those members of the family, however, were destined to be the most dutiful sacrifices of the family. They had nowhere to run to at all. Theoretically speaking, the secondary branches of the family, after showing distinctive talents and training, would be appreciated by the big shots of the family, distinguish themselves, and march all the way to the leadership of the family. But it was still just theoretically. The weak stayed weak, and the strong would be forever strong. For the secondary descendants who lacked resources since the very beginning, it was certainly not an easy task to distinguish themselves in the cruel competitions within the family. Besides, if they wanted to distinguish themselves, they would have to stomp on somebody else in certain competitions and tests. If they happened to stomp on the head of a beloved disciple of a big shot or a descendant of the eminent main bloodline, it was inevitable that they would be hated by those who failed. Those people had 10,000 ways to exterminate the hope of the ambitious secondary descendants. There was no need to elaborate on Dongfang Shang's story. It was just one where a secondary descendant craved to climb upward, only to piss off somebody he shouldn't have by accident. As a result, he was framed and even almost murdered. Unwilling to give in, he launched a counterattack and broke out of the siege, ending his relationship with the family on bad terms. That was basically everything. When Liao heard the name of Dongfang Shang for the first time, he was rather surprised by Li Linghai's confidence to have appointed an officer from the Dongfang family to govern the entire deep-sea fleet. However, after he learned that Dongfang Shang had killed hundreds of descendants of the main bloodline of the Dongfang family, blown up a warehouse of crystals, and even executed an elder of the Dongfang family before he finally escaped, and that he remained the traitor of the Dongfang family with the highest bounty on his head after decades, Liao completely shut his mouth. He was particularly astounded to know that Dongfang Shang's bounty by the Dongfang family was twice as much as the bounty on Liao offered by the authorities of the Imperium after he destroyed Manjusaka, the city in the sky. It would be the first clue of the man's dominance and his determination to challenge the family. Liao and Dongfang Shang looked at each other, and sensing each other's immeasurable strength, lowered their eyes in silence at the same time. Z, 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 Z. On the arc-shaped wall around, the colorful swirls grew more and more intense and soon congregated into a fuzzy figure that was projected to the middle of everybody, turning into a hologram almost 2 meters tall. It was a woman wearing a black cape, on which hideous runes that were as twisted as earthworms had been sewed with dark gold threads. Her entire face was hidden below the hood, and her back was slightly hunched, giving an extremely weird air. Liao was somewhat alarmed. He knew that the woman who was far away in the capital of the Imperium and only manifested remotely through the spiritual nexus was the leader of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, an assassination, sabotage, and intelligence agency under Li Linghai's command. Her name was Yu Wushuang. As the saying went, when you are staring at the abyss is staring at you too. The devil huntresses of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, during the 1,000 years of battles against the extraterrestrial devils, had also absorbed brand new techniques from the extraterrestrial devils. They were even infiltrated and corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils again and again before they were treated and purged. In the end, while they had annihilated countless extraterrestrial devils, they were mixed with the devilish air that they could not get rid of. Of all the special forces of the Imperium of true human beings, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was the most mysterious, dark, and cold one. Many of their techniques were even performed with the strength of the extraterrestrial devils. When they burned their lives and souls to the maximum, they were no different from the extraterrestrial devils themselves. It was also the reason why many elders of the Imperium intended to remove the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and even kill all the devil huntresses, because there was simply no telling whether they were humans or devils. The only thing that could control the devil huntresses or the devils, making them defend the Imperium in the darkness and slash their sabers at the extraterrestrial devils, was their infinite loyalty to the Emperor. Therefore, when the noble lords in the capital mentioned the leader of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils in disdain occasionally, they would often address Yu Wuxuang by another name, Moon Devil. Li Linghai spared no effort reminding Li Yao that Moon Devil, Yu Wuxuang, was an extremely dangerous person. Although she was only at the high level of the divinity transformation stage, countless terrifying techniques originating from the extraterrestrial devils were hidden inside her seemingly weak body, which could allow her to kill other divinity transformation stage experts of the same level easily. She was also particularly good at stealth and tracking. In other words, if Liao were to duel with Moon Devil Yu Wuxuang, it was possible that he would have nowhere to run to even if he wanted to. As an expert in the divinity transformation stage, she certainly had her own beliefs and goals and would not work for anyone else easily. Li Linghai only managed to recruit Moon Devil Yu Wuxuang by promising to expand the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and make it the first agency to monitor the Imperium. Yu Wuxuang, Dongfang Shang, Jin Tianzong, and even Li Yao were all extraordinary people in the divinity transformation stage. They could not be simply regarded as Li Linghai's subordinates. They were all fellow cultivators who shared the same goal and made up the team of reformists together. Therefore, even Li Linghai had to show enough respect to them. Z. On the opposite side of Moon Devil Yu Wuxuang, a second hologram was projected and condensed into a tall, slim, smiling man in glamorous clothes, who gave Liao exactly the same feeling as Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the deep-sea fleet, did. As he expected, the moment he saw the emblem on the man's chest, which was a pattern of 9 overlapping coins, Liao realized that the man was Jin Yuyan, the highest director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. 2189 Rise in Hopelessness. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was merely a commercial group made of the small merchants and carrier fleets at the vast space in the border of the Imperium of true human beings for them to communicate with and warm up each other at the beginning. However, businesses could never be separated from politics. Only by grasping the power in politics and the fundamental armed forces could the interests in business be claimed and defended as much as possible. Money had the highest charm and unparalleled techniques by nature. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors realized the logic soon after it was born. Extending its weak tentacles to the swirls of power at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium without caring about the cost, it raised distinctive representatives such as Di Feiwen. But at that time, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was still young and weak, and it was unable to compete with the monopolies under the 4 Kurfürst families at all. Today, the situation was different. When Li Linghai and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors met, they immediately realized each other's value. In only decades, both parties had risen by helping each other. The Imperium's counterattack in the past 10 years also gave the best opportunity for the explosive development of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. In a war, the daily consumptions could be astronomical, but it was also a great chance to make a fortune. In the Imperium today, the local warlords were all rising. The so-called Army of the Imperium was made of the fleets from hundreds of worlds that were highly independent of each other. The only method through which the base of the expedition army could check the local warlords and the miscellaneous troops was the supplies. The food, the ammunition, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures formed the throat. As long as their throat was choked, even the most disobedient local warlord had to obey the orders of the base of the expedition army, not having any courage to move recklessly. The local warlords and the miscellaneous troops, on the other hand, were certainly unwilling to be manipulated by the four Kurfürst families as sabers to attack the hardest bone that was the Covenant alliance. In order to achieve greater independence, they had to find a new source of supplies aside from the base of the expedition army. At the very least, while the warlords were willing to obey the orders from the base of the expedition army 95% of the time, they wanted to be able to gather enough military facilities, ammunition, and supplies when they acted on their own and launch active attacks, without orders from the base of the expedition army, for the glory of the Imperium. Of course, the warlords were not going through the trouble for nothing. After they recovered a planet, they would loot everything on it until nothing was left behind. Then, there was no reason to deliver the tremendous resources that they exploited to their nest through the base of the expedition army, which would be like feeding a lamb to a tiger, right? In that case, a carrier fleet of a fairly large scale, made up by the boldest desperados, which was in the same bundle of interests together with the local warlords and miscellaneous troops, was required so that the war supplies could be delivered to them from the rear in secret, and the trophies could be shipped to their home while bypassing the base of the expedition army. Who else could play such a role except for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? Therefore, during the Imperium's counterattack in the past 10 years, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the local warlords at the periphery of the Imperium were in a quite heated relationship. To put it more simply, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would gather the money and resources of the new businessman class at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium in the forms such as secret war bonds to support the adventures and lootings of the warlords in the front line. The trophies after the lootings would be divided by them evenly. It was not hard to imagine how deep their cooperation was after more than 10 years. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors, after winning the trust of the local warlords and miscellaneous troops, even created such a business. They could help the local warlords to secretly transport the main force warships that had the best engines, the fiercest firepower, and the thickest platform to their hometown, while they reported to the base of the expedition army that the starship had been seriously damaged in a fierce battle and completely obliterated in an explosion. In such a way, the local warlords would be able to preserve their strength and demand more benefits from the base of the expedition army. Having done so many clandestine things for the local warlords, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors naturally grasped abundant secrets too, and it became an effective source of intelligence for Li Linghai. Also, in many occasions, when the troops of the warlords from remote sectors did not have enough supplies and did not want to beg the base of the expedition army, they would exchange the trophies they just earned with other warlords' troops. The business was also organized by the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. At first, it was only for emergencies, but as the expedition army of the Imperium recovered more and more worlds, the trophies in the pockets of the local warlords got more and more copious too, and the scale of the business grew larger and larger. Eventually, the troops were almost self-sufficient in the war. The control of the army boiled down to the control of personnel and the control of finance. After more than 10 years of infiltration and planning, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had partly helped the local warlords to get rid of the control of finance from the base of the expedition army and win greater independence. Also, in the frequent trades, the warlords who were scattered in different parts of the universe and not familiar with each other learned each other's existence, established a solid bond of interests, and even vaguely realized the great power once they were united. Therefore, Jin Yuyan, director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, was certainly an important contributor to the reformists. If Li Linghai's ambitions of reform did come true, Jin Yuyan was even very likely to become the first finance minister of the Imperium of true human beings. Different from Moon Devil Yu Wushuang, the taciturn head of special agents surrounded by black fog, the future finance minister of the Imperium simply nodded at everyone with a smile. He showed no unnaturalness at all, even though it was the first time he met Liao, who seemed rather young, as if he had been working with Liao for many years. His demeanor was unquestionable and gave the feeling of comfort and ease. Hardly had Jin Yuyan greeted everyone when another 10 or so blurred and lackluster shadows appeared around, who were all the core members of the reformists in the fields of military, politics, economy, and many other fields. Liao realized that the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance indeed affected the reformists greatly and pushed Li Linghai and the rest of them into such desperation that they had to take action now. Otherwise, it was impossible for the big shots of the reformists to show up and gather in the same room for a meeting. All right, all the fellow cultivators are here. We may begin now. Li Linghai flew to the middle of everyone, some real and some illusionary, on the floating disc. There was not the slightest panic or anxiety on her face. When she glanced around slowly, she seemed to have ignited everyone's belief again. She did not regard herself as the queen of the Imperium when she called the big shots of the reformists as fellow cultivators. It was obvious that she considered them her comrades who shared the same purpose as her. I have sent detailed information about the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance to the virtual light beam before you. For us, it is indeed an unexpected event with dire consequences that has pushed our cause to the brink of a bottomless abyss. Li Linghai was rather straightforward and did not conceal the influence of the Blood Oath Alliance's assassination at all. Changing the topic, she said, "However, the power of the reformists far exceeds the imagination of our enemy. We will not quit halfway or just wait to be killed. Great people who are determined to renew the Imperium have been joining us incessantly. Our strength grows bigger each day. Before our meeting officially begins, allow me to introduce fellow cultivator Li Yao to you. Fellow cultivator Li has been fighting by my side since decades ago for the most secret and arduous missions. Not only is he in the divinity transformation stage, but he also boasts rarely seen dual talents both in fighting and creation. He is an excellent master of refining. Before, he has been safeguarding our cause in secret and paid a lot for that, to the point that he is never known in the Imperium although he is in the divinity transformation stage. But today, when our cause is at the most perilous moment, I have to ask fellow cultivator Li to surface and work as my personal bodyguard and magical equipment consultant for now. He will work with us through the difficulties and let our enemy pay the most gory prices." Expressionlessly, Li Yao flew to Li Linghai's side and nodded at everyone. "Ha!" Many of the big shots of the reformists who showed up last had never heard of the name Li Yao before. However, they knew very clearly the value of an expert in the divinity transformation stage who was adept at both fighting and refining. Seeing that Li Yao was standing so close to Li Linghai, they were also fully aware that he was the queen's trusted subordinate. Having taken out a divinity transformation stage expert from her pocket casually, the queen was truly immeasurable. Who knew if she had more spies that nobody else knew lurking at the critical parts of the Imperium? Many of the reformists who were somewhat panicked and at a loss because of the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance found themselves calming down. It was exactly the effect that Li Linghai wanted. With a smile, she said, "Rest assured, everybody. There are many pure immortal cultivators who hold infinite love for the Imperium and loyalty to His Majesty. As long as the time is ripe, they will all rise." Taking a deep breath, Li Yao forced himself not to burst into laughter. He found that Li Linghai did boast a quirky sense of humor. "Then, let's begin our discussion now." Li Linghai retreated her smile and bulged her eyes, with intense determination beaming out of her almost transparent pupils. "How can we rise from the hopelessly dangerous situation and fight a bloody way out of it?" On the light beam before Li Yao, the intelligence of the last few days was poured out like a waterfall, including the pictures captured in secret by the devil huntresses of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils from the streets and valleys of the capital. From the shaky pictures, it could be seen that the entire capital had entered a half-emergent state. The sky was teeming with the assault warships that were painted with the lightning trident emblem of the Imperium of true human beings and the emblems of the four Kurfürst families. Now and then, the supersonic armed shuttles would swarm by like bees. The crystal suit legions with the emblems of the four Kurfürst families had also been deployed in the critical parts, as if a great enemy was coming near. After the assassination of the Blood Oath Alliance, the four Kurfürst families, especially the Dongfang family, to which the victim Dongfang Tuo belonged, responded so quickly that it was almost suspicious. They made tough countermeasures almost as fast as lightning. The Council of Elders wasted no time defining the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance as a shameless, sordid betrayal of the country. A special investigation committee was also established and authorized with the terrifying power to make rulings on its own and execute whoever put up any resistance. Then, the most elite private troops were mobilized from the fiefs of the families to the Special Investigation Committee as the sharp sword of the investigators. In the next moment, the Special Investigation Committee began to search for and capture the accomplices of the Blood Oath Alliance in the entire capital while waving the bloodthirsty sword. In only a couple of days, thousands of renowned people from various fields in the Imperium had been captured with direct proof, and 100 times more had been invited to help with the investigation. As a result, everybody in the capital was mired in uncanny horror. The Blood Oath Alliance is a very simple fraternity of young, bottom-level officers in the front line, established spontaneously by them when they see no hope of rising. It has nothing to do with any of the eminent forces in the capital. Even we were only guiding them indirectly and offering them some help occasionally. We have absolutely no direct link to them. Moon Devil Yu Wuxia, leader of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, had a voice that was even colder and gloomier than the Queen's. Her image was before Liao, and yet her voice seemed to be blowing from the back of Liao's neck in a cold breeze. It is highly unusual that the Council of Elders established a special investigation committee so quickly, armed it with the best family troops, and captured so many people as if they had everything planned earlier. Please take a look at the name list of the people that the investigation committee has captured and invited for investigation. Most of them have nothing to do with the army and are not connected to the young officers of the Blood Oath Alliance whatsoever. Instead, they are the wise people in various fields of the Imperium who generally oppose the monopoly of the four Kurfürst families and who propose to improve the power of the Emperor and the peripheral worlds. They are all people who are likely to agree, or at least sympathize with the ideas of the reformists. In short, they are all the political enemies of the four Kurfürst families. Of course, a lot of them truly belong to the reformists and have been contributing to our cause on various levels. Now that they have been captured or limited, our zone of activity in the capital has been greatly reduced with the additional restraints. They are also likely to leak our details. Although they do not know much, there is still a lot of them. If every one of them spits out part of the intelligence under interrogation, it will be possible for the four Kurfürst to figure out most of our trump cards. After Yu Wuxia was done, she closed her lips that were as sharp as saber edges and hid her face in the cape again. This is not an investigation. This is a setup and a purge, Li Linghai said coldly. The smell of a plot is getting thicker and thicker. What are the four Kurfürst families trying to do exactly? Intimidate and strike the ministers, the nobles, and the warlords who are relatively independent at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Even though they might not be bold enough to execute all of the prisoners for non-existing crimes, they can always let the prisoners suffer and give them a warning so that those people will not go against them when they divide the dozens of newly earned sectors later. Do you think that is the case? Or is it the more dreadful possibility? Are we the targets of the four Kurfürst families since the beginning, and they are trying to annihilate all the reformists with the opportunity? All the reformists took a deep breath. The intelligence from the front line suggests so too. Jin Yuyan, director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, was as unmoved as before. He said casually, "Quite a few fleets from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium have been mobilized away from the defense areas where they were stationed for more than a year. They are deployed in completely strange space zones, surrounded by the dense fleets of the four Kurfürst families who are watching them closely. Unfortunately, of the fleets that are being watched in secret, quite a few have been infiltrated by us through great efforts. Many of the soldiers have accepted our ideas and will likely take our side once we declare war on the old regime. But right now, even if those fleets do join us, they will not be of much help. Besides, being heavily surrounded, it is impossible for them to join our cause without bothering anything. Also, our secret accounts in multiple banks of the Imperium were frozen almost at the same time. Many of the accounts shouldn't have been involved at all. Does it suggest that the enemy has been watching us for a long time and done profound studies on us in secret? Also, according to the latest news that I have yet to confirm, the Special Investigation Committee has begun the investigation on the troops in the front line, and the first person that they invited for investigation is General Lei Qinghu. The name Lei Qinghu made the temperature in the secret communication room drop to 0. In the weird silence, Liao seemed to have sensed that everybody's heart palpitated hard. It appeared that this Lei Qinghu must be someone extremely important in the army of the Imperium. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai looked 10 times more intimidating than before. She said, one word after another. The Special Investigation Committee is bold enough to lay fingers on General Lei Qinghu? It seems that the storm sweeping across the universe is much more intense than our estimation. On what grounds did they invite General Lei for investigation? General Lei has been invited for the investigation of the 4 damaged, volcano-level, arsenal starships in the 3rd Branch Fleet under his command. Jin Yuyan said, naturally, the 4 arsenal starships are not really damaged. They were shipped to their hometown in secret with our help, but they were reported to the base of the expedition army as completely broken in the war. It is a commonly used trick. However, the 4 arsenal starships discovered by the inspectors were sent from the base of the expedition army in the middle of the transfer. Li Linghai frowned and asked, when did it happen? 2 days ago. But the sudden assault was very neat. We did not receive any message until this morning. Jin Yuyan said, it is obvious that the enemy did not run into them during the patrol by accident. They must have received precise intelligence and targeted exactly the 4 arsenal starships. A lot of people are involved in the issue. Not only will the sector master of the world that the 4 starships belong to be punished as a warning for other people, but General Lei Qinghu, the highest commander of the coalition fleet that they belong to, has also been invited for the investigation for a very absurd reason. The Special Investigation Committee suspects that the 4 starships will be secretly transferred to the Blood Oath Alliance to contribute to betrayals of greater scales. Of course, our men who were responsible for the transfer of the 4 starships fell to the hands of the Special Investigation Committee too. God knows how many secrets they are going to confess. Closing her eyes, Li Linghai took a deep breath. And General Lei left with the Special Investigation Committee just like that? Yes. We all know what kind of person General Lei Qinghu is. Jin Yuyan was still smiling, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. Now that the enemy has the authorization of the Council of Elders, even if they sent nobody but only an order, General Lei would have tied his own hands and entered the prison by himself. Li Linghai was silent for an entire minute before the brilliance in her eyes was condensed again. Looking around, she said, everyone, this is all the intelligence we have so far? Does anybody have any additional information? If not, I will draw the conclusion now. Taking all the intelligence into consideration, the incident is quite obvious now. The assassination of the Blood Oath Alliance is not a simple operation made by the radical officers from the front line but a shameless scheme directed by the 4 Kurfürst families for the purpose of striking the reformists and eliminating all their political rivals in the capital and the army. The Blood Oath Alliance did not necessarily know the truth, but they must have been manipulated by the 4 Kurfürst families. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, it was impossible for the young, bottom-level officers, who had nothing but hot blood, to have infiltrated the Green Wind sector to such an extent and to perform such a complicated assassination. If it wasn't us who helped them, somebody else must have had. Secondly, in only 3 days, the situation in the capital and the front line has been intensified to such a level that even General Lei Qinghu, the prestigious, extraordinary person in the army, has fallen into the hands of the enemy. It is evident enough of the 4 Kurfürst families' determination, which couldn't have been formed in only 3 days. So, fellow cultivators, please abandon your illusions. What the Blood Oath Alliance did was not an accident but a plot carefully planned by the 4 Kurfürst families against all their political rivals, particularly the reformists, hoping to fish us up once and for all in a thunderous strike. I'm done. Please offer your opinion if you have any. Li Linghai bulged her colorless eyes and stared at everyone. Moon Devil Yu Wushuang coughed lightly. Li Linghai turned her head to the head of the assassins. I have no opinion on your Grace's analysis, but I just received a piece of latest intelligence from the capital. Yu Wushuang took off the cape, revealing a face that was enshrouded in black gas and looked like a dead person. She looked at Li Linghai as if she were quite sad and said, "You have been dead since half an hour ago." Yu Wushuang sent the latest intelligence collected through secret channels to the light beams of the many reformist immortal cultivators. According to the intelligence, the Queen, who had been having a vacation on the Eternal Spring Island, a famous garden of the royal family in the capital, had a massive hemorrhage in multiple important organs including the brain due to the infection of a certain extremely rare virus. The rescue of the many doctors of the royal family proved futile, and her death had been officially announced half an hour ago. In the meantime, Emperor Xinwu of the Imperium of True Human Beings suffered the attack of the same virus, but with lesser symptoms than the Queen did. He was now being rescued by the royal doctors and the medical teams of the four Kurfürst families and should be able to recover. However, he would need a long time of rest. Naturally, he was delivered to a resort that was under the control of the four Kurfürst families for his rest. Compared to the assassination of one of the 500 elders of the Imperium, the sudden demise of the Queen and the serious disease of the Emperor was no news at all. In the Imperium of True Human Beings, Emperor had always been a highly dangerous profession over the last 500 years. It was not unusual at all that they would die abruptly after several decades of reigning. Emperor Xinwu, whose former title was Emperor Tianjing, had been reigning for almost 60 years in total. By logic, it was time that he died. Of course, the top-secret intelligence was only secretly passed in the Council of Elders and the few most central agencies of the government. It would take at least a fortnight for the news to spread out to the ears of all the nobles. Then, after another half-month, official news and announcements would be released to inform all the people of the country of the demise of their monarch. Queen Li Linghai would not die certainly until then. However, the ambitious schemers gathered in the secret communication room of the Deep-Sea Palace knew clearly what the brief intelligence meant. It meant that the four Kurfürst families had already attacked the Queen. It also meant that the four Kurfürst families would not hesitate to do anything to ruin Queen Li Linghai's political life or even her physical life. Did the so-called extremely rare virus really exist? And was it really extremely rare? The former was likely to be true, but the latter was not necessarily so. At the very least, there were too many such viruses in the biochemical laboratories of the four Kurfürst families. Thankfully, Li Linghai had risked leaving the capital because of her brother Li Lingfeng, and only left a stand-in in the Eternal Spring Island. As it turned out, the extremely rare virus of the four Kurfürst families hit the wrong target. But what could Li Linghai do even if she was still alive? As long as the four Kurfürst families all agreed that the Queen had died of virus infection and soul exhaustion, who could object to it? Who would have the courage to admit that the white-haired witch whose hair was rising and dancing in midair crazily like a god of vengeance was the real Li Linghai? Besides, even the emperor had fallen into the hands of the four Kurfürst families and was forced to rest. Holding the emperor to command all the lords was not something that only Li Linghai could do. The four Kurfürst families were certainly familiar with the job. Before Emperor Xinwu died together with the Queen, there was still enough value in him that could be exploited. The four Kurfürst families' series of stormy attacks were too fast and brutal. There was no telling how much time they had been planning on it in secret, but the reformists were more or less stunned under the punch. For a moment, the situation took a giant turn downward. Everybody was almost able to hear the rocks collapsing from the cliff and falling into the bottomless abyss. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Except for Yu Wushuang, who had been cold the whole time, and Jin Yuyen, who had been smiling all the time, other people were all at a loss. Of course, that was not counting Li Yao. I did not know that, the mental devil said gloomily deep inside Li Yao's head. After you advanced into the divinity transformation stage, your prowess in trapping your teammates has gotten significantly more brilliant. You haven't done anything yet, and yet the Queen has suffered so much. You must be kidding. Am I really to be blamed for this? It is obviously because she was too aggressive. Did she really think that the four Kurfürst families that had dominated the Imperium for 1,000 years were all idiots? Li Yao sniffed and replied. However, he was also very curious how the ambitious Queen of the Imperium of True Human Beings would counterattack in the hopelessness when the enemy had almost stabbed the knife into the throats of the reformists. Li Yao still remembered what Li Linghai said in the thunderstorm of the sand primitive sector, as well as the dominating vibe of a fated, supreme sovereign of the universe when she performed the technique of dragon over the sky. She was the woman who had the legacies of the legendary Supreme Emperor. She would not give in so easily, would she? Staring at Li Linghai without blinking, Li Yao did not leave any detail of the white-haired woman. When she heard the message of her death, the Queen of the Imperium did not even move her eyelashes, although her white hair was dancing crazily. Her eyes that were clear as if made of dews in the first place were even hollower. Her mind seemed to have drifted to the capital billions of stars away, while she concentrated all her attention deducing a way of survival out of the most dangerous situation. Fellow cultivators, after considering carefully for a minute, Li Linghai finally said slowly in the calmest tone. I know that many fellow cultivators had unrealistic illusions on the noble families until just now. They were still wavering and thought that we could negotiate with those people through gentler approaches. Eventually, we would be able to renew the Imperium with no bloodshed. But after you hear the news of my abrupt death, do any of you still think that way? Open your eyes and see the reality. Our reform is a war where either our enemy or we will die. It will not end until the blood of either party runs dry. No mercy and hesitation can be tolerated. The four Kurfürst families are bold enough to assassinate their own elder and the queen of the Imperium. Even Lei Chenghu, a prestigious general in the army, known as God of War, has been captured blatantly to assist their investigation. I can't even imagine what crimes they will impose on General Luo. Fellow cultivators, you can compare yourselves to Dongfang Tuo, me, or General Lei. Even if you abandon the ideas of the reformists right now and crawl to the feet of the four Kurfürst families to surrender, would they spare you with their ruthlessness? You and the families, sects, forces, fleets, and sectors behind you are already too involved. You have all seen the name list of suspects of the Special Investigation Committee. How many names on it are closely connected to you? And how long will it take before they trace the names to you? We have all been pushed into desperation with nowhere to run to. Instead of being cut and minced slowly and watching our cause and ideas to be obliterated, we might as well have a final attempt and take our chances. Even if we have to die together with the four Kurfürst families, the light when we are shattered will illuminate the future of the Imperium of true human beings. As she approached the end, Li Linghai seemed to have become transparent. From the deepest part of her soul, dazzling brilliance beamed out, making her truly like a lighthouse that could illuminate the entire dark Imperium. But one of the reformists hesitated and asked, many fleets that are inclined to us have been mobilized and separated. Our secret accounts have been mostly frozen too. A lot of our sympathizers and supporters have been put into prison. Even you have been erased by the four Kurfürst families, Your Grace. What can we do? The attacks of the four Kurfürst families may indeed be very aggressive and nearly cut our throat, but they made two fatal mistakes. With crazy flames blooming inside her eyes, Li Linghai extended her fist, as if she was performing a unity etiquette or making a promise to everybody. Firstly, they did not expect that I would leave the capital in secret and that the person in the capital was only a well-trained stand-in for me. Besides, it is impossible for them to know that I have already advanced into the divinity transformation stage and that I was never eliminated by any kind of rare virus. They have missed the greatest opportunity to kill me. Secondly, and more importantly, however they pried and studied, they could never have thought that the power of the reformists had expanded to such an extent. They did not know that the deep-sea fleet that we built in secret and the tribunal of extraterrestrial devils that had been expanding were already among the best troops of the Imperium. They did not know that we have the unexpected help of fellow cultivator Vulture Li Yao, who have talents in two fields. The four Kurfürst families pushed themselves into hopelessness too as they pushed us into it, because all the smaller nobles, low-level immortal cultivators, and the warlords at the peripheral worlds had seen through the ravenousness of the four Kurfürst families. They knew that they would only be embraced by their doom if they did not resist. At such a moment, as long as we deal a heavy blow on the dominating four Kurfürst families and call for supporters, we will be able to gather all the forces that oppose the great noble families nationwide. In any case, I will never admit that I have died without a sound just like that. I promise to you that in less than 1 month, I will return to the capital with everybody here openly as the queen of the Imperium of true human beings. Nothing can possibly stop me. Everybody was more or less awed by the fervent and crazy air around Li Linghai. After a long silence, the reformist who asked in the beginning said, "Then, what are we going to do exactly?" Li Linghai smiled. Opening her arms to everyone softly, the white-haired woman said in the most earnest way, with purple colors vaguely spreading inside her eyes, "Trust me. At this moment, all I ask from you is your complete, unreserved trust. You will carry out my every order dutifully, no matter how crazy the order may sound. I will definitely not disappoint you. This is the darkness before dawn, and a stronger, new imperium will soon be born in the darkness. Li Linghai was perhaps not a schemer with an extremely calm head that never miscalculated anything. However, from the fact that she was ruthless enough to kill Li Lingfeng, her biological brother, and even tried killing her biological son, she indeed boasted the determination to achieve her purpose through whatever means possible, even if the universe would die together with her. She was a red-eyed gambler deep to her bones. Right now, the reformists and the oppositions of the four Kurfürst families, who were scattered in the sea of stars, panicked and unorganized, were perhaps exactly in need of the leadership of such a lunatic and gambler. Everybody was deeply awed by Li Linghai's half-craziness and half-fortitude. They were also deeply attracted by her transparent eyes that were as deep as swirls, and they could not help but fall into Li Linghai's thinking pattern. Many big shots among the reformists were powerful people in their local areas who were rather independent. Now that they had the courage to defy the orders of the four Kurfürst families, they were certainly not to be driven by Li Linghai easily. But right now, did they have any choice except to absolutely trust the queen of the Imperium whose death was about to be officially announced by the authorities? The meeting lasted 6 hours in total. All the reformists that had been lurking in darkness surfaced one after another, contributing the resources, armed forces, and intelligence channels under their grasp and promising with the name of themselves and their families that they would fight to the end for the construction of a new Imperium, even if it meant their own death. Many of them had been contacting Li Linghai alone and did not know that other people were so deeply involved in the cause of the reformists. Hearing that so many resources and armed forces were at the disposal of the reformists, they were greatly surprised, and the confidence that had just hit rock bottom was burning furiously again. Li Linghai's brain functioned quickly like a high-level crystal processor, while she distributed and organized the resources when she was as dazzling as lightning, commanding the big shots of the reformists to hide away from the search, rescuing the fellow cultivators who were already under arrest, uniting all the oppositions in the entire universe in the fields of military, politics, economics, media, and other fields, attacking the Council of Elders in the court of the Imperium that was under the control of the four Kurfürst families, and also influencing the troops in the front line to win the army over. Everything had a decision which was carried out in an orderly fashion. Even Liao could not help but secretly compliment in his heart when he saw her issuing the orders calmly and smoothly with barely any gap in between, which almost felt like art. The white-haired queen of the Imperium was tougher than his wife Ding Lingdang in terms of combat ability, but her craziness and brutality were like a strengthened version of Jin Xinyue. She was almost like a combination of Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue after they were enlarged 10 times. If such a woman was to lead the entire new Imperium soon in the future, would it be better than the current situation or worse? If the situation was worse, how should Liao stop her, or transform her? After each order was given, one of the high-level officers of the Deep-Sea Fleet would leave the communication, or one of the holograms triggered by the remote communication would be gone. They all began their work immediately. 6 hours later, Li Linghai issued the last order without any expression on her face. Jin Yuyan, Yu Wushuang, Dong Fengshang, Tu Zhengdao, her right-hand men had all left the communication room. A thunderstorm raised by the reformists would soon sweep across the entire Imperium. The enormous secret communication room was like a sphere palace that did not have any gap on the arc-shaped wall, which was as smooth as a mirror, giving a feeling of coldness and depression. The only persons left in the room were Li Linghai and Vulture Liao, her personal bodyguard. Looking at the last line of words dispersing into starry spots and disappearing into the darkness like burning butterflies on the light beam in silence, Li Linghai suddenly grunted, and her face that had always been covered in ice cracked, with a hint of pain flowing out. Her body slightly shivered, and she seemed about to collapse on the floating disk. Even though she had an immeasurable cultivation at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, her brain was still seriously exhausted and was on the verge of being burned after processing complicated intelligence and orders for 6 hours straight at a high intensity like a human-shaped crystal processor. As her personal bodyguard, Liao felt that he was obliged to give her a hand. He stepped onto Li Linghai's floating disc and supported the queen of the Imperium carefully. Somewhat out of his expectation, the proud and cold queen did not reject his kindness. She simply kept her eyes shut, and her face was extremely pale, with dense sweat leaking out of her forehead. It seemed that the four Kurfürst family's sudden attack, which aimed to completely erase her both politically and physically, was quite a great strike on her. She was definitely not as zealous and determined as she demonstrated to other people. In a trance, Li Yao even had an illusion. He seemed to see a twisted and feeble soul, which was the real Li Linghai, through the queen's carefully disguised face and the solid armors behind the face. However, the feebleness only lasted 1 moment. When Li Linghai opened her eyes again 5 seconds later, there was still nothing but cold ice that would never thaw in 10,000 years in her eyes. She became the unyielding queen of the Imperium who would fight to the end through bloody battles again. When they heard the news that I was erased, almost everybody wavered briefly except 3 people, namely Yu Wushuang, Jin Yuyan, and Yu. Looking at Li Yao, Li Linghai said solemnly, "Yu Wushuang and Jin Yuyan are both the most hardcore reformists and my closet comrades whom I trust most. Your performance, on the other hand, was out of my expectation." "Well, it's because I'm used to such things." Blinking his eyes, Li Yao said, "Besides, I have taken your side not because you are the queen of the Imperium but because you were the woman that my foster father deeply loved and never forgot to his death. That reason alone is enough to make me never abandon you or watch you die without doing anything." After a long daze, Li Linghai suddenly smiled and said, "It never occurred to me that when my cause dropped to the lowest point on the brink of collapse, it would be a cultivator who was standing by my side. Your arrival is indeed a timely gift of fate. I am truly in need of a strong personal bodyguard like you for a while in the future." Once the 4 Kurfürst families discover that the person their biochemical virus killed was not me, they will certainly initiate a 2nd round and a 3rd round of assassinations. Although I have received abundant heritages from the Imperial Transcendence sector, those heritages must not be exposed before the situation is stable. So, it will be inconvenient for me to take action in many cases. I'll count on you. Of course, your loyalty will certainly be duly rewarded. Do you want to take a look at the secret treasures from the Imperial Transcendence sector? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, and he breathed fast. He could not calm down his messy head despite the cultivation of the divinity transformation stage, because it was the heritage of the Supreme Emperor from 10,000 years ago. Now that Li Linghai was willing to share the heritages of the Supreme Emperor with him, it meant that her trust for him had reached a new height. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao shook his head hard. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world and that Li Linghai's generosity must be up to something. He was unwilling to fall into Li Linghai's pace. Managing to calm himself down, he said, "Of course I would like to take a good look at the Supreme Emperor's legacies, but there is no need to do it now. Let's talk about the next part of the operations instead. Now that your grace is willing to share such precious legacies with me, it is obvious that you want me to carry out a certain dangerous, life-blighting mission, don't you?" Li Linghai was slightly dazed, not anticipating that Li Yao did not waver at all when faced with such an alluring attraction. She thought even more highly of Li Yao now as she nodded her head and said, "Yes, this is indeed a very arduous mission, but you will not be doing it alone. We will all join the mission for a thunderous attack, and we must rescue General Lei Qinghu no matter what. It will be the key that decides the outcome of our cause." "Rescue Lei Qinghu?" Thinking for a moment, Li Yao asked, "Who is this General Lei Qinghu, who is intimidatingly nicknamed as God of War?" It was obvious that God of War was not a title that any random person could deserve. General Lei Qinghu is a legend of the Imperium's army. He is the general with the most experience, the most military credits, and the highest prestige in the army aside from the generals and commanders from the 4 Kurfürst families. God of War is certainly not an exaggeration but the most honest remark given by the local warlords and the miscellaneous troops. When she talked about the experience of Lei Qinghu, even Li Linghai, who had always been proud, had admiration in her tone. General Lei is from the Lei family of Guangyuan, which is a medium-sized noble family between the four Kurfürst families and the small nobles. He could have lived a comfortable and carefree life in the sector that belonged to him. If he was slightly ambitious, he could have had conflicts and fought for benefits against the warlords of the worlds nearby by leading his personal troops. But General Lei is an exception among the nobles and warlords. He is a real, pure, and selfless immortal cultivator. After he grasped all the resources of the Lei family of Guangyuan, he indeed expanded the military preparations and established an extremely tough private troop at the cost of all the resources in the family. But instead of using the fleet to expand to the neighboring worlds, he simply went into the space to strike the space pirates who lurked in the darkness. For 50 years, General Lei had been active in the battlefield against space pirates with his own fleet, clearing almost all the space pirates in the dozens of sectors and space zones in the fourth quadrant of the Imperium. In the end, as long as the carrier fleets passing the area painted Lei Qinghu's emblem on their starships, the space pirates would immediately run away in fear. General Lei Qinghu was exactly as tough as that. Then, isn't he the bane of space pirates? Liao was greatly interested in the unconventional General Lei Qinghu. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of intriguing sparks would be raised if Lei Qinghu's fleet ran into Bai Xinghe's. Li Linghai continued, under the dominating suppression of General Lei Qinghu, the space pirates in the dozens of sectors in the fourth quadrant of the Imperium almost went extinct. Even the sector masters and the warlords of those worlds were shuddering in fear under his iron fists, not having the courage to do anything recklessly. Wait! Liao frowned and said, wasn't General Lei's target the space pirates? Did it have anything to do with the sector masters and the warlords of those sectors? You are still new to the place, and you do not know what the space pirates wandering in the infinite sea of stars in the Imperium really are. Li Linghai explained, think about it. The Imperium has united the center of the cosmos since 1,000 years ago. It also has powerful troops. Is there any room of activity for the space pirates and the wandering bandits? Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. The last sector with particularly rampant space pirates that he met was the Flying Star sector, which did not have a central government but only had a loose coalition of major sects. Later, the space pirates of the Flying Star sector were throttled by the Grand Illusionary Soldier project, proposed by the 6 major sections. Their room of activity was smaller and smaller, and they were about to die in the end. If the Grand Illusionary Soldier project had not been a scheme with ill intentions since the very beginning, the space pirates of the Flying Star sector definitely would have been annihilated by them. Then, here came the question. The so-called Grand Illusionary Soldiers adopted the technologies of remote control on battle puppets from the Imperium of true human beings. If the Flying Star sector was already capable of eliminating space pirates with such a technology, it should be more than easy for the Imperium of true human beings, which should have had more advanced Grand Illusionary Soldiers, to deal with the insignificant space pirates, right? In the Imperium, those guys who are called space pirates on the surface can be more precisely addressed as privateers. Li Linghai sniffed and said, the Imperium is simply too vast and boundless. There are all kinds of conflicts between the nobles and the emperor, the nobles and the magnates and the sects. It is impossible to establish a powerful central government to manage the local areas directly, and autonomy has been forced to be granted to them exactly like feudalism in the past. There is no need to mention the direct fiefs of the 4 Kurfürst families, which are essentially independent kingdoms with the power of levying taxes, forging coins, enlisting soldiers, and nominating officials. They are even threatening the capital. Even the sector masters and the warlords at the peripheral worlds are also lawless dominators who can only see their own territories. For the interests in trade routes, resource planets, or world fragments, they often had frictions with their neighbors. In order to check the smaller nobles and the warlords at the peripheral worlds, the 4 Kurfürst families intentionally allow them to attack each other and encourage them to escalate their frictions. Of course, on the surface, everybody is a citizen of the Imperium and an immortal cultivator, with the lightning trident emblem painted on the starships and the crystal suits. It is impossible for them to wage a war on each other with their fleets. So, 2 ways are often adopted to settle their conflicts. The way that is open and protected by the law of the Imperium is arena games. When there are trade conflicts or competitions in resources, Each party will send a certain number of champions to have a fair match in the arena to decide the conflicts. Strength is highly worshipped in the Imperium. Such a way to resolve conflicts wins the support of most people. It has even evolved into an extremely popular way of entertainment. When two fairly large worlds send their famous experts to settle the conflicts, it is not unusual that they can catch billions of eyes. They are certainly much more attractive than the slaughter stream platforms. In the early years, when the order and ethos of the Imperium were not corrupted yet, most of the immortal cultivators still remembered the glory in the past and quite respected the system of the arena games. If they were defeated in the arena, they would carry out the ruling dutifully and give away part of their interests. However, the Imperium has been gradually decaying in the past 10,000 years, to the point that honor and law mean nothing today. More and more people show no respect for the arena games now. Now that they cannot seize the clandestine interests with the army under their command openly, privateers inevitably come into being. They are space pirates in name but are in fact supported by the warlords and the nobles, and even the four Kurfürst families. Many of the space pirates are actually the regular army in disguise. Many immortal cultivators are the prominent upper-class men in their own world, and some might even have titles when they are in the Imperium. But when they sneak into other worlds, they will immediately change into ruthless and bloodthirsty bandits. Hiss! Liao took a deep breath. He was certainly no stranger to privateers. As space pirates with official licenses, they were 10 times more difficult to deal with than the common space pirates, because they were supported by the authorities in terms of delivery of supplies and trophies. Li Linghai went on, the dozens of sectors in the fourth quadrant of the Imperium are almost all the territories of the small nobles and the warlords. Their territories are deeply entangled with each other, and the friction among them can be very frequent. When there are a lot of frictions, there are bound to be a lot of space pirates. You rob me today, and I'll kill you tomorrow. Although the intensity of the battles is not very high, there has never been a ceasefire for 100 years. Not only have the people been suffering, the local warlords and sector masters are also mired in the meaningless war of attrition, with no hope of complete peace. On the surface, General Lei Qinghu was trying to eliminate the space pirates, but in fact, he intended to completely settle the chaos in the fourth quadrant and establish a stable order. Liao exclaimed and began to feel that Lei Qinghu was truly not a common immortal cultivator. At first, nobody believed that Lei Qinghu was capable of resolving the chaotic situation in the fourth quadrant where everybody hated each other. In fact, barely anyone knew his ambitions. General Lei has always been more of a doer than a talker, Li Linghai said in admiration. At first, General Lei visited one world after another, met the local governors, and proposed for everyone to establish a little organization to strike the space pirates that were getting more and more untamable. In order not to stimulate the capital, the organization could be given a low-key name such as Sailing Route Guards. At that time, nobody knew how terrifying Lei Qinghu was yet. They all considered him a fool, even though they were patient enough to let him finish his proposal. For the sake that he was from the Lei family of Guangyuan, they would often burst into laughter after they saw him off politely. The so-called space pirates were all in fact privateers that were disguised by the regular armies. But even if they were not, how could the Sailing Route Guards really work when the dozens of worlds were not united but each had their own plans? Nobody paid any attention to General Lei or took the young family leader's words seriously. Many of them sighed that the Lei family of Guangyuan had chosen an idiotic leader when it had been passed on for almost 1,000 years. They believed that the Lei family would soon decline. However, after General Lei annihilated 3 privateers in thunderous strikes in only half a year, those sector masters and warlords discovered that they were wrong. Greatly wrong. General Lei was serious. He was truly determined to end the mayhem in the fourth quadrant even at the cost of all the resources that the Lei family of Guangyuan had accumulated for 1,000 years as well as his own life and soul. General Lei Qinghu was not exactly a talented great general or a judicious politician at the beginning. He was only a selfless man who strived with nothing but seriousness. All the sector masters and warlords had their selfish interests. They all wanted to hide from the attacks and conceal their own strength, not daring to have head-on clashes with General Lei's fleet. Instead, They tried to attract General Lei's troops to other people's territories and even offered a lot of supplies and intelligence to General Lei for that. General Lei, however, simply regarded every battle to annihilate the space pirates as his last battle where he would perish with the enemy. He did not consider the interests of his own fleet at all. Naturally, he was invincible. His commanding arts that were slightly naive and immature at the beginning were gradually honed in decades of battles. Then, with a true heart of selflessness, he traveled among the local warlords and leaders non-stop for decades, trying his best to eliminate the conflicts among them and show them the benefits of abandoning the frictions and trading with each other. Gradually, the foundation of the privateers was no more. Just like that, decades later, the organization named Sailing Route Guards was indeed established. Although it had a harmless name and sounded like a co-op of the police of different worlds, it was in fact an enormous organization that included a package deal about military, trade, tariff coordination, and even development banks. It is even safe to say that it was a half-alliance of the peripheral worlds at the fourth quadrant of the Imperium with a span of military, politics, and economy. After completely destroying all the privateers of two sectors that refused to obey the orders of the Sailing Route Guards, and when the army of the coalition army marched at their capitals, nobody dared to question General Lei's authority in the fourth quadrant anymore. Hearing that, Li Yao couldn't help but remark with his eyes glittering, "This General Lei Qing who must be a deeply hidden schemer if he is not a model soldier who is really selfless." Li Linghai smiled and nodded her head. Yes, at that time everybody thought that General Lei Qinghu was a deeply hidden ambitious schemer, and he had used the disguise of selflessness for decades before he finally became the leader of the many worlds at the periphery of the fourth quadrant. Even the four Kurfürst families were shocked by General Lei Qinghu's performance and considered him a great threat. They came up with many plans to deal with him. That was more than 100 years ago. At that time, the War of Black Wind that shocked the entire Imperium took place. The Imperium suffered an unprecedented brutal failure in the 5 border worlds, including the Black Wind sector. Li Yao blinked and thought that the War of Black Wind was truly the origin of everything. It was exactly because of the War of Black Wind that the remnants of the Black Wind fleet marched to the edge of the Sea of Stars, and the worlds at the edge of the Sea of Stars were forced to be united into the new Federation against the enemy together. It was also because of the Imperium of true human beings' brutal failure in the War of Black Wind that the ideas of reform arose in the past 100 years and the 4 Kurfürst families' reign loosened. Eventually, an ambitious reformist such as Li Linghai was born. Right now, the legend of General Lei Qinghu was involved in the War of Black Wind too. Li Linghai sighed and said, "In the past 1,000 years, when the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance fought for the hegemony at the center of the cosmos, although the Covenant Alliance had attacked many times aggressively, the Imperium always managed to hold the positions and never showed any sign of losing. In the recent several hundred years, the Covenant Alliance's attacks were more and more hasty and disordered. Many leaders of the Imperium believed that the Covenant Alliance had seriously exhausted the national strength, and although their brainwashing techniques such as 3 fundamental laws could allure the people to dedicate their lives to their god, it was impossible for them to persist on. Therefore, the Imperium was filled with optimism. Everybody believed that as long as the defense line in the space was held for another several hundred years, the day would come when the Covenant Alliance collapsed on its own. However, the War of Blank Wind poured a bucket of icy water on everyone's back. The entire defensive line of the army completely collapsed. Quite a few deep sky fleets suffered destructive strikes. 5 war worlds, including the Black Wind sector, fell to the hands of the Covenant Alliance, thus allowing the Covenant Alliance's unstoppable vanguard to reach the softest abdomen of the Imperium. What the Covenant Alliance's fleets were coveting became the prosperous lands that the Imperium had constructed hard for 1,000 years. Li Yao asked, "War worlds?" Yes, according to the number of resources and the development, the sectors within the territory of the Imperium have been generally divided into 4 levels, namely the underdeveloped worlds, the resource worlds, the industrial worlds, and the war worlds. Li Linghai said, "The war worlds are the level with the highest comprehensive value. They have the deepest industrial foundation and boast an enormous scale of weapon factories, magical equipment assembly lines, and even space docks. They are capable of producing a great fleet independently, and they are heavily guarded by the troops of the Imperium. One war world is more valuable than 10 underdeveloped worlds. The 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector, were all the military strongholds that the Imperium had operated for hundreds of years. Now that they fell into the enemy's hands, there was no telling how many resources would be lost and how many secrets would be leaked. It was the greatest threat of the Imperium in the past hundreds of years. Having heard the news that the 5 war worlds at the border were lost, the nobles in the capital, after the initial shock, naturally burst into fury and decided to counterattack. Other than sending the elite troops of the 4 Kurfürst families to the front line, they certainly called for the troops of the nobles and the warlords to defend the Imperium. At such a moment, the consequence of the 4 Kurfürst families dominating the politics for years, resulting in the fragmentation of the local areas, was revealed. Most of the smaller nobles and warlords at the local areas wavered and hesitated. They all thought that the elite troops of the 4 Kurfürst families were before them, and there was no need for them to go to the front line as cannon fodder. The most shameless of all was naturally the warlord that had been managing the Black Wind sector before. The Black Wind fleet was to blame for the collapse of the defense line in the Black Wind sector, and the Black Wind sector that had been lost was their hometown. Wasn't it only necessary for the people of the Black Wind sector to reclaim the territory they lost without bothering the cost? However, Hai Ming, the commander of the Black Wind fleet at that time, was an old and cunning warlord. He simply swallowed the remaining troops of the other 4 war worlds ruthlessly, which gave him enough bargaining chips to negotiate with the capital. While the situation in the front line was still a mess, he simply ran to the edge of the cosmos under the name of expanding the territory for the Imperium. Although the journey to explore the edge of the cosmos was long and perilous, it couldn't have been more dangerous than dealing with the army of Covenant Alliance that was right next to them. If they really wanted to expand the territory for the Imperium, they could have just turned around and marched back to their hometown. Why bother going such a long distance? Li Yao. Well, the commander of the Black Wind fleet is truly sordid, but in his heart he couldn't help but chuckle. This was already a third theory about the Black Wind fleet's march to the edge of the cosmos. All the narrators had been trying to beautify themselves. As to what the truth was exactly, it probably had been obliterated in the dust of stars and nowhere to be found. Apparently disgusted by what the Black Wind fleet did, Li Linghai said coldly, "Now that the victims of the Lost Worlds had run off in fear, the private troops of the nobles and the warlords were certainly reluctant to take the blow for the entire Imperium and attack the army of the Covenant Alliance, which had a high morale after the winning streak. The 4 Kurfürst families did not want to waste their elite troops for nothing either. At the very least, they did not want to fight the Covenant Alliance in the first wave. So, they thought of General Lei Qinghu's fleet." Li Yao exclaimed and said, "This is a scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, even a blind person could tell what the 4 Kurfürst families were up to. Whether or not the Covenant Alliance's attacks were blocked, General Lei Qinghu's strength would be greatly diminished." Li Linghai said, "If General Lei Qinghu were a deeply hidden schemer, as everybody thought him to be at that time, and a great warlord who valued nothing but his army, he couldn't ignore the order from the capital or send out some random cannon fodder just like what other warlords did. After all, with General Lei's prestige that was almost uniting the worlds at the periphery of the 4th quadrant, as long as he stayed back, what could the 4 Kurfürst families have done with him? It was not like that they could fight on 2 ends, dealing with the Covenant Alliance in the front line and ending up on bad terms with General Lei Qinghu in the rear at the same time, right?" Pondering for a moment, Li Yao bulged his eyes and said, "But General Lei still obeyed the order of the Council of Elders and led his elite forces to the front line?" "Exactly. In fact, General Lei did more than that. Not only did he lead all his elite troops out, he also tried to bring as many soldiers of the sailing route guards, who were all well-trained warriors from the dozens of worlds at the periphery of the 4th quadrant, as possible. Establishing an overwhelming coalition army, they marched to the defense line in the Black Wind sector quickly." Li Linghai sighed. At that time, General Lei had the highest prestige in the dozens of worlds nearby, and many fleets were under his command. However, the owners of the fleets, those nobles and warlords, entrusted the fleets to General Lei because they believed that General Lei would bring them benefits or even strike the privateers of the other few quadrants to earn their trophies. All in all, they gave him the fleets to make a fortune, not to let General Lei lead them to death for nothing. Blinking his eyes for a long time, Liao found it hard to believe. So, not only was General Lei a fool himself, he also led the elite forces of dozens of worlds to be the greatest fools in the universe. Yes, the universe is vast, and it is not difficult to block messages. When the nobles and warlords that governed the dozens of sectors finally realized what was going on, it was already too late for them to regret. Their elites had all been gone in the depths of the Sea of Stars, probably never to return. With a smile, Li Linghai said, "You can totally imagine that General Lei's crazy decision infuriated all the nobles and warlords of the fourth quadrant. He also left no retreat for himself at all. The blanket agreement about the sailing route guards immediately collapsed too. Right now, General Lei only had an enormous coalition fleet that did not have a base. The Council of Elders, or rather the four Kurfürst families, controlled all the supplies. Not surprisingly, the Council of Elders deployed the coalition fleet brought by General Lei to the most dangerous frontline. Faced with the massive attacks of the Covenant Alliance, General Lei did not have any complaint or hesitation at all. He simply fought bloody battles for 5 years, almost wasting all his trusted troops and elites, and blocked the Covenant Alliance's attacks that were as overwhelming as tsunamis. Although he did not take back the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector, he managed to re-establish an impenetrable defense line and completely stopped the Covenant Alliance before him. In the 100 years that followed, General Lei's fleet had been stationed in the front line and blocked the Covenant Alliance like an iron wall. Not a single starship of the Covenant Alliance was able to cross his defense. It is even safe to say that the dirtiest and most exhausting jobs in the battlefield since the War of Black Wind had been shouldered by General Lei alone. That was why the army and resources in the rear could be trained and mobilized unhurriedly. Also, the Covenant Alliance's morale and momentum were worn out by General Lei. They were the reasons why the Imperium's enormous counterattack went so smoothly. After hearing all that, Liao took a deep breath. So to speak, this General Lei Qinghu is truly not an ambitious schemer but an honorable, selfless soldier? Yes, all the warlords have both armies and territories. Although General Lei commands a massive coalition army that has a shocking combat ability, he does not have his territory anymore. Everything he does is ordered by the Council of Elders. Li Linghai said, as he fought through life and death on the battlefield again and again, everybody began to realize General Lei's integrity. Even the 4 Kurfürst families were awed by General Lei's charisma. Or rather, if they killed General Lei, they would have nowhere to find such a dutiful, ambitionless man who was good at fighting. The Council of Elders and the 4 Kurfürst families were in dire need of the real soldiers who are loyal to the Imperium, such as General Lei Qinghu, to deal with the Covenant Alliance in the front line. In the 100 years that followed, they completely let go of their wariness on General Lei and did not withhold the supplies for the astounding Thunder Fleet under his command at all. He was also given many awards. Special Black Star Medal, the highest medal of the army in the Imperium of true human beings, had been given 17 times. 15 of them were given in the first 500 years of the Imperium during the expansion of territory. Only 2 were given in the second 500 years. One was given to a commander from the 4 Kurfürst families, and the other was given to General Lei Qinghu. It is indicative enough of his accomplishments and prestige. Liao secretly clicked his tongue. If the army of the Imperium was viewed as a whole, this General Lei Qinghu would certainly be a well-deserved big shot of the military. Li Linghai said, when the Imperium finally launched a strategic counterattack, it was General Lei Qinghu's troop that led the charge and marched into the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector, which had been occupied by the Covenant Alliance for 100 years. He secured 5 triumphs in a row and recovered the former land 100 years ago, clearing the obstacles for the subsequent troops. In the 10 years that followed, General Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet had been fighting in the most difficult battlefields and were almost broken to the point of destruction many times. Because of General Lei Qinghu's prestige and the middle and bottom level officers' worship of him, and because the war was still intense at that time, Even the four Kurfürst families did not dare to play tricks on the re-establishment of the astounding Thunder Fleet. They could only give the warships of the latest model that were produced recently to General Lei's command. Of course, the troops of the four Kurfürst families would not listen to General Lei's command easily. So, the soldiers that were placed into the astounding Thunder Fleet were often from the local troops and the miscellaneous troops that had been collapsed in the bloody battles. After more than 10 years of strategic counterattacks, it was inevitable that many troops were crushed and lost organization. Those failed soldiers with low morale were garbage that nobody wanted for fear that their lethargy would infect other troops. But General Lei Qinghu simply accepted all of them. After the bloody battles, General Lei's troop had already become a hodgepodge with the crushed soldiers from every part of the universe. Many people who admired General Lei's charisma and eminent military accomplishments volunteered to join General Lei when they had better choices. As a result, the composition of the astounding Thunder Fleet was even more complicated. Such a hodgepodge troop would be an unorganized mess in the hands of any commander. But General Lei had amazing skills that could transform the unorganized mess into seasoned warriors in the shortest amount of time and grant them the courage to die together with the enemy. General Lei Qinghu is perhaps not the best militarist in the Imperium, but when it comes to the training of soldiers, he is well acknowledged to be the best of the Imperium. All in all, General Lei had been leading such a hodgepodge troop in the frontmost battlefield against the Covenant Alliance, making great contributions to the Imperium. Right now, the situation is more or less steady. The 4th Coalition Fleet under General Lei Qinghu's command, commonly known as Astounding Thunder Fleet, is the fleet with the most main force warships, the best equipment, and the highest combat ability aside from the troops of the four Kurfürst families. In terms of the battle will, they are even much better than the private troops of the Kurfürst families. After the screening of iron and blood of 100 years, there are neither cowards nor selfish scoundrels under General Lei's command. They are all the most distinguished soldiers boosted by the purest dreams who are willing to defend the Imperium with their hot blood. Right now, General Lei Qinghu is commanding the 4th Coalition Fleet of the Expedition Army as the Special Admiral of the Imperium. He is also the commander of the 3rd Battle Area, which includes 4 newly recovered war worlds and dozens of rather prosperous resource planets, as well as 2 twisted space zones that are very suitable for the collective space jumps of supermassive fleets. It is an important place that all the generals will fight over. After hearing Li Linghai's introduction, Li Yao said after a long days. So to speak, General Lei Qinghu is truly a giant pillar that holds the sky of the Imperium. Are the 4 Kurfürst families insane enough to involve such a big shot of the military just because they want to strike the reformists? Are they not worried that something may go wrong in the front line? I'm afraid you are wrong, Li Linghai said gloomily. It remains to be seen whether the 4 Kurfürst families' main focus is the reformists and they are just removing General Lei Qinghu by the way, or their primary target has always been General Lei Qinghu, while the measures against the reformists are just smoke grenades. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao bulged his eyes. When the birds are all shot down, the bow will be useless? Exactly. Do you remember what I told you when I introduced the situation of the Imperium to you a few days ago? After a decade of bloody battles, the troops that are scattered in different worlds of the Imperium are being awakened as a whole. They are craving to let out their own voice. With a smile, Li Linghai said, "Take a guess. If the military really wants to get out of the control of the 4 Kurfürst families and grow into an independent behemoth, who will it choose as its leader?" Li Yao blurted out, "General Lei Qinghu?" "Exactly," Li Linghai said. General Lei Qinghu is almost an immaculate soldier of the Imperium. In terms of prestige, accomplishments, charisma, and the attitude of the bottom-level soldiers, nobody can be compared to him. He truly deserves to be called the God of War. If the military wants to get rid of the control of the 4 Kurfürst families and the Council of Elders, the extremists of the Blood Oath Alliance are far from enough. They need the leadership of a real powerful big shot from the military, and General Lei Qinghu is the only candidate. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao asked, "What does General Lei Qinghu think himself? Or rather, what is his view on the so-called reformists?" General Lei Qinghu's attitude does not matter. I believe that General Lei absolutely has no intention of leading the army to rise against the Council of Elders. nor does he have anything to do with the Blood Oath Alliance. If he had such ambitions, he wouldn't have commanded all his troops to fight vehemently against the Covenant Alliance 100 years ago. I absolutely believe that General Lei has been fighting for nothing but the country in his entire life. Li Linghai said, however, now that he has been respected as the god of war, many things are unavoidable for General Lei. For example, the extreme organizations in the military such as the Blood Oath Alliance may call for and instigate other soldiers under his name. Or when the time is ripe, he will be raised by countless zealous young officers and pushed to a throne that he is unwilling to take. Liao blinked his eyes. I can totally understand the subtle situation that General Lei Qinghu is in. Then, it should be easier for you to understand why the four Kurfürst families are more determined to settle the matter regarding General Lei Qinghu, at the risk of the instability in the front line, than they are to deal with the reformists, right? Li Linghai sneered. 100 years ago, the four Kurfürst families did not take care of General Lei in a hurry, not because they were merciful, but because General Lei did not pose a great threat to them at that time. Also, the intense war required a god of war such as General Lei badly. But right now, the military is growing more and more independent, and the young, bottom-level officers are more and more radical. General Lei is worshipped by more and more people too. Besides, the Covenant Alliance has suffered a crushing defeat and seems unlikely to be a major threat to the Imperium in the next decades. Isn't it the best opportunity to take away the bow now that all the birds have been shot down? God of War. God of War. In the Imperium that is dominated by major noble families, how can a man that is respected as the God of War end well? Taking a long breath, Liao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, if General Lei has such a high prestige in the army, how could the so-called Special Investigation Committee bring General Lei away from the astounding Thunder Fleet so easily? It was because General Lei volunteered to go with them. Li Linghai sighed. You don't know General Lei. He is a pure soldier who believes in obeying orders. The Council of Elders represents the glory of the Imperium. Until he completely loses hope in the Council of Elders, he will obey the orders from the Council of Elders unconditionally. Therefore, the Special Investigation Committee does not need many hands at all. Even if they only sent 2 strengthless office clerks, General Lei would have left his own fleet and returned to the nest of the 4 Kurfürst families together with them. After a long days, Liao smiled thoughtfully. I did not know that such immortal cultivators exist. General Lei is a model soldier and a model immortal cultivator in our vision. Whether you are his friend or his foe, you have to admire his honor and integrity. Li Linghai remarked, a lot of people say that General Lei was born in the wrong age. He should have been born in the age of Blackstar the Great 1,000 years ago in the Imperium of true human beings that was still young, vigorous, fair, and just. In that case, he probably would have helped Blackstar the Great annihilate the alliance of the Holy Covenant as the commander of the Imperium, or at least clear the remnants of all the obsolete noble families. Liao rolled his eyes and said, after hearing what you said, Your Grace, I think that General Lei Qinghu actually has the demeanor of a cultivator. Li Linghai smiled. I know what is on your mind. Do you think that you have a chance to transform General Lei into a cultivator? If so, you can't be more wrong. Be careful. If you ever meet General Lei one day, no matter what, do not reveal your identity as a cultivator because General Lei loathes cultivators. Liao was stunned. Why? General Lei is the firmest immortal cultivator who has suppressed the riots of the cultivators many times. Li Linghai said, of course, they were not necessarily real cultivators, or at least not from Starlight. Many space pirates and privateers like to be engaged in their activities under the banner of the cultivators. Who can tell which of them are real and which ones are fake? After witnessing the ugliness of those cultivators, and the idiocy and craziness of the ignorant people who had been instigated by them, do you think General Lei would have any fondness for the cultivators? The Covenant Alliance, the extraterrestrial devils, and the cultivators are all the same for General Lei. They are all the enemies of the Imperium in his eyes. Liao sighed in his heart. The real situation of the social classes in the Imperium was truly different from what he had imagined before he reached the center of the cosmos. At that time, He was expecting in his silliness that the suffering people of the Imperium of true human beings, who hated the guts of those in power, would be hoping for the salvation of the cultivators of the previous regime, and that he could call for tremendous supporters as long as he gave a soul-stirring speech. But the reality was too complicated. The cultivators of the Imperium varied in nature, and some of them were downright fake. Even the relatively decent soldiers of the Imperium in the murky environment, such as General Lei Qinghu, had a great understanding of the ideas of the cultivators too. You will basically understand General Lei Qinghu's character after I tell you two stories. Li Linghai said, firstly, when General Lei Qinghu's eldest son worked in the army, he was once involved in the trades of the contraband goods with the Starships of the astounding Thunder Fleet. In fact, such a thing couldn't have been more regular. Most of the fleets of the Imperium were the private troops of the nobles and warlords in the first place. It was understandable, however, the fleets were used. Besides, after General Lei Qinghu spent all the fortunes of his family and cut off the connections with all the forces in his hometown, making his way to the front line, he became a duckweed that did not have a base. The only thing he had was the fleet. With the supplies allocated by the Council of Elders, it might be possible to ensure the regular operations of the fleet. But what about the resources that were required for one's own training? Therefore, almost all the fleets at that time, especially the deep sky fleets that boasted the ability to cross sectors and sail in the Sea of Stars, had been managing their business more or less. They were combinations of armed groups, commercial corporations, and privateers. It was almost a public secret. Even the Council of Elders had to turn a blind eye to it. General Lei Qinghu, however, after learning that his eldest son was earning benefits for himself through the fleet, set the thing to be known by the public and sent his eldest son to the military court without any mercy. He wanted his eldest son to be sentenced to death according to the military law of the Imperium 1,000 years ago. Eventually, it was the Council of Elders, which was greatly shocked, that mediated between them and granted a special pardon for his eldest son. His eldest son's life was saved, but ever since then, his eldest son's wrongdoing has been publicly known, and he is never promoted to the highest leadership of the astounding Thunder Fleet. The astounding Thunder Fleet is a super-elite troop that General Lei Qinghu has worked on for 100 years wholeheartedly. Other than the private troops of the four Kurfürst families, it is the strongest armed force in the Imperium. His harshness on his eldest son was certainly not a show but a sign that he was truly selfless and ambitionless. Liao took a long breath slowly. General Lei Qinghu's integrity was quite rare, not just among the immortal cultivators but even among the cultivators too. At the very least, many big shots of the military in the Star Glory Federation had deep connections with the politicians and the businessmen. Although they would not go so far as to smuggle with the federal fleet, they were certainly not as honest as General Lei Qinghu either. The second story is about General Lei Qinghu's second son. His second son was at the middle level of the core formation stage in the beginning and tried to advance into the peak of it, which would naturally require tremendous resources. Li Linghai went on. He knew his father's personality very well and did not have the courage to play tricks, so he simply filed a report to the leadership of the fleet dutifully. For regular nobles and warlords, when their biological children tried to break into the peak of the core formation stage, they would certainly invest however many resources available they had to safeguard their descendants and increase the odds of success. However fair and just General Lei Qinghu was, he should at least allocate an appropriate extent of resources according to the standard determined by Blackstar the Great in the past, right? After all, after his son advanced into the peak of the core formation stage, he would be a top-tier expert, which would be beneficial for both the astounding Thunder Fleet and the entire Imperium. But as it turned out, General Lei Qinghu simply withheld his son's application report for resources without approving it. He was reluctant to give even a single dosage of activation drug to his son. In fact, he warned his son many times to not try to break into the peak of the core formation stage. Liao was astounded. Why? General Lei said that he knew his own son better than anybody else. His second son was average in talents and aptitude and was not training material at all. He was supposed to be a hominoid, Li Linghai explained. However, General Lei Qinghu's family consumed tremendous resources behind his back to cleanse the body of his second son and stimulate his son's spiritual root. Eventually, because of the astronomical crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his second sun was finally heaved into the core formation stage. Although his second sun reached the core formation stage, the resources that he overly consumed were a great waste. If the resources were not devoted to his second sun but to the appropriate candidates, such as the people who were born in the underprivileged class but had great potentials in training, it would have been possible to raise 10 experts in the core formation stage. Right now, not knowing himself at all, his second sun was thinking to break into the peak of the core formation stage. According to General Lei's repetitive evaluation, the odds of success were extremely low, no higher than 5%. Most likely, a great deal of resources would be wasted for nothing, which would harm the overall interests of the Imperium. The true path of immortality dictates that the hypocritical and sanctimonious ethics of the past be broken, and the most precious resources be configured to the people who deserve them in the most reasonable and ruthless way, thereby boosting the high-speed development of the entire civilization. In short, only the experts are entitled to resources, and the weak do not deserve them at all. Nor should they waste any resources. His second son, on the other hand, was a weakling and a piece of garbage. It was already his greatest concession as a father that his son did not live a hominoid's life. As the commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet and a general of the Imperium of true human beings, he would not allow such a waste of resources to happen again. Therefore, he wanted his second son to completely drop the idea and stabilize himself at the middle level of the core formation stage. According to him, his second son should die for his country with his current capability. Liao was more or less astounded. This General Lei Qinghu was a little bit too inconsiderate. Although the optimal configuration of resources was indeed a truth for the civilization of mankind to proceed in the dark universe, such a way of doing things was quite cruel. Don't presume that General Lei was just talking big, Li Linghai said casually. It is exactly what General Lei has been thinking, saying, and doing. After supervising the front line for 100 years, he made countless contributions, and the Council of Elders never wronged him in terms of either awards or resources. In fact, they wanted to buy him over with high places in the court. So, many resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, in the name of both the Council of Elders and the four Kurfürst families, were awarded, offered, and allocated to him. If he had kept all the things to himself, even if he simply fed all the resources to his descendants like stuffing ducks, they would have been raised into above-average experts. But he only reserved 1/10 for himself and his family at best. The other 9/10 were all given to the bottom-level officers and soldiers in the front line, who were often born in poor families and did not have enough resources but had distinguished themselves in the war. After 100 years of selfless rearing, lots of officers in every fleet of the expedition army in the front line received favors from General Lei. Some of the officers whose fate was changed because of General Lei's help 100 years ago have already found their way to the decision-making circle of their fleets. General Lei's prestige half comes from fighting and half comes from the support of those guys. Liao was greatly touched. After a long days, he asked, "Then, what happened to General Lei's second son later?" "He died," Li Linghai said casually. Despite General Lei's repetitive admonition that he must not try to break into the peak of the core formation stage, who in a world where the fittest survives could hold back the temptation of getting stronger? General Lei's second son collected resources in secret and risked making the breakthrough in private, only to be killed in an accident. It was said that he was not killed on the spot after the accident, and he could have been rescued with the investment of tremendous resources. But General Lei sentenced his second son to death in person. General Lei said that there was no need to waste national resources on such a piece of garbage who had more ambitions than talents and who did not know what was best for himself. General Lei looked at his second son in the face and said that, soon, his second son vomited blood and died. Liao was already sweating hard. What kind of immortal cultivator is this? In disbelief, he asked again. A real immortal cultivator. This is what the real true path of immortality should be like. With admiration popping up in her eyes again, Li Linghai said, "If there are no people of honor and integrity such as General Lei, how can we lead the civilization of mankind to break the dark fog that beleaguers us And how can we argue that the true path of immortality is a better path than the path of the cultivators? Liao did not intend to debate with Li Linghai on the topic. Pondering for a moment, he said, "All in all, I already understand now. This General Lei Qinghu is indeed one of the most important persons in the military or even the entire Imperium. If we can rescue him and he totally supports the reformists, our cause will have hope." Exactly. In the past, General Lei still had fantasies on the Council of Elders. We never dared to reach out to him or expose our real strength and purpose to him. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai declared resolutely, "But we do not have a choice right now. As the saying goes, when the string of a bow is stretched, an arrow has to be shot out. No matter what the price is, we have to rescue General Lei Qinghu." Liao said, "Then, where exactly has General Lei Qinghu been invited to help with the investigation?" Li Linghai eyed Liao in a weird way and said, "Not a long time ago, you broke the beehive prison in Manjusaka, the city in the sky. However, in terms of defense, the beehive prison only ranks top 5 in the entire Imperium. The prison that is most heavily guarded and holds the most important criminals in the entire Imperium is the Godly Might prison. This was a clean and peaceful suite. The wool carpet that was paved on the entire floor not only boasted a fine effect of noise absorption, heat blockage, and moisture removal, but it also had the amazing function of massaging the acupoints and reducing exhaustion. When one set foot on them, they would immediately feel that the bottom of their foot was cool and comfortable. The invaluable manual carpet, as well as the myriad of furniture carefully made by masters, were indicative enough of the level of the suite. Looking out through the giant window that was on the opposite side of the velvet bed, one would be able to see a blue ocean with glittering waves on the surface, which looked like billions of swimming silver fish. Countless heavenly winged birds were soaring free at will under the azure sky like clouds, leaving graceful curves behind them. The heavenly winged birds were a rare type of bird that could only be found in the Imperial Terminus sector, the capital of the Imperium. Their wings were so broad that they were almost 100 meters long when they were fully outstretched. When such birds swooped, they would raise the magnificent sounds that were similar to tsunamis. So they had been considered as a symbol of the royal family. Illuminated by the sun, the ocean was reflecting the silver color in thousands of different hues and shades, which was also the unique view of the secret Silver Ocean, a scenic spot in the capital. If one were to take a deep breath, they could even smell the unique wind of the secret Silver Ocean that was a mixture of the metal scent and the smell of fish. It was truly refreshing. Everything implied that the building where the suite was at was located near the secret Silver Ocean in the capital. However, if the giant window was truly opened, one would find that it was just a vivid, enormous light beam. Even the so-called unique scent of the secret Silver Ocean was only slowly released by a synthetical air generator hidden at a corner of the ceiling. In fact, whether or not the ocean was seen, there was not a single window in the entire suite. However hard one might try to focus their soul and pierce outward, it wouldn't be long before they hit the metal walls that seemed to be endless. The iron walls that had been specially processed proved the true purpose of the suite underneath the elegant and peaceful appearance. No matter how extravagantly it was decorated, how refreshing the ambience was, and how respectful the servants who brought food and cater to other needs every morning and evening were, it was just a prison cell. The guest in the suite, an old man who was as short as a monkey, and who had so many deep wrinkles on his face that his eyes were deeply buried in them, had long realized his situation. But still, he stood before the light beam that had been disguised into a window and looked afar, to appreciate the view of the secret Silver Ocean of the capital as he enjoyed the fresh air brought by the sea wind. In such a way, he maintained the keenness of his brain. After a rest of 10 minutes, the old man returned to the desk next to the window. Out of reverence or fear of his identity, his capturers did not take away his cosmos rings. However, the very special interference arrays deployed in the suite had seriously jammed his cosmos rings and his soul, making it impossible for him to retrieve his crystal processors and crystal suits or to deliver a single telepathic thought to the outside world. He could only work with an old crystal processor provided by his capturers, the Special Investigation Committee. The crystal processor had been blocked. It could not send any data to the outside world and could only receive the data from a few designated nodes on the spiritual nexus. Also, the old man had no doubt that every word he wrote on the crystal processor would be seen by his capturers immediately. Even so, after calming down and considering for a moment, he still wrote on from where he stopped earlier. In the boundless sea of stars, the blockage of passes, mountains, and rivers that were commonly seen in the continent wars in ancient times is no more. Once the space gates are established or controlled, the attackers may choose the time and location of their attacks free at will. Thanks to their configuration, the modern deep sky fleets boast a particularly remarkable self-sufficient ability. They can fight independently in space for dozens of years without relying on any planet. Once they attack a planet and plunder tremendous resources from it, the duration can be significantly lengthened. Therefore, the universal wars are wars where an attack is greatly accentuated. To maintain the existence and deterrence of the deep sky fleets is the primary concern. In short, the defense is absolutely meaningless. Conquering more habitable planets and resources planets that have been greatly sabotaged is meaningless. And the people on the surface of the planet and the resources buried deeply below the ground that cannot be readily collected and made use of are meaningless. When there are people, there will be territory. Where there are no people, there will be no territory. The current strategy of the Covenant Alliance is to give away its territory to preserve its available forces. Despite the consecutive triumphs our army has achieved in the past 10 years, the main force fleets of the Imperium have never been greatly weakened and stricken. Our enemy can make a comeback at any moment. As long as they deal a heavy blow on our main force fleets, the dozens of newly recovered fleets and the thousands of logistics points that have to be protected by troops will immediately become the burdens of our army. If our army intends to divide the troops in the next 2 or 3 massive battles to protect the newly recovered worlds and the logistics points, it will be very easy for the main force fleets of the Covenant Alliance to attack and conquer us separately. We will lose the initiative of the battle, and the situation of the war will be completely reversed. Therefore, in the overall strategy for the next phase, we should not ease our wariness or even fantasize that the enemy will surrender. Nor should we care about the gains and losses of a planet or a sector. Instead, we should maintain the pressure and harassment on the central worlds of the Covenant Alliance while we search for the main forces of the Covenant Alliance actively for a decisive battle. Only a complete victory in the decisive battle will mark a brand new phase of the war. If things do not go well in the decisive battle, we should abandon the 10 or so newly recovered sectors without any hesitation and retreat the defense line to Xianxia to avoid the possibility of a total annihilation. The old man was silent for a long time like a statue as he approached this part. He erased total annihilation but wrote it again. Repeating the process for almost 5 times, he still kept the stunning conclusion there. Although in such a weird atmosphere, the conclusion might be a proof that he was affecting the morale of the army, he still did not change. Door knocks echoed from outside in a seemingly respectful way. The old man saved the paragraph he just wrote and opened the door expressionlessly. It was just like before. Outside of the suite was a dark metal pathway that led to an unknown place. The pathway seemed to have been surrounded by billions of tons of metals, and it was impossible to send a single telepathic thought through them. He had sensed more than 20 fully armed crystal suits within 10 meters from him. When their attack rune arrays were activated, they would rain a storm of firepower on the enemy at any moment. There was no telling how many more people were hiding in the darkness. His servants and guards were all gone. A new female soldier brought food to him. In every meal or whenever he needed anything, it would always be a new female soldier who showed up. They were equally courteous, respectful, and humble before him, and naturally, none of them answered any questions that he asked. However, the female soldier this time brought a new piece of message. The vetting meeting would begin an hour after the meal. It came as somewhat a surprise for the old man because he had never heard the name vetting meeting before. He was supposed to go to the Special Investigation Committee in the capital to assist the investigation of the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. He even planned to go to the Council of Elders and give a magnificent speech to the 500 elders on the current situation in the front line and the underlying threats below the ostensible peace. It was exactly because his capturers promised so that he left his fleet, his officers, and his soldiers. But right now, held in custody in such a creepy, gloomy, and heavily guarded prison first and forced to attend vetting meeting later? Even though the old man had billions of tons of confusion and fury in his chest, he did not show any of it in his tranquil eyes. He was not one of the so-called experts who had entered the nascent soul stage and even the divinity transformation stage comfortably based on astronomical resources in their own manners and who had a weak and barren mind despite their enormous strength. He was an iron-blooded soldier wedded in the storm of bullets and cannonballs in the past 200 years. Steel and fire had saturated his bones. The temperature of the blowing wind was in the -100-degree zone in the bitter silence sector, the magma in the red lotus sector that erupted to thousands of meters high any moment, the thousands of kinds of fatal venoms in the infinite jungles of the green devil sector, the terrifying alien species in the broken bones space zone. The most dreadful enemies had shaped him in the life and death battles together, transforming him from an unknown, delusional guy who was often mocked by others to be a fool into the god of war today. Compared to the ferocious enemies he encountered in the past, the scheme of the Special Investigation Committee, if there was ever one, was nothing but a gentle breeze in a summer afternoon. As per his habit of the past 100 years, he finished the meal quickly with the speed of a soldier in 3 minutes, before he exercised for 10 minutes to facilitate digestion and ensure every drop of food had been transformed into energy. Then, he sat down again and continued to write the article entitled Strategies in the Next Phase Against the Enemy. The imprisonment, the harsh environment, and the unexpected vetting meeting did not seem to have any influence on the old general. Half an hour later, he had basically established the framework of his article. However, without the touch-up of his secretary, some of the sentences were still somewhat too crude. Respectful door knocks echoed from outside again. However, Lei Qinghu did not rise and open the door this time, because it suddenly occurred to him that the scoundrels who had come in the name of vetting meeting were not worthy enough to waste 1 second of his time. As he expected, after 3 minutes of silence, the door was opened from outside without a sound, and 3 human-shaped spiritual puppets stepped in rigidly and stopped before him like dead people. Shwa! 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 Light and shadow flashed on the surface of the 3 human-shaped spiritual puppets, covering a vivid virtual membrane of light on them and manifesting 3 immortal cultivators who were wearing feigned smiles. Lei Qinghu frowned slightly, trying his best to hold back his physical disdain and disgust for the 3 investigators. Of course, he knew the 3 guys who were notorious in the front line. The guy with a slim waist and a pinky face in the lead was Dongfang Bai. He was the leader of the Bureau of Asset Statistics of the recovered areas in the Expedition Army. The so-called Bureau of Asset Statistics was only an agency to collect data on the surface, but in fact, the agency was well known by the officers in the front line as one that was involved in espionage activities. In fact, it was the worst kind. It was a tool that the 4 Kurfürst families used to meddle in the affairs of the Expedition Army in the front line, targeting people on their own side but never able to get any intelligence about the Covenant Alliance. After conquering dozens of sectors and hundreds of resource planets, it was natural that abundant trophies and properties had been confiscated. Many fleets that had a shortage of supplies would often keep part of the trophies to themselves for their own use. Although Lei Qinghu honored the rules, he was not an obstinate man. As long as it was not for personal benefits but for the construction of the fleets and the defense work of the battle area, he had always given connivance to such things in the 3rd battle area that was under his command. The Bureau of Asset Statistics, however, grabbed tremendous proofs with that as an excuse. They were the poisoned daggers that might stab the soldiers in the front line at any moment. In fact, it was just a way to help the 4 Kurfürst families in controlling the fleets in the front line. The generals and the soldiers in the front line who fought bloody wars had always scorned and loathed the agencies in the base such as the Logistics Department, the Military Demand Department, the Bureau of Asset Statistics, etc. Such agencies were often considered as a septic appendix that was absolutely useless and often hamstrung the troops in the front line, even getting people killed every once in a while. However, the disgust of the soldiers in the front line could not shake the position of the Bureau of Asset Statistics in the Expedition Army or the rise of the path to power for Dongfang Bai, the leader of the Bureau of Asset Statistics. It was because his father was Dongfang Wang, the most powerful man in the Imperium and the current leader of the Dongfang family, who had been the prime minister of the Imperium for 20 years. Therefore, after the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, it was only natural that Dongfang Bai, as the head of the intelligence agency, was appointed as the chairman of the Special Investigation Committee and took charge of the investigation on Lei Qinghu in person. The two investigators by Dongfang Bai's sides were also from the four Kurfürst families. They were also holding critical places in the expedition army. There was nothing particularly interesting about them. They were just jackals of the same lair. The three investigators were wearing smiles that they had carefully pretended. However, below the exceptionally humble and reverential smiles, unmistakable insincerity was flowing out. When he saw them, Lei Qinghu thought of the hyenas hiding in the bush waiting for the giant beast that had been heavily wounded to die so that they could bite the dead body. He also thought of flies that were rubbing their limbs in annoying noises. At such a moment, he craved more intensely than ever to return to his own fleet, not to control the army in person again, but just to hang around with the rudest men under his command. Even that would have been much more comfortable than staying in the same room as the three sordid and shameless guys. Although he was merely faced with their remote projections, he could already smell the stench of hyenas and flies leaking out of their pores. What a disgusting smell! We're privileged to meet you, Marquis Liao Hai. The three investigators bowed to him pretentiously and addressed him with his latest title in respect. Every detail was done in the most appropriate way. Nobody could find any mistake. Their behavior, however, further raised Lei Qinghu's disgust. He did not even bother to return the courtesy but simply snapped coldly, "Stop wasting my time. If you want to vet me, just begin. But this is not the capital. Something will happen if you are determined to do this." Dongfang Bai, the head of the intelligence agency and the chairman of the Special Investigation Committee, immediately pretended to be shocked and wronged. He hurried to defend himself in panic. "I'm afraid there might be a misunderstanding, Marquis Liao Hai. It is true that we intended to escort you to the capital where you can meet the Council of Elders directly, but due to the unexpected changes that happened while we were on our way, we were forced to bring you to this place for your protection. This is only a temporary measure. Please do forgive us for our lack of respect. It doesn't matter, however, we are punished later. But right now, your safety and the big picture of the Imperium are our primary concerns." Unexpected changes that happened? Lei Qinghu smiled, and not even bothering to look at the three investigators, he said casually, "What kind of changes can possibly affect my safety and make you think I need your protection? Are you worried that I'll be assassinated like Elder Dongfang Tu? With your prestige in the army, Marquis Liao Hai, you are admired by the soldiers in the front line, even more than Prime Minister Dongfang and His Majesty. Of course, there is no chance that you can be assassinated," Dongfang Bai said with a smile, "but you may be caught in a situation that is even more dangerous than being assassinated. We have received unquestionable intelligence that dozens of fraternities of radical young officers, led by the Blood Oath Alliance, are planning to be united with each other and transform the Blood Oath Alliance into an enormous force that spans dozens of fleets and influences the entire expedition fleet as well as the army of the Imperium in the rear. Besides, they are also plotting to hijack Marquis Liao Hai and force you to be the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance. If the vile, shameless traitors do succeed, wouldn't you be forced into miseries and desperation that are 100 times more painful than being assassinated? That was why we turned to the last resort by changing our route and protecting you in this secret place that nobody else knows." Okay. Having seen too many great events, Lei Qinghu did not even bother to blink. "Got it now. You suspect that I am the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance and I planned the assassination against Elder Dongfang Tua. So, you never intended to let me return to the capital since the beginning but decided to isolate and scrutinize me, right?" "No, no, no." Waving his hands quickly, Dongfang Bai acted as if he couldn't have been more wronged. "We do not dare to suspect Marquis Liao Hai's loyalty toward the Imperium and Council of Elders at all. The so-called vetting meeting will be nothing but a formality. In fact, we admire Marquis Liao Hai as much as the soldiers in the front line do, and we are willing to vouch for you with our lives. However, under the instigation of a tiny group of traitors, there are indeed a lot of feverish young officers in the front line who embarked on a wrong path and never to look back. and it is not entirely unlikely that those traitors instigated them under the name of Marquis Liaohai. Besides, should Marquis Liaohai really fell into the hands of the Blood Oath Alliance, while we absolutely trust your loyalty and believe that you will not give in no matter what, the enemy might be able to retrieve Marquis Liaohai's soul stamp and fabricate your image. Considering the hypnotization, interrogation, and virtualization technologies nowadays are so developed, wouldn't it be a stain on your lofty stature? We know that Marquis Liaohai might find it hard to believe the intelligence that we have just sorted out, but the influence of the Blood Oath Alliance is 100 times more enormous than what we thought in the beginning. Their tentacles have long reached various troops in the front line, particularly Marquis Liaohai's third battle area and the astounding Thunder Fleet. The highly contagious virus has almost spread to your side. It truly made us worry for Marquis Liaohai when we read it. The spiritual puppet, controlled by Dongfang Bai, held an encrypted jade chip with both hands before giving it to Lei Chenghu respectfully. After decrypting it with his soul stamp, he helped Lei Chenghu to insert it into an interface that was fixed on the wall. Immediately, a series of data erupted like a torrent on the 3D light beam. Lei Chenghu read the intelligence concerning the Blood Oath Alliance without blinking. Observing his face closely, Dongfang Bai gradually put on a confident smile. He said, "We absolutely trust Marquis Liaohai's loyalty, and that you have nothing to do with the Blood Oath Alliance. But it is also true that so many captains, advisors, and commanders under your lead are deeply associated with the Blood Oath Alliance. If you were still in the astounding Thunder Fleet right now, where the officers initiated a mutiny, electing you as the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance against your will, wouldn't you and the astounding Thunder Fleet that you have built after 100 years of hard work be pushed into the pit of doom? The intelligence is false and nonsense." Utterly unmoved, Lei Chenghu read all the intelligence without any expression on his face. He then read carefully from the beginning for a second time before he made the conclusion casually. "How great do you think the Blood Oath Alliance is? How is it possible to have attracted so many officers under my command? If my officers had enough of it and decided to vent their fury to the rear, they would have established an organization 10 times greater and more cautious than the Blood Oath Alliance, and they would never have done such a stupid thing as to assassinate an elder of the Imperium in public. Even if they were truly determined to assassinate someone." Lei Chenghu paused for a moment, and for the first time, he stared at Dongfang Bai's carotid artery. He smiled casually and said, "The first to be assassinated should have been you, who are hated by everyone, not Elder Dongfang Tua, who had been doing his job rather dutifully." Dongfang Bai's face immediately turned pale. His carotid artery that was scanned by Lei Chenghu's sharp eyes, however, bounced violently beyond his control, with hissing sounds echoing from the throat. "Marquis Liaohai," the pinky-faced guy shrieked in an even louder voice. "I respect you very much personally, and I don't want to run any kind of investigation, but we are here on behalf of the Council of Elders after all. Please respect the authority of the Council of Elders and consider carefully for the future of yourself and the astounding Thunder Fleet. Even without me, the astounding Thunder Fleet will fight until the last soldier collapses in the war to defend the Imperium." Lei Chenghu sneered. "Just stop trying. You can just make up evidence and accuse me to be the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance, but however you investigate me, I will not expose the information of any officer under my command to you. Marquis Liaohai, I'm afraid this is another misunderstanding. I don't think you should hold such a preconception that we doubtlessly mean harm to you and the astounding Thunder Fleet. Getting to the bottom of it, we share the same purpose, which is the stability and magnificence of the Imperium." Dongfang Bai took a deep breath and hid his real emotions again. Gloomily, he said, "This is an important matter, and we will not do anything without concrete evidence. So, we do not need Marquis Liaohai to provide more intelligence. We are visiting you mainly to ask Marquis Liaohai to make a public statement." Lei Chenghu raised his eyebrow. "What statement?" "In the name of the highest commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet, the commander of the third battle area of the Expedition Army, Admiral of the Imperium Marquis Liaohai, you will make a public statement to express your firm support on all the decisions the Council of Elders make to strike the rebellion forces, including the Blood Oath Alliance, reprimand the grave betrayals that the radical organizations such as the Blood Oath Alliance committed, and call for the middle and bottom-level officers to return from the lost journey and pledge loyalty to the Imperium, the Council of Elders, and His Majesty." Rolling his eyes, Dong Fangbai said, "You are free to choose the specific words and phrases. We guarantee that we will not change any of it. As long as the three intentions listed above are expressed, it will be fine." Lei Qinghu narrowed his eyes. "So, you want me to be absolutely loyal to the Council of Elders?" Dong Fangbai raised his voice slightly. "The Council of Elders represents the ultimate glory of the Imperium and His Majesty. Is it not worth your absolute loyalty?" Lei Qinghu's voice gradually turned tough. "The Council of Elders certainly deserves the absolute loyalty of every soldier of the Imperium. But when it comes to a specific elder, it may not necessarily be the case. Marquis Liaohai, it appears to me that you do not have a clear understanding of the current situation." Grinding his teeth like a hyena, Dong Fangbai sounded even more gloomily than before. "We all absolutely trust your loyalty, and we want to settle the aftermath of the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance appropriately in the greatest kindness, so that the aftermath would not spread to all the troops in the front line and escalate to the point that it is beyond rescue. A public statement by you will be the simplest and most effective approach. As long as you make such a statement, the Council of Elders will absolutely trust you immediately and end the so-called investigation. If you can go one step further and cooperate with us to investigate the radicals hiding in the third battle area and the astounding Thunder Fleet, making all of them lay down their weapons and surrender, we will even punish most of them less severely, and they will still have an opportunity to return to the fleet after some time of isolation and investigation. Isn't it the best choice for both of us?" Lei Qinghu thought hard. His small and round eyes were completely hidden behind the wrinkles and the scars. As to whether or not it was Dong Fangbai's proposal that he was considering, that was something nobody could tell. Half a minute later, Lei Qinghu asked calmly, "What if I make such a public statement to express my absolute support for the Council of Elders and cooperate with all the operations of the Special Investigation Committee after I return to the astounding Thunder Fleet and stabilize the situation in the front line? Is it acceptable?" "About that," Dong Fangbai smiled again, like a sharp-mouthed cub. "We think that there is no need for you to return to the astounding Thunder Fleet in such a hurry. Out of admiration for you, I can reveal a piece of news that is probably true to you in private. To award your remarkable contributions in the Imperium's counterattack in the past 10 years, the Council of Elders has been discussing whether to grant you the rank of Supreme Commander. TSK, TSK, TSK. You should know that the Imperium hasn't had a new Supreme Commander for 100 years. It will certainly be an unparalleled glory. Then, once you are truly accolade as a Supreme Commander of the Imperium, your place as the commander of the third battle area of the Expedition Army will certainly not deserve Marquis Liaohai anymore. The Council of Elders is thinking to establish a new coalition command headquarters. It is hoped that you can return to the capital and work as the leader of the coalition command headquarters. We believe that you will make great contributions to the Imperium, the Council of Elders, and His Majesty like you did in the past." Coalition Command Headquarters? Lei Qinghu pondered about the new department carefully. There was no telling what was rolling on his mind from either his eyes or his wrinkles. He said peacefully, "What is that? We have the Department of National Defense, Department of Military Orders, and General Staff. Are those bloated agencies that hamstring each other not enough to accommodate the descendants of the noble families? Why are you making a new, useless department?" Dong Fangbai's eyelids twitched quickly. Ignoring the thorns in the old general's words, he continued his smile. "What you said is very true, Marquis Liaohai. It is exactly because of the overlapping architecture of the government and army of the Imperium that many problems such as low efficiency, corpulence, and uncoordinated orders have appeared. That is why we need to establish the Coalition Command Headquarters to lead and balance the different departments that are in conflict. In the meantime, the Imperium's counterattack that has lasted a decade has achieved the strategical purpose preliminarily. In the next phase, our main focus is to stabilize the defense areas and restore the productivity of the recovered worlds. With the new situation in mind, the Expedition Army will no longer be necessary. Right now, the Council of Elders is planning to regroup and reorganize the troops in the Expedition Army's base and frontline. Part of the Expedition Army will be regrouped into a border defense army and stationed in the frontline. Part of the troops that have come after a long journey will return to their hometowns. Part of the Expedition Army will be distributed to the recovered worlds as the first forces to build the new worlds. The interests involved will definitely be overwhelmingly complicated. We need a prestigious and selfless leader to organize everything. In the entire Imperium, who else is qualified to shoulder the responsibility if not Marquis Liaohai? Lei Qinghu was amused by the guy's self-righteousness. Staring at Dongfang Bai for such a long time until the head of the intelligence agency felt creepy, he finally said, "Got it now. You want me to leave my own fleet and hassle with the Department of National Defense, the Department of Military Orders, the General Staff, and the glut of nobles? Is that all?" Of course not. Although his real body was far away, Dongfang Bai was still sweating hard under Lei Chenghu's scorching eyes. In an even more obsequious smile, he said, "If Marquis Liaohai is willing to return to the capital to lead the Coalition Command Center, the Council of Elders promises that the splendid lake sector of the recovered worlds will be set as Marquis Liaohai's upatrid fief. The splendid lake sector will be your property as long as the Imperium exists. The splendid lake sector is the most prosperous one out of the dozens of newly reclaimed worlds. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Council of Elders is truly generous. I'm beginning to be convinced that you are here with utmost sincerity and kindness." With an even more brilliant smile, Lei Qinghu said, "Anything else?" "Yes." Staring at every wrinkle on Lei Qinghu's face, Dongfang Bai raised the trump card. It is only natural for the first Supreme Commander of the Imperium after 100 years and the leader of the Coalition Command Headquarters to enter the Council of Elders as one of the Supreme Elders of the Imperium, right? Supreme Commander of the Imperium, Elder of the Imperium, Lord of the Splendid Lake Sector, Leader of the Coalition Command Headquarters. Lei Qinghu seemed to be really thinking about it carefully. "This is your part of the deal, and all I need to do is to make a public statement and leave the Astounding Thunder Fleet? Regarding the arrangement of the Astounding Thunder Fleet, we can talk about it slowly. I'm sure that Marquis Liaohai will find the result satisfactory." His eyes glowing, Dongfang Bai said, "Frankly speaking, Marquis Liaohai, the Astounding Thunder Fleet has indeed made the greatest contributions to the Imperium in the past 100 years. It was an iron wall that resisted the Covenant Alliance. But the situation of the war has been reversed. The Covenant Alliance is crushed without any ability to fight back. It is unnecessary and unaffordable to keep so many regular armies in the front line. The brothers of the Astounding Thunder Fleet have been immersed in the bloody hell for 100 years. How can we bear to watch them continue suffering in the front line? Shouldn't we try to let them live a few comfortable days? There are so many prosperous resource worlds in the recovered territories. Or rather, the Council of Elders is even willing to find a peaceful, beautiful, and resourceful planet in the rear to settle the soldiers who have made remarkable contributions. The Imperium will definitely not wrong any hero. Besides, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance involves many aspects of the troops in the front line. At such a delicate time, we are not especially targeting the Astounding Thunder Fleet, but it is not very good for everybody to keep any deep sky fleet in the front line on such a large scale and such high independence, right? Lei Qinghu chuckled in a low voice. Baring his teeth that had been dyed lead gray by fire and smoke, he said, "It sounds fair enough, but what if I refuse? The Council of Elders trusts Marquis Liaohai's loyalty and judiciousness. They know that you will consider the future of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the Imperium even if you are not considering the future of yourself and your family." Dongfang Bai bent his back and glimpsed at Lei Qinghu from down below. "If you are truly considering for the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the Imperium, and you do not want a superstorm to sweep across the Sea of Stars and involve many people of the Astounding Thunder Fleet, you will certainly not refuse it." "You're wrong. I refuse it," Lei Qinghu replied casually, without hesitating for even half a second. Dongfang Bai's dry, adulatory smile on his face was entirely gone. He was just like a hyena that had rushed out of the bushes at the dead body of a giant beast, ready to enjoy a great deal, only to discover that the beast suddenly woke up and bulged its giant brown eyes at it. "Why?" Dongfang Bai's face couldn't have been paler. He said one word after another. "Marquis Liaohai, General Lei, you must trust the sincerity of the Council of Elders. This is all for the big picture." The big picture. It is exactly for the sake of the big picture of the Imperium that I cannot make such a statement. Emotionlessly, Lei Chenghu said, "The so-called incident of the Blood Oath Alliance is an out-and-out absurd scheme that is done either by certain malicious guys in the Council of Elders or by the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, our most dangerous enemy. There is no room of concession for me regarding the issue. The reasons why I refuse to make such a public statement are as follows. Firstly, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance hasn't been sorted out yet. It even remains unknown whether or not the Blood Oath Alliance is the culprit. How could a small organization of young radical officers have organized such a precise and large assassination and even controlled an assault warship? There must be forces of higher levels behind the assassination. It was certainly not as simple as the blatancy of some radical officers from the front line as you described. Secondly, your investigation report, in which you accused the officers under my lead of joining the Blood Oath Alliance in secret and conspiring with their comrades and other troops in the front line, is the opposite of facts and teeming with loopholes. They are all distinguished young men and the future pillars of the Imperium. At such a critical moment, I will not take an ambiguous stance and make a confusing statement that will corrupt their future and the Imperium's. Thirdly, and most importantly, in either the astounding Thunder Fleet or the other troops that have fought bloody battles in the front line, even if some soldiers have established certain discussion groups because they are dissatisfied about the reality, I find it completely understandable, and I support them personally. It is true that they are soldiers whose duty is obedience. They should not be involved in nasty politics. But they are also the immortal cultivators. The great events of the world, the enterprise of the Imperium, the future of mankind, they are all the natural responsibilities of the immortal cultivators that they must shoulder without evasion. Therefore, even if the final investigation suggests that it is indeed the Blood Oath Alliance that planned and implemented the assassination against Elder Dongfang Tuo, I don't think there is any need to expand the investigation and arrest. The blames that the Blood Oath Alliance should take must be limited to the Blood Oath Alliance. They have nothing to do with the other discussion groups of young officers. On the contrary, not only do I disagree with the decision to expand the investigation and search to other groups, but I also believe that those groups should be allowed to surface, and the young officers should be given a channel to speak to the Council of Elders in public. The complaints of the soldiers in the front line on the dark reality in the rear can never be completely resolved by the destruction of a few groups. Dongfang Bai's eyes were glittering. He seemed to be both angry about Lei Chenghu's speech and happy about the many loopholes in his words. Preparing to consolidate Lei Chenghu's rebellious theory, he remarked with a fake smile, "I did not know Marquis Liaohai held such an attitude toward the groups of the radical officers in the front line. However, what do you mean by dark reality in the rear? Isn't the Imperium thriving under the leadership of the Council of Elders and His Majesty and arriving at the peak in the past 1,000 years, with nothing but brightness in the future? Even such a shameless, useless scoundrel who knows nothing but instigations and conspiracies like you can be promoted to a key place in the expedition army just because of your backgrounds and become a lieutenant admiral of the Imperium's army who is even qualified to be involved in such an important national affair as the regrouping of the expedition army. Isn't it exactly the dark reality?" Lei Chenghu said coldly, "There is no need to trick me. I know that countless people are watching this ridiculous investigation right now. I take responsibility for every word I said. Even if I were standing on the podium in front of the Council of Elders right now, I would still stand by what I said. You..." Dongfang Bai gnashed his teeth so hard that his eyebrows were almost rising. Rolling his eyes for a long time, he finally managed to put on a gloomy smile. "Marquis Liaohai, is it clear to you that the purpose of this meeting is to prove your innocence with the Blood Oath Alliance and other groups of young radical officers? We are trying to defend you, and we do not believe you are the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance or you instigated the rebellions of the officers in the front line. But your words are filled with sympathy for the Blood Oath Alliance and other groups of young radical officers, and you are even vaguely endorsing their action. You are making it very difficult for us. You're right. Lei Qinghu did not even bother to look at Dongfang Bai's trap, but simply stepped into it without any hesitation. He admitted frankly, I don't agree with the Blood Oath Alliance's assassination against Elder Dongfang Tuo, and I do not want to see the glorious triumph ceremony of the Imperium's army to be deteriorated into a bloody mess. However, regarding the ideas of many young officers' groups in the front line, including the Blood Oath Alliances, I do not object to all of them. They have been fighting in the frontmost, and they know the situation of the war and the enemy best. The base and the Council of Elders in the rear must listen to them carefully. If that were done earlier, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance would never have happened. Dongfang Bai grew excited all of a sudden. With a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, he asked, his voice shivering, Marquis Liaohai, would you like to specify how you do not object to all the ideas of the young officers? We know that one of the essential ideas of the radical groups, such as the Blood Oath Alliance, is to strongly oppose the reorganization of the expedition army. Instead, more soldiers must be mobilized to the front line, and more resources must be shipped there too. The independence of the expedition army should also be increased. Just now, you turned down the offer of the leadership of the Coalition Command Headquarters. So, does it mean you second the idea of the expansion of the expedition army too? Yes, Lei Qinghu said calmly. I agreed to leave the astounding Thunder Fleet for the capital together with you because I wanted to state my firmest attitude in the Council of Elders before the 500 elders. The expedition army must not be reorganized or disbanded. Instead, it should be further expanded. The soldiers in the front line should also be given more autonomy so that we can control the war more promptly and search for the main force of the Covenant Alliance for a decisive battle. I didn't know that I would be sent to this place. However, many elders must be watching this meeting. So, it will be the same if I talk here. There was nothing but dead silence in the air. All the three investigators were dumbfounded. They never thought that it would be so easy to trick Lei Qinghu into saying the most disturbing words for all the four Kurfürst families. The expedition army absolutely would not accept reduction or reorganization, and it demanded further expansion. It also asked for greater autonomy. What was Lei Qinghu? The man that had been praised by countless soldiers in the front line as the god of war. Thinking exactly. Dongfang Bai took out a handkerchief that was as smooth as silk from his pocket and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead softly. He couldn't help but feel intimidated, as if he had gone fishing only to find that he caught a shark. Why? With everything coming to this moment, he became prudent and asked cautiously, Marquis Liaohai, you should understand the subtle situation that the expedition army is in very well, right? We have secured a crushing triumph in the counterattack, and the rear's support for the war has reached limits too. It is time to rest and digest the fruits of victory. War is logistics, and our logistics cannot supply another decade of war anymore. It is time to take a brief rest and refresh ourselves. Such a simple logic may be too difficult to understand for the young radical officers in the front line, but I don't think that an experienced general such as yourself does not know it. So, what is the real purpose of continuing to expand the expedition army? Please explain to the Special Investigation Committee and the Council of Elders. Lei Qinghu stared at Dongfang Bai for a long time, before he burst into such great laughter that his tears were almost running out. Who told you that we had secured a crushing triumph? Even the soldiers who fight in blood on the front line do not dare to say that. People like you who know nothing but bragging in the rear have been telling lies for such a long time that you have even deceived yourselves. I have been fighting the Covenant Alliance for my entire life, and I know their styles and methods as clearly as I know my fingers. In the Imperium's counterattack over the past 10 years, except for the battles that were for the purpose of consuming the available forces of our army, the fighting will of the Covenant Alliance was much weaker than the past in most of the battles. Cases were not rare that they collapsed at the first engagement of fire, not having the fearless and relentless determination of the zealots at all. It is highly unreasonable that the Covenant Alliance's morale dropped to such an extent in only several years. It is more like that our enemy is preserving their strength. Today, we seem to have recovered dozens of sectors and hundreds of resource planets, but a fairly large part of them were forsaken by the enemy voluntarily after all the infrastructures on the planet was destroyed and the resources were taken away. As a result, those planets could not output soldiers and productivity for the Imperium in the next couple of years. After a great waste of soldiers, food, and other resources, what we have achieved is only a certain amount of strategic depth. However, in the wars today where the main way of projection is space jump, the so-called strategic depth matters little. Therefore, there is no crushing triumph at all. The Imperium right now is like a boa that has just swallowed an elephant but is coveted by a new enemy. This is the most dangerous moment. Therefore, whatever the cost is, we must continue dedicating resources to the front line and expand the expedition army until we find out the main force of the Covenant Alliance and destroy it. Only after we annihilate the main mobile forces of the enemy can we digest the fruits of victory in peace. The Imperium is already doing its best. Dongfeng gnashed his teeth. To support the super war that involves dozens of sectors, too many people in the farmlands and mines in the rear have died, and too many riots have been raised. War means deaths. After such a long time of warfare, what is being tested here is exactly the determination of fighting. If the victory can only be secured with the lives of 50 billion people, let 50 billion people die. If 100 billion must be devoted to the cause, 100 billion it will be. Only in such a way can the remaining people survive and build a brand new Imperium. Lei Qinghu said coldly, "If there is a riot, just suppress it brutally. I don't think the useless soldiers staying in the rear are incapable of taking care of a few hominoids or cultivators. Are they?"